Hey guys. This is Star What If. How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. So in this video, we will see what if Harry teamed up with demigods to defeat Voldemort. Here is short summary. As Voldemort's war escalates, Dumbledore enlists Chiron's help, sending Percy and fellow demigods to Hogwarts. But can they keep their true identities secret from Harry and his friends? But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe and like this video. And if possible, share this video with your friends. Now let's start the story. Percy had fallen asleep. Luckily, no one had noticed yet. I caught Annabeth's attention and motioned at Percy with my head. She leaned over Talia and me, and poked him in the arm. He didn't move. Talia tried to kick his leg, which resulted in a shooting pain in my leg. What the Hades? I hissed. What are your shoes made of? Titanium. Talia rolled her eyes. Wimp, she muttered. Then she tried kicking Percy again. This time, she hit him square on the shin. Percy simply groaned and shifted his head a bit. I flicked him on the temple. No use. By now, we were getting noticed by the wizards. They had stopped talking and were staring at us. Talia waved. Hey, what are you doing? One of them asked. Percy has a tendency to fall asleep during class or important meetings. It's one of his traits, Annabeth explained. Then she frowned, but he should have woken up by now. He's not a very deep sleeper, usually. I shrugged. He has to tune out an annoying teacher's voice, so he must be used to sleeping heavily during class so he doesn't wake up. Homeostasis. Annabeth muttered. Talia looked at her critically. What? Annabeth shook her head as if to clear it. Never mind. We tried several other techniques, including clapping, pinching his nose, shouting in his ear, and poking him where his Achilles heel used to be. Nothing worked. All right, I said, straightening out. Somebody get me a glass of water. Annabeth looked at me appraising Ly. Not a bad idea. Why didn't I think of it? Talia and I shared a look, but we said nothing. Sirius returned with an old silver goblet filled with water. I glanced at it, feeling the weight of it. Pure silver, typical of the medieval times? I asked him. Sirius looked at me with caution. He was probably still freaked out that I knew who he was. Yeah. That's exactly what it is. Interesting, I murmured. I could differentiate different types of precious metals, seeing as my father is the god of riches. Nico, focus. Annabeth snapped her fingers right in front of my face. Right, I said. I walked over to Percy and dumped the contents of the silver goblet right in his face, then darted back to safety. Percy woke up from the shock of the freezing cold water. In an instant, he had riptide out, looking around wildly while his black hair hung in his eyes, dripping wet. Finally, you're awake, Talia said, striding over to him. You can really sleep like the dead. I gave her a critical look. The dead don't sleep, I pointed out to her. She rolled her eyes. Like I care. The dead care. How could they? They're dead. That doesn't mean they don't have feelings. Shut up, you two. Not this argument again, Percy exclaimed. He was dry now, and glaring at us. Annabeth turned to the bewildered wizards. Don't mind them. Actually, don't mind all three of them. The more you ignore their outbursts, the less likely you are to end up in a pool of electrocuted water. Ron's POV 4 days later. Harry came thundering up the stairs, and he had barely even stepped over the threshold before Hermione was gripping him like he might get kidnapped by you-know-who if she wasn't looking. Which was altogether possible, might I add. Calm down, Myone, I told her after a few minutes. He just got here. Hermione blushed and stepped away. It left me with a clear view of my best friend, Harry, freaking Potter. Hey, I said. We talked about trivial matters, but then the subject turned to the Dementors. It must have been terrible, Harry, Hermione said, facing 2 Dementors. You were extremely brave. Dumbledore was furious when he found out that you were attacked. For some reason, that seemed to make Harry mad. Oh, yeah? It must have been nice, sitting here while I was out there, with no clue what was going on and got attacked by Dementors. Harry's voice steadily grew louder. Hermione and I tried to calm him down by telling him that we really didn't know anything, because we didn't. But it wasn't long before he was outright shouting at us. Hermione cringed and backed up, trying to defend us. There was a loud crack and my two idiotic twin brothers appeared right in front of me. "Stop doing that!" I yelled at them, scared half out my wits. "You couldn't just walk down the stairs like normal people?" "Time is galleons, little brother," Fred told me wisely. There were several footsteps coming down the hallway, and the door burst open revealing those Americans. How they got here from the 4th floor in a matter of seconds was a mystery to me. "We thought we heard," Annabeth started, then saw Harry. "Oh." Nico looked thoughtful. "Anger issues as well? Percy, are you positive?" Percy Jackson turned to the slightly younger teen. "Nico, I do not have a twin, dead or otherwise. So shut up. Nor do I have anger issues." The other three simply stared at him at that last comment. "Sure," Talia said, dragging out the word, making it obvious that she didn't believe him. "Hey, you're the people from Lil Whinging," Harry exclaimed, pointing at them. He noticed Nico. "And you were the one with the Dementor." Nico smirked. "Yeah, and you were the one who wasn't surprised that I laughed." "So you did laugh," Talia exclaimed. Nico simply looked at her like she was crazy. "And I'm not crazy," she added. "Wait a second," I said, suffering from a major brain block. "What are you guys talking about?" "We were in Lil Whinging, and we met Harry about 4 days ago," Annabeth exclaimed. Harry nodded vigorously. "Yeah, but what are you doing here?" "We're transfer students," Percy Jackson said. "We're just staying here until September." "Huh," was all I could say. But when I looked at Hermione, I noticed that look she always got when at school, like her mind was going a million miles a minute. After the meeting, Mrs. Weasley showed us to our rooms on the 4th floor. Nico and I would be sharing a room across the hall from Annabeth and Talia. "Dinner will be in a little while, so make yourselves at home," Mrs. Weasley told us. Nico and I ventured into our room. The room was gloomy, just like the rest of the house. There were 2 4-post beds and 2 trunks next to them. I was shocked to find that the portraits were actually moving. We walked over to our trunks. They were both black. The one on the left had Percy Jackson imprinted on the top, while the one on the right had Nico D'Angelo. Nico and I glanced at each other and made to open our respective trunks. But before we could, Annabeth and Talia appeared in our doorway lugging their own trunks behind them. "We thought we should open them together," Annabeth explained. "Correction. You thought we should open them together. I was perfectly fine keeping this 50-pound treasure chest in our room," Talia corrected. Annabeth simply rolled her eyes. We opened the trunks at the same time. I was highly disappointed to find that the majority of the contents were books. I glanced at Annabeth. Her eyes got that gleam that only appears when she's looking at architecture, books, or Daedalus laptop. After the books were black things that looked like something Dracula might wear. "Hey Nico, got an idea. You should try on your outfit," I told him. Nico looked at me, catching onto my idea. "Sure," he said. We watched as he slipped on black robes and a pointed black hat. The reaction was immediate. The 3 viewers burst into laughter, and Nico couldn't conceal his smile. It took us a good 5 minutes to calm down. "You can take them off now, Nico," I told him. "No, I feel jolly good in them. I think I'll keep them on," he said with a straight face, imitating a British dude. That just caused more laughter. However, Nico didn't actually keep them on. He threw off the robe and hat and sat down as Annabeth looked at the books in her trunk. "Wait a second," I said as I peered into her trunk. "Why do you have more books than me?" Annabeth eyed me. "Do you want more books? 'Cause I can give you more books if you want more books." That's okay," I said quickly. "I'll leave you to your books," Talia snickered. Annabeth picked up some of her books. She read the titles out to us. "Living at Hogwarts for Dummies," "A Crash Course for the New Wizard," "Voldemort and His Reign for Dummies," "A Very Interesting History of Harry Potter." I groaned. "Let me guess, we have to actually read them?" Annabeth rolled her eyes. "No, they are magically going to speak to us at night, and in the morning we will have all the information we need. Of course we have to read them, seaweed brain." The final things in our trunks were our wands. This was the last straw. "Okay, I give up. This is crazy. What are we supposed to do? Wave the wand and say, abracadabra?" "Percy, if you haven't got anything nice to say, don't say anything at all, my girlfriend chided. She brought out her wand and a piece of paper. Apparently, our wands have been custom made to work specifically for us. According to the paper, she leaned in a bit. Mine is made from the wood of an olive tree, with the feather of a phoenix. Yours, she indicated me, is made of beech, with the hair of a mermaid. She half frowned, half smiled at that. Nico, yours is made from a poplar tree, with a hair from a thestral, whatever that is. I held up my hand to stop Annabeth. Wait a second. Let me guess Talia's. Made from pine, feather of an eagle? Nico snorted. Annabeth consulted her paper, not like she needed to. Yup, she said, popping the P. Ron's pav over the days, we fell into a routine that largely consisted of cleaning, eating, and sleeping. Well, that's what Mum thought. In our spare time, Hermione, Harry and I would convene in our room, discussing important matters, like what the heck Snape was talking about when he said he was risking his life. I was glad that we got alone time together. I was starting to feel a bit left out. Hermione and Annabeth got along quite well. I always thought there was only one Hermione in the world, but apparently the world is against me. Annabeth was, if possible, smarter than Hermione. Talia and Ginny had developed a mutual relationship. Harry and Percy Jackson had bonded over a heart-to-heart about responsibilities. Heck, even Nico could be found conversing with my older brother, Bill. Other than that, the Americans seemed rather closed off. They spent most of their time together, and you could occasionally hear bouts of laughter, or screaming and yelling. That was pretty much all they did. Either they were extremely chummy, or they were trying to kill each other. Everything changed the day we attacked the drawing room. Mum pulled me and Harry out of our room and dragged us down to the drawing room, where Hermione, my siblings, and the Americans were waiting. As we attacked the annoying little critters in the curtains, found myself next to Nico. Over the tea towel covering his mouth, I could see that his eyes were narrowed ever so slightly. I assumed it was the fact that the poxies kept trying to go for his face. Sirius popped in from time to time, all the while keeping up an air of politeness towards Mum. They still hadn't gotten over the argument about who was in charge of Harry. Harry hadn't been too pleased with that argument. After we finished getting rid of the magical creatures that infested the room, we moved on to cleaning the drawing room out. Basically the rule was, if it looks like it could be used for dark arts, throw it out. So that was pretty much everything. At one point, I noticed Nico sneak what looked like a vial of blood into his pocket. Jackson, as we had started calling him to avoid confusion with my brother, shot Nico a glare. Then they got into a whispered argument. You can't just take stuff off the shelves, Jackson muttered. Percy, do you know how valuable this blood is? Only one drop is equivalent to an entire Happy Meal, Nico hissed back. Do you really want to make them suspicious? Is this really a good time to review our morals? Wait, what? Never mind. No, I want to know what you mean. Well, maybe I don't feel like telling you. Hey, I've got seniority here. Nico snorted. Well, if you want to be technical. The casino doesn't count. What in Merlin's beard were they talking about? Hey guys, I said, making the two of them jump and spin around. What are you talking about? Jackson blushed. Oh, Nico rolled his eyes. I'm a necromancer. Yeah, let's leave it at that. Percy here seems to think that I should pass up a possibly extremely powerful way to summon the dead. Whatever I had been expecting, it wasn't that. This 14-year-old kid raises the dead for fun. I was about to turn away when Nico suddenly pressed the heels of his hands to his temples. Hey, zombie dude, you okay? Jackson looked concerned. Well, I guess that explains the strange nicknames for Nico. I mean, Death Breath and Zombie Dude. Not exactly common nicknames you come up with. Nico didn't say anything for a minute. Then he straightened up and muttered, yeah, just a headache. I didn't see anything abnormal with the headaches, so I let it go and moved on. I thought that would be the end of strange happening for the day, but apparently it wasn't. Not only did we discover that music boxes can be lethal, I also discovered that Nico really hates lockets. We came across a really old and large locket. There were diamonds set into it, spelling the letter S. When we tried to open it, nobody could. Harry tried, and out of the corner of my eye I saw a movement. Nico had doubled over, clutching his head. The other 3 Americans were immediately on guard, looking around for something, like they would find the source of Nico's pain. "Nico?" Jackson said, looking concerned yet again. "What's wrong?" "Nothing," Nico said through clenched teeth. "Just a migraine. Do you have any aspirin?" Yeah, I've got some in my bag upstairs. I'll go get it." Annabeth spoke up, looking thoroughly disgruntled. She ran out of the room. Meanwhile, Nico looked at the locket like he wanted to pulverize it. Jackson muttered something, then Nico and Talia got into a whispered discussion. I tried to follow what they were saying, but it sounded like it was in a completely different language. Nico looked annoyed, Talia looked worried, and Percy looked downright confused. Before long, Annabeth made a reappearance with a small bottle of Muggle medicine. Nico gulped down a pill gratefully. After that was resolved, Sirius made the decision to throw the locket out. After we finished cleaning the drawing room, we moved on to the dining room. That was when I noticed the spiders. I opened my mouth to excuse myself from the room, but a loud, piercing shriek cut me off. Everyone spun around to see Annabeth frozen, staring at the spiders. "SPSP spiders," she managed. This may seem kind of mean, but I was relieved. At least I wasn't the only one scared of those creepy crawlers that stick straws into your skin and beep out your blood. Okay, now I'm freaking myself out. "Come on, Annabeth, let's go have a cup of tea," I said. Jackson looked at me gratefully. "Thanks," he said. "Spiders have got something against her. I swear, every spider within a 3-mile radius of her will find her. No joke." I led Annabeth into the kitchen, where I made 2 cups of tea. "So spiders are out to get you too," I said, trying to strike up a conversation. Annabeth shuddered. "Yeah, ever since I was little. Somehow, that reminded me of what Nico had said the other day." I cleared my throat nervously. This is slightly random," I began. Annabeth gave a little laugh. "Oh, I live with random," she told me. "All 4 of us are ADHD." "Oh, okay. But, I was wondering, is Nico really a necromancer?" Annabeth looked amused at my discomfort. "I suppose he is. I never really thought of it that way." "Then how did you think of it?" Annabeth blushed, as if she had made a mistake. "Oh. You know. Just a strange little kid that messes with the dead and has a very disturbing mind. At least I'm not the only one who thinks that." We enjoyed our tea, talking about small things like who we thought the Dada teacher would be, what spells Annabeth had covered at her old school, how much she knew about Harry's past. Which wasn't much. When I asked her about the latter, she simply shrugged. "He's not as famous in America as here. We weren't as affected by Voldemort, need I say that I shuddered? Overseas?" About an hour and a half later, we went back to the dining room. Needless to say, it was mass chaos. Nico was intently examining a plate encrusted with diamonds and emeralds, completely oblivious to the rest of the world. Talia and Jackson were in a heated argument. Fred and George were being yelled at by Mum. Something about stealing unknown substances. Ginny and Sirius were watching in mild amusement. I exchanged a glance with Annabeth. We both knew that they were all hopeless cases. Annabeth grumbled something about being the responsible one, then shouted, "Everybody! Shut up and stop moving." That did the trick. Nico looked up from his examination. Talia and Jackson stopped arguing immediately. Mum's jaw clamped shut, causing Fred and Giorgio turn around in surprise, and Sirius and Ginny gaped at Annabeth. "Right. Nico, put the stupid platter down. I don't care if it's made of Swarovski crystals. Mrs. Weasley, please refrain from berating your children. It will only cause them to be even more annoying." The twins looked at her appalled. "Fred and George, if you don't stop being klepto, I'm sure Percy will be happy to demonstrate what he does to annoying people. Ginny and Sirius, if you don't stop gaping at me like that, you're going to catch a flying fish. Forget flies. And you too." She turned threateningly to her friends. They gulped nervously. "Shut up for once in your lives." "Who put a bee in your bonnet?" Nico muttered, "And since when have you been a therapist?" "Nico," she warned, and Nico shut up and put down the plate. "All right," she said, this time much more brightly. "Let's clean this place up." The corner of my eye, I noticed the other 3 Americans share a look. Then Jackson shook his head, like his girlfriend was a lost cause, and went back to work. The morning of September 1st reminded me greatly of the day before the Titan War. Everybody was running around, looking for things of importance, people were yelling, the portrait of Mrs. Black was screeching, and nobody could find Harry. So in other words, code red. At one point, Fred, or was it George? Oh, whatever. On with the story. Knocked down Ginny with his trunk. Cue more yelling. Then one of Harry's guard, who was still yet to make an appearance, didn't show up. Cue more panic. By the time we got out of headquarters, my head was pounding so much, it felt like a minotaur had jumped up and down on it. We squished into 2 clown cars that greatly interested Annabeth. Since we didn't have enough room, Nico volunteered to shadow travel over there. I think he was just scared of being at too close quarters with other people. We got to the train station with time to spare, thank the gods. The guard led us to the area between platforms 9 and 10. It was then and only then that I noticed a large, scruffy black dog was among us. And he was getting reactions from certain people. "You're being stupid. Do you really want to get caught?" Mrs. Weasley hissed. Meanwhile, Harry, who turned out to have just been asleep, was grinning like Tyke had blessed him. Ron and Hermione had worried expressions. I walked over to Ron and muttered, "Why are you guys so hyped up about a dog?" "Sirius is an animagus," he muttered quietly. "A wizard that can transform into an animal." "All right," Mr. Weasley said, cutting off all conversation. "Here's what you have to do. When nobody's looking, run straight at the wall." We looked at him like Mr. D had gotten to him. "You want us to run into a wall?" Talia repeated bluntly. Mr. Weasley frowned. "Yes, I think that's what I just said." "Nico, I think you should go first. You've had experience at running into walls," I told the son of Hades, who in turn glared at me. "No, I think you should go first, Percy," Annabeth said, surprising me. "Let me put it this way. Your ego is so inflated that if you run into a wall, it won't matter. And if we're lucky, your ego will deflate enough that you can fit into a normal-sized doorway," she teased me. I glanced at my cousins, who were smirking. "Why do you guys hate me so much?" I whined. "Oh, we don't hate you." Annabeth tried to reassure me, but when she received a look from Talia, she amended her statement, "Most of the time. We're just being logical." "I hate being logical," I grumbled. Nico agreed with me. "Logical definitely isn't your thing. Like when you wanted us to jump off a cliff in the middle of a blizzard." "Hey, at least my plan was better than yours." "I didn't have a plan." "Precisely. I was 10, I wasn't supposed to have plans." "I had plans when I was 10, yeah, to blow up your school bus." "That wasn't planned. By the way, how do you know about that?" "Just go." Everybody yelled at me, causing several mortals to stare. Before I knew it, my girlfriend and 2 cousins were behind me, pushing me towards the barrier. When I got within 5 feet, I shut my eyes and prayed to whatever god who was in charge of brick walls. I think that would be Janus, you know, the annoying god of doorways, and braced myself for impact. You can imagine my surprise when I opened my eyes to see, not my blood spilled everywhere, but a massive red train being swarmed by people in swishy robes. Well, at least I got the right color. You know, blood is red. The train is red. Oh, whatever. Like always, the sight, or even thought, of robes made me think of a tall skinny dude wearing robes with stars and moons on them, with a pointy hat to boot, waving around a stick and muttering nonsense words. Mind you, that's what the sight of just one robe will do. But with everybody in sight wearing them, well, something inside me snapped. Hard. I started cracking up. Annabeth, Talia, and Nico appeared behind me. They noticed me doubled over trying to breath. Talia raised an eyebrow. Annabeth, I don't think Ode went too well." "Ode?" Nico inquired. "Short for Operation Deflate Ego," Annabeth explained. "But I don't think it worked the way I wanted it to." "Gee, y'all think?" Talia said sarcastically. "Now we have to deal with a crazy Percy." "I'm not crazy," I said as I straightened up. "It's just that when I saw all the people in robes. Well. Oh my gods, are those broomsticks?" I noticed a broom getting carried by a kid around our age, and pointed at him. The others looked where I was pointing. Our sanity was saved by the arrival of everybody else, including Sirius. The adults said their goodbyes. I was a little surprised when Mrs. Weasley hugged me, but I was started to get used to it. She'd learned not to hug Nico, thank the gods, but she did hug Annabeth and Talia. Harry led us to the train, when he found out that Ron and Hermione had to do prefect duties. The only open compartment already had 2 occupants. There was a dark-haired, nervous-looking boy holding a cactus-like thing and a girl with long blonde hair reading a magazine upside down. Vaguely, I wondered if reading something upside down would make it easier to read with dyslexia. I highly doubt it would change anything. We sat down, with me between the girl, who turned out to be Luna, and Nico. Talia, Ginny, Harry and the boy, Neville, sat on the other side. There was a silence in which we all looked at each other. Awkward silence, I stage whispered. "Sue," Harry said, breaking the silence, "what houses do you think you'll be sorted into?" Annabeth and I exchanged glances. "What do you mean, houses?" Harry POV. So they were going to the most prestigious wizardry school in all of Europe, but they didn't know anything about it. What is this? Then I remembered what I had been like when I first came to Hogwarts. I took pity on them. When you're at school, you are sorted into one of 4 houses. The houses are like your family. You do everything with them. Eat, sleep, and attend classes together. If you do good stuff, you earn points for your house. Any rule breaking subtracts points. There are 4 houses: Gryffindor, Slytherin, Ravenclaw, and Hufflepuff. Gryffindor is known for being brave and daring. Slytherin is for the cunning and evil. Basically, Ravenclaws are extremely smart, and Hufflepuff is for the just and loyal. So, Nico summed up. Annabeth will be in Ravenclaw because she's just smart like that. I will be in Slytherin because that's how I roll. Percy will be in Hufflepuff because he's too loyal for his own good, and Talia? Nico mused asterisk. Talia, you get kicked out because you don't fit in any of the categories. Hey! Talia protested as she lunged across the compartment to tackle Nico. Ew! Get off me! Nico complained, pushing the girl off. Well, maybe if you took back what you said, but it's true, cunning is so not your thing. Loyalty isn't really in your job description. Just totally isn't either. In no possible way are you smart and brave. Well, that's questionable at times. He's got a point, Percy commented. I watched them in mild amusement. Just then, Hermione and Ron walked in. They took the last 2 seats. How are your prefect duties? I asked them casually, trying to ignore the death glares Talia and Nico were sending each other. Well, guess who's prefect for the Slytherins, Ron said grumpily, devouring a chocolate frog. Malfoy. And Pansy Parkinson, Hermione added with distaste. You know, the one whose face looks like a pug's. Malfoy's going to be all over his position. I just can't wait to give Crabbe and Goyle detentions, Ron said. Ron. You mustn't sink to their level, Hermione scolded. I'm not. I'm just going to get his goons before he can get my friends. Maybe I'll make Goyle do lines. Yeah, he hates those, Ron added thoughtfully. He mimed writing on a piece of paper. I must not look like a baboon's backside. Everyone in the compartment snickered, except for Luna Lovegood. She fell off her seat, rolling in laughter. Merely seconds after Luna had calmed down, the compartment door slid open, revealing the one and only Draco Malfoy, his 2 thugs shadowing his footsteps. Malfoy, I said with as much venom in my voice as I could muster. Malfoy's gaze slid past me and settled on the Americans. Who's this? He sneered. Ginny stood up defiantly. None of your business, she snarled. Nico grabbed her wrist gently. It's fine, he muttered. Might as well as make our reputation now. Who's this? Your boyfriend. A little young for you, don't you think? Nico made a strangled noise that sounded like a cat coughing up a hairball. Annabeth looked at him in concern while Talia and Percy tried, unsuccessfully, to suppress snorts. You wish, pretty boy, Nico said, standing up too. With his black muggle clothing and slouched posture, he looked sad and not very intimidating, but his eyes were full of anger. An American, Draco said in mock surprise. How? Unexpected. What's your name, or do you have no manners? Nico D'Angelo, Nico replied coldly. Perhaps you could grace me with yours, or is that too far below you to give your name to strangers? Draco Malfoy, Malfoy replied with superiority. I would expect you to at least know my surname. Nico shrugged. Sorry, but we Americans don't stand on ceremony too much. You gain your status, so unless you've done something outstanding that changed the world as we know it, I feel safe to say that I don't know who the blazes you are. Wow, this kid was good. In the past 30 seconds, he'd insulted Malfoy 3 times. Malfoy looked shocked for a second before turning to the others. Nico sat down, satisfied. And you? Malfoy shot at Jackson. Percy Jackson. Jackson replied calmly and evenly, though I'm not going to bother asking if you know me. And before you ask, no, I don't know who the Hades you are. Nico shot Jackson a glance. Before Malfoy could put a word in edgewise, Talia spoke up. You can call me Talia, if you wish to speak to me or about me. No last name? Malfoy sneered. Not for you, Talia replied. Annabeth, the last to introduce herself, narrowed her eyes as she said, I'm Annabeth Chase. I don't recognize any of your surnames. I suppose you must be Muggle-born, or possibly half-bloods. Well, which is it? The Americans exchanged glances, then responded simultaneously with, half-bloods. Malfoy sighed. Well, I suppose that's better than Muggle-born. I am going to give a piece of advice now. Be careful who you make friends with. Purebloods have a greater chance at success in the real world compared to people with filthy little mudblood parents. Malfoy got cut off by Nico, who lunged at him, pushing him up against the wall and grasping his neck with his hand. I could see Nico's eyes were filled with hatred, burning with anger. But there was an underlying sense of pain there, too. If I hear you say that ever again, you will wish I killed you right here and now, Nico said quietly and slowly, making himself all the more frightening. I have sources you'd never even dream of using. If you want to test me, then so be it, and Father help me, he threatened. Then he landed a left uppercut to Malfoy's jaw. Malfoy's head snapped back, hitting the wall. Already, his mouth was bloody. Nico let go of the Slytherin and stared him down until he turned to go out the door. My father will hear about this, Malfoy added as he walked out the door. And watch yourself. I'll be dogging your footsteps, Potter. Then he left, with his 2 bodyguards following stupidly. Nico shook out his left hand, massaging his bruised knuckles. That was refreshing, he said lightly, but there was still an air of hurt and anger. Jackson had an amused look on his face, and that is why you don't want to get this kid mad. Who is his father? Annabeth inquired. A Death Eater, Ron replied vehemently. Needless to say, we were all surprised when the Americans started to laugh. Who the heck would want to eat Thanatos? Percy said between gasps of breath. Nico shook his head, smiling. I know for a fact that death does not taste good at all. He shuddered at the memory. Talia stared at him, as Nico realized what he had just said. You beep, she screamed. No, I didn't mean it like that, he protested, but trailed off as the others fell into fresh rounds of laughter. Nico, is there something you're not telling us? Percy teased. Don't be shy, we're all family here, Annabeth added. I'm not the one with the messed up mind here, that would be you too, he indicated Annabeth and Jackson, honestly. Dating your own. He muttered something in a different language, something that caused Annabeth and Jackson to turn lovely shades of red, and Talia to say, well, now that you put it that way. The rest of us exchanged looks. They had taken the most terrifying group of dark wizards and laughed them down. Who were these kids? And the way Nico had reacted to Malfoy. I sat there, mulling through my thoughts, until the train stated to slow down. We were at Hogwarts. I was finally where I belonged. Percy pawed the train slowed down and came to a stop. Harry had this really odd look on his face, like he was dreaming. A good dream, mind you. Not a demigod dream. Hermione and Ron had to do their prefect duties, so Harry, Ginny, Luna and Neville led us out of the compartment, and into the mass chaos that reigned outside. Follow us. Ginny shouted over the din. We were going great up until we got to the carriages. Harry stopped short, causing Nico, who was walking behind him, to walk into Harry. We looked at what Harry was looking at while the others got into the supposedly horseless carriage. They weren't exactly horses, but they weren't exactly reptiles, either. The only thing that I was sure about was that they were dead. They reminded me a lot of Pegasi, like if Blackjack died, or something. Slowly, Harry walked towards the things. The closest one looked at Harry, then focused its attention on me and Nico. "My lords," it said, bowing its head slightly. Nico and I looked at each other in surprise. "Did you just hear it talk?" Nico asked hesitantly. "Yeah," I responded. "Why, did you hear it too?" Nico's eyes were wide as he nodded. "That's not normal." I nodded and refocused my attention back on the thing. I studied it more closely. It had the skeleton of a horse, with reptilian wings and dead eyes. "What are you?" I asked the creature quietly. "I am a thestral," it responded. I thought. Wasn't that what the core of Nico's wand was made of? "Nico," I said slowly, "I think we just found you some neutral ground." Meanwhile, Ron and Hermione arrived, looking slightly breathless. "Malfoy's already pushing a first year around," Ron said with a substantial amount of distaste. "By the way, where's Pig?" "Hello, Harry." Harry snapped out of a trance. He was still looking at the thestrals. "What? Where's Pig?" Ron repeated. "Oh, that Luna girl took care of him," Harry muttered distractedly. Ron looked only slightly relieved. "Okay. Thanks." They climbed into the carriage and us demigods got into the one behind it. We sat in relative silence, save for the sounds of a moving carriage and the slight rustling of 4 ADHD teenagers trying to sit still. Up until we got out first glance of Hogwarts. Gods, that name still makes me choke. Annabeth gasped and her eyes got extremely big. Look. The rest of us leaned over to look out the window. I had to admit, the castle was magnificent. After 5 years of listening to lectures on architecture, I was finally able to point out a few major parts. Nico frowned slightly. His experiences with castles and palaces haven't been too good for him. Then his eyes narrowed and he leaned forward slightly. The rest of us waited with bated breath. Usually when Nico goes all silent and suspicious like that, something bad is about to happen. A minute later, he slumped back. "Ghosts," was all he said. Talia frowned. "Ghosts? Here?" Nico nodded. "I'm not positive, but I'm pretty sure that there's more than one." I was confused. "Is that good or bad?" Nico shrugged. "It depends. Some ghosts can be very annoying, like the ones Malinoe sends out." Talia and I shuddered. Malinoe, goddess of ghosts, was not our favorite person. Others can be harmless, usually the people too scared to move along into death. Nico summed up his analysis. "So, that means that this school had either a lot of cowards, a lot of murderers, or a really powerful child of Hades who didn't know his strengths. Is there an option D?" I asked. Nico smiled a little, but didn't answer. The carriage slowed to a stop and we got out. I thanked the thestrals. Nico still looked really freaked out that a horse thing could talk to him. We followed the older students into a front hall. We were about to follow them into the Great Hall, when an old witch, and I don't mean that disrespectfully, stopped us. "Jackson, D'Angelo, Chase, Miss Talia," she called out. "Follow me, please." I realized she was Professor McGonagall. I hadn't recognized her in robes and a pointy hat. She led us into a smaller room full of little 11-year-olds. "Did I really look like that 2 years ago?" Nico muttered in my ear, referring to the scared-looking first years. "Totally," I muttered back. "Right down to the cowlick," I added, indicating a very young-looking boy with a very large cowlick. Nico scowled and punched my arm. "Shut up." I rubbed my arm where Nico had punched it. "What the Hades are your knuckles made of?" No wonder Malfoy left the compartment quickly. I turned my attention to Professor McGonagall, who was explaining what we were going to be doing. Then she led us out of the room and into the Great Hall. Annabeth, Talia, Nico, and I hung back at the end of the line and tried to look inconspicuous. I didn't work. Students were pointing and staring at us like we were Medusa's children. "Didn't anyone ever tell them that pointing is rude?" Talia whispered to the rest of us. I bit my lip to refrain from laughing. "So much for being inconspicuous," Annabeth grumbled, looking at the floor. "You can say that again," Nico said. "All right," I said. "So much for being." Talia smacked my head. He didn't mean it literally. Needless to say, we were a little surprised to find out that the grubby old hat talked. It kind of reminded me of our old oracle. First, the hat sang a song about death and despair and uniting the houses. Then it started sorting the first years. Occasionally it would yell out one of the houses, and the first year would scamper off, looking very relieved. Finally, we were the only ones left. This really old guy stood up. Next to me, Nico made a disgruntled sound. I assumed this was Professor Dumbledore. He spread his arms. Students, this year, we have the honor of welcoming 4 transfer students from America. I expect their houses to welcome him with open arms and to help them settle in. Professor McGonagall, please begin their sorting. Professor McGonagall cleared her throat and read out, D'Angelo, Nico. Nick cocked an eyebrow and sauntered up to the stool. He sat down and McGonagall placed the hat on his head. Nico Pav, I got a bad feeling as soon as I sat down on that stool. It got worse when I put the hat on. Well, what have we got here? A demigod, I could have sworn I jumped about 5 feet in the air. What the Hades? Not what you were expecting, The hat spoke in my mind again. Obviously not, I thought back. Well, no matter. The main matter is what house to put you in. Let's see, a son of Hades. I've never met a demigod, let alone a son of Hades. Just get on with it, I thought. I've got better things to do than talk to a hat. Wow. That makes me sound like I'm going crazy. How do you know you're not? I could swear there was a note of amusement in the hat's voice. Get on with it, I mentally exclaimed. All right, no need to be snippy. I'll have to take a look into your mind, though. You do not want to go there, I warned. I put up mental barriers around some of my more precious and disturbing memories. The hat started to sort through the other ones. Death, the dead, death. Do you spend any time around living people? Oh, yes, I see, brave. Very brave. And cunning. And a few anger management issues. I gripped the sides of the stool. Oh, what's this? A war? 2 wars? But you're barely 14. Difficult decisions. You're very loyal to your friends, and a powerful enemy. Any day now, I thought. Well then, I think you'd do well in Slytherin. The hat shouted out the last part. I threw the hat off, very greatly relieved. There was a round of applause from the Slytherin table, and I made my way over there. I passed Malfoy on my way to the end of the table. Somehow, he was able to sneer at me with the large multicolored bruise on his jaw. I rolled my eyes. Watch it, Malfoy. Otherwise I might have to rearrange your face for you. That little bruise right there is only the beginning, I muttered so quietly only he could hear. The sneer slid off his face. I moved on to sit with a couple of kids who looked my age. They greeted me with slight nods. I focused my attention on Annabeth, who was up next. Chase, Annabeth. Annabeth walked calmly up to the stool and sat down. Annabeth Pav Nico's facial reactions during his sorting were rather amusing, so I figured I was prepared for whatever came up next. So not true. As soon as I sat down, the hat said, "Oh, another one? How fun." No wonder Nico jumped like a fish out of water. Whatever I had been expecting, it wasn't that. Oh, good. You're not as touchy as the other one. This will be much easier. Trust Nico to resist. Before I knew it, the hat was prodding into my mind, pulling out memories I had nearly forgotten. You are quite like the other one. Loyal, and brave, too. A dangerous opponent, but extremely smart, and wise. Oh, I see. A daughter of Athena. Ravenclaw might be good for you. Or maybe Gryffindor. Let me see, ran away when you were 7, very accomplished with the dagger, faced heartbreak and found love in another place. You've been through 2 wars as well? What world do you live in? I was dumbstruck. Well, I think it's obvious that you belong in Ravenclaw. I took off the hat, highly relieved. There was a large round of applause from what I assumed was the Ravenclaw table. I made my way over there. I sat down and several kids congratulated me. Talia's Pav. Gr. Professor McGonagall began, but I cut her off. It's Talia. Just Talia. I reinforced my statement with a specialty glare. McGonagall backed down. All right. Talia. I walked over to the stool and sat down. McGonagall placed the hat on my head. Oh, let me guess. You're a demigod as well? Oh, a daughter of Zeus, I was a little surprised, But I've faced weirder things than talking hats. Like talking mummies, or old ladies who like to cackle. Now that's scary. Let me see, oh, just like the other two. Incredibly brave and loyal. And a good amount of evil plots in that little noggin of yours. Excuse me? I thought. Little noggin? Ooh, and you're touchy like the other one. You would do well in Slytherin as well. But that's not the right choice for you. No, definitely not Ravenclaw, nor Hufflepuff, but you do have the loyalty of one. And you have been through the wars, too. Which leaves Gryffindor or Slytherin. I gripped the sides of the stool. What if Nico had been right? He had been joking, but what if I really didn't fit into any house? Oh, no, I'll find a place for you, the hat promised. In fact, I think Gryffindor is the right place for you. Well then, Gryffindor. Thank the gods, I muttered. I walked over to the table that was roaring. Ha! How appropriate. Their mascot is the lion. I slipped into a seat next to Ginny and the others. The Weasley twins introduced me to their friend Lee Jordan. I ignored him. Finally Percy was up. Perseus, Jackson, McGonagall called out. I could easily hear Percy correct her, it's Percy. He walked over to the stool and sat down. Immediately, the hat screamed. Another one? Merlin's beard, how many of you are there? Percy pawed the hat just about blasted my ears off. That's it. I can't take it, it continued, much quieter this time. You children need therapy. Been there, done that, got the t-shirt, I thought. Any more advice? Don't be smart with me. I'm supposed to be sorting you. Let's see, loyal, very loyal. In fact, that's your fatal flaw. Gotten you into lots of trouble. You were the hero of 2 wars, no? The same wars your friends have been in. Not so smart, are you? Excuse me. I thought. But a worthy opponent and you were outstandingly brave. The hat continued. I know the right place for you. Gryffindor. That was quick, I muttered as I slipped off the hat. I was walking down the stairs to sit with Talia when the hat called after me. Yes. That was quick. You were much simpler than the others. Perfect for Gryffindor. I froze and slowly turned around. There was definitely a note of contempt in the hat's voice. Okay then, I said and turned back around. Talia moved over to let me sit down. I took the offer gratefully and sank down to the bench. What was that about? She asked me as soon as I got situated. She looked agitated, almost like she was ready to pulverize someone. Just a temperamental talking hat, I replied, and glanced over at Nico. He was sitting close to the end of the Slytherin bench, watching me. I gave him a look, he nodded curtly, and turned back to his new housemates. The Weasley twins thumped me on the back. Congratulations. We knew you were going to join us. Dumbledore stood up. Now that we are all sorted, I would like to inform you of a few changes in the staff. I would to give a warm welcome to Professor Grubbly Plank, who will be filling in for Hagrid as Care of Magical Creatures teacher, as Hagrid is away for the time being. Also, I would like to welcome our new Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher, Professor Umbridge. This year. The new professor, coughed, Dumbledore stopped, and everybody in the Great Hall gawked at her. It was obvious that nobody interrupted Dumbledore when he was speaking. The stout little woman stood up and walked to the front of the teacher's table. She was at my hearing, Harry exclaimed, half whispering. How nice it is to be back at Hogwarts, Professor Umbridge began. And how nice it is to see all your happy faces smiling back at me. Talia and I exchanged a glance. Nobody, and I mean nobody, not nobody, was smiling. Pun intended. After that, I zoned out, waiting for dinner. In fact, it seemed like everyone safe for a select few had zoned out as well. Maybe they're all ADHD like me. After the feast, we followed the student body out of the Great Hall and into the corridors. With a few glances around me, Talia and I met up with Nico and Annabeth in a secluded corner. Nico looked slightly pissed and Annabeth was frowning, her gray eyes stormy. You two look annoyed, I said mildly. They rolled their eyes. Umbridge will be a tough nut, was all Annabeth said. Nico pulled me away from the girls. When he judged we were far enough away, he started whispering to me. Okay. First of all, there are hundreds of ghosts here. Aside from the fact that they aren't supposed to be here, we can use them to our advantage. Ghosts have information. We can use them to find out where the Horcruxes might be. The problem is that they cower in fear whenever they get close to me. I had to order the Bloody Baron to not blow my cover. He rolled his eyes. Also, I think I may have found the first Horcrux. Really? I said, getting excited. Nothing like a good fight with an illegal soul to get your heart pumping. Where? Nico looked troubled. That's the thing. Unless I'm wrong, I think a small part of detached soul is clinging to Harry's own soul. On one hand, that makes no sense at all. On the other hand, that would explain why you always got headaches when we were around Harry. Nico nodded. See my problem? Oh, and one more thing. This is important. Vold. D'Angelo. What are you doing? Somebody called out, making me miss what Nico had said. We both spun around to face the potential threat. It was a boy about my age, maybe a little younger. He had a tall, thin body with shoulder-length black hair and intense cerulean blue eyes. That was all I could tell from a distance. Logan, Nico relaxed. Just a minute. He turned back to me. Now, back to what I was saying. Jackson. This time, I recognized the caller. It was Lee Jordan, the Weasley twins' friend. Come on, we gotta go. 1 sec, I called out. But I didn't get 1 second. Logan walked over to us, glared at me and Lee, and dragged Nico away. Lee did the same. What are you doing? Lee hissed. We never converse with the enemy. Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff. Yeah, but never Slytherins. I'll give you a break this time. 'Cause you're new, but next time, he warned. Hades. How was I supposed to find out what Nico was trying to tell me? Logan Pav, what was that kid thinking? Talking to a Gryffindor? Unless he wanted to get pulverized by those egomaniac idiots, of course. And it's not like he can exactly defend himself. I could probably beat him in a muggle fight. I led Nico down to the Slytherin common room. He nodded appreciatively. Not bad, he said. Reminds me a bit of home. I glanced around the room. Everything was dark and gloomy, like your stereotypical pureblood house. Everything was tinted green, the result of being under the lake. I wasn't really sure what to say. That's good, I managed. Not many people were in the common room. A couple of 7th years sat huddled in a corner. Malfoy was surrounded by his usual posse. 2 girls from my year, Vivian and Kiana, walked past us on their way to the girls' dorms. Hello, Logan, they greeted. I nodded to them. Vivian, Kiana, I said, how were your holidays? Vivian nodded. They were okay. Visited my father a few times. Vivian's father, by the way, was a Death Eater who had gotten caught and was now sitting in a dusty cell at Azkaban. Meanwhile, Kiana's dark eyes flitted over to Nico, taking in his appearance in all of 3 seconds. I had no idea how she was able to do that. Seriously, one glance and she knew practically everything about the person. And you, Kiana? How was the summer? I asked her. Boring as usual, she responded in her listless voice. Nico studied her with those unnerving deep black eyes. He took in her petite figure, golden skin, and her glossy black hair that fell in loose ringlets. Here and there, bright blue contrasted with the black. What? She asked him, eyes narrowed ever so slightly. Nico shook his head. Nothing, he reassured her. You just look like someone I know. Kiana raised a perfectly shaped eyebrow. Really, I don't meet many people who look like me. What's her name? Nico looked uncomfortable, like he just let something slip. Oh, you wouldn't know her. She lives in California. Her name's Hazel. Hazel Levesque. For a minute, Kiana looked shocked, and then her emotionless mask fell back in place. But the recognition was there, and Via and I both noticed it. That's odd, Kiana said. I had a distant relative named Hazel. She lived in America, too. But that was nearly 60 or 70 years ago. I wasn't sure if that was supposed to make Nico relax, but instead it made him even more stiff. Huh. That is odd. But I assure you, the Hazel I know is only 13. I wasn't really sure what made me so positive that he was hiding something. It wasn't his stance, or his tone of voice, or anything. It was like a shield had gone up over his eyes, making them unreadable. Kiana shrugged and stared at Nico a little longer. Then she turned away abruptly, heading to the girls' dormitories. Via sent me an apologetic look, and scampered after Kiana. Come on, I told Nico and led him to the boys' dormitories. We descended a staircase and entered room number 7. Nico stopped in the doorway to observe the room. It was dark, per usual, with a fireplace set into the wall, a fire crackling warmly. There were only 4 beds, instead of the usual 5. Actually, last year there had only been 3. Me, Alec, and Patrick. Now there was a 4th bed in the farthest corner. Next to it was a black trunk with the name Nico D'Angelo engraved on the top. Leaning against one of the bedposts was a sleek black case, like something that might hold a broomstick. Nico noticed it. He gave a short, unhumored laugh and strode over to it. "You really think of everything, don't you?" he muttered to no one in particular. He read the note attached to the bag, then stuffed the bag under his bed. I pretended to busy myself with my own trunk, all the while keeping my eye on Nico. He wasn't doing anything, just reading a small black book with intense concentration. "What's that?" I asked, straightening up. Nico looked up. "What?" he asked blankly. "Oh, it's just a book my dad lent to me," he went back to reading. At that precise moment, my 2 roommates walked in. Alec cocked his dark-haired head as he observed Nico. "Hey, so I hear you're the new kid. What's your favorite color?" he asked. Alec was probably the thinnest, most intriguing boy in the history of mankind. His sense of style was like no other. He was into Muggle fashions, scarves, thin-legged jeans, graphic tees, and acted completely and utterly gay. He's not gay, though. Not that I'm against gays or anything. Have you ever noticed that gay guys have the best sense of humor? Patrick rolled his eyes. "You really need to stop asking people that, Alec," he complained. Patrick was tall, topping 6 feet, with curly light brown hair and an Irish complexion. Nico looked at Alec queerly. "I don't suppose the black clothing gives anything away, does it?" Alec smiled broadly. "Brilliant. He has a sense of humor. I love those kind of guys." Patrick and I shared a silent glance. Alec meant it when he said he loved those kind of guys. It wouldn't be the first time he'd said that. Anyway, I intervened. "We should probably go to bed. Nico probably had a long day." There was a general murmuring of assent as we started moving around our room, getting ready to go to bed. I made sure that I had a clean pair of robes to wear tomorrow, and basically climbed right into bed. However, I didn't fall asleep. Instead, I thought about Nico and his odd behaviors. Nico pawed the next morning. Logan woke me up and dragged me up to the Great Hall before I was even fully awake. I don't know why they call it the Great Hall. I mean, sure, it's big, but I've seen bigger. Much bigger. Breakfast was delicious, if I do say so myself. I enjoyed eggs, bacon, toast, hash browns, and something that I wasn't sure what it was, but Alec insisted on me trying it. It was good. The entire time, I kept my eye on Percy and Talia. I wondered if I was ever going to get a chance to talk to Percy. The rivalry between Slytherins and Gryffindors was evident, so I was beginning to have my doubts. Professor Snape came to our table and started handing out schedules, or timetables, as everyone seemed to call them. I looked at mine. Ancient runes, double potions, history of magic, double defense against the dark arts. I trailed off. That last class didn't sound too good. Isn't the stuff I do kind of considered dark? So wouldn't that make it defense against myself? That will be an interesting class. Logan leaned over to look at my schedule. We've got mostly the same classes, but I have divination when you have ancient runes. He grinned. Good luck with that class. I hear it's really hard. I rolled my eyes. Fun, I said. Chapter 6 Part 3 of 3. Talia, Pav, Percy and I both had history of magic first period, so we quickly finished our breakfast and followed Harry, Ron, and Hermione to the classroom. They quickly chose seats next to the windows in the back of the classroom. Percy and I sat in front of them. Other students trickled in, some still trying to enjoy their breakfast, signs of sleepiness still evident on their faces and the way they had gotten dressed. The last person to enter the classroom came through the chalkboard. I kid you not. Our teacher was a ghost. Oh, the irony. If only Nico was here. Percy and I shared a glance and burst into silent snickers. The teacher introduced himself as Professor Binns to us and promptly pulled out a stack of note cards. As soon as he started reading from them, people lost interest and started doing whatever they pleased, which was mostly sleeping on their desks. Hermione was the only one who actually took notes. Big surprise there. I was actually quite surprised to find that I stayed conscious for the entire class period. Ben's voice droned on and on like, I don't know. It was indescribable. Percy was out within 5 minutes. Typical. When the bell finally rang, everyone surged towards the doorway like rush hour in New York. The Gryffindors headed down several flights of stairs towards the potions classroom. Where is the potions classroom? I asked Hermione. It's in the dungeons, she responded. Professor Snape seems to like the cold. Percy and I shared a glance, having a telepathic conversation that went something like this. Me. Snape kind of reminds me of someone I know. Percy. Same here. Someone who wears a lot of black, has no emotions, and is as cold as an iceberg. Me. Are you thinking what I'm thinking? Percy. Revenge time. We shared a grin. We lined up with all the other Gryffindors on one side of the hallway. On the other side stood the Slytherins. I noticed Nico was standing with that same kid from last night. Logan, was it? Yeah, Logan. They were having an intense discussion about something. Draco was there, too, and I was pleased to note that his jaw was a beautiful assortment of colors. I still wasn't sure why Nico had gotten so angry, but it was satisfying to see the bruise. Snape opened the door to the dungeon room and we walked in, the Slytherins energetic, the Gryffindors. Well, they could have done a bit of a better job. Percy and I picked a table close to the back of the room, somewhat near Nico, who happened to be paired up with a very energetic dark-haired slim boy. Logan and his partner cast them worried looks every so often. The boy was talking animatedly, and Nico looked slightly amused. Settle down, class, Snape said so quietly it almost came out as a hiss. Nico's partner immediately stopped chattering. Percy and I shared another look. Percy grabbed a scrap of paper and looked for something to write with. He searched his pockets for a pen, but he only succeeded in bringing out Anaclosmos. He stuffed that away quickly. The next thing he brought out was a feather. We collapsed into silent laughter. Seriously, you would think that wizards would be a little more advanced than using a bird to write down their ideas. Haven't they ever heard of pens? A dark figure loomed over us. Is there a problem? Snape growled quietly. Percy looked up. Oh, no problem at all. Why do you ask? He said, poker-faced. Unfortunately, I couldn't keep my straight face. I bit my lip as my mouth strained to stay in a straight line. Don't disturb my class again, otherwise you will find yourselves in detention. Wouldn't be the first time, Percy muttered. I kicked his shin. Oh boy, I wouldn't want to get in detention. I brought my fingers up to my temple and shot myself with a finger gun. You're hopeless. Percy pretended to bow. Thank you. I try. I gripped his forearm and sent a shock through him. He made a very unmanly yelp. All right, I'm done. Good, Snape hissed. He turned away and Percy continued his search for a pen. He found one at the bottom of his bag. He scribbled down something in ancient Greek and handed the paper to me. It read, Reasons why Snape could be your brother. 1. You both wear black. 2. You have no sense of humor. 3. You just are no fun at all. 4. When you get angry, it's quite terrifying. 5. Your hair is black. 6. Your eyes are scary. And 7. Revenge. I smiled and folded the paper into an airplane. And I don't mean one of those lousy paper airplanes that mortals make. I'm talking about a full-out model airplane, complete with maneuverable wings for maximum flight potential. I then controlled the air currents and sent the plane floating over to Nico, who caught it suspiciously. He opened it carefully, like it might explode if opened too quickly. We watched his eyes flick over the paper as he read it. Then he looked up at us and mouthed something that I'm not allowed to pass on. Let's just say that Percy's reaction was a low whistle and he's spending too much time around Sissy. Snape put the directions up on the chalkboard with a flick of his stick. Hey, that rhymes, but anyway. I immediately could tell that I couldn't read it. First of all, it was small. Secondly, it was in cursive. Thirdly, it was far away. Percy must have realized that, too, because he quietly walked over to Nico and his partner and looped his arm around Nico's neck. So, Nico, old buddy, old friend. How do you feel about sharing your partner's knowledge with your favorite people, huh? He said in a straight face. Nico scowled and pushed Percy off. "Go find your own friend to translate for you," he muttered. Percy's eyes widened. He walked back to our table as if in a daze. "Let's go ask Hermione to help us," was all he said to me before walking over to Hermione. About halfway through the class, Snape announced that our potions should be emitting a light silver vapor. I looked around. Somebody's was emitting a heavy purple gas. I wondered if that was dangerous. Ron's had green sparks. Harry's had a dark gray vapor. Hermione's, of course, was perfect. I looked over at Percy's. He was scratching his dark messy hair, trying to figure out why his potion wasn't emitting anything. At least mine had a light white mist over it, kind of like a cloud. Something caught my eye. I nudged Percy and pointed at Nico. His face was one of the utmost concentration. His potion had, believe it or not, a light silver vapor emitting from it. His partner's was, too. As we watched, they gave each other a high five. Snape stopped in front of Harry. They talked quietly, then Harry said quite loudly, "I forgot the syrup of hellebore." Snape flicked his stick again, and Harry's potion disappeared. At the end of the class, Snape said, "Everybody bring a sample of your potions up to my desk for grading. After that, you are dismissed." Percy and I brought up samples of our potions, then cleaned up our mess. As soon as the bell rang, Harry was flying out of the classroom. Hermione and Ron exchanged glances and sprinted out of the classroom, too. We walked up to the Great Hall for lunch. Harry wasn't there, but Hermione and Ron were sitting in separate parts of the table, not talking. When Nico and his 3 friends walked past, Percy stood up and stopped Nico. He grabbed Nico's shoulders and shook him. "Who are you, and what have you done with Nico D'Angelo?" Percy cried out. Nico tried to take a step back, but Percy's grip was strong. Percy? What are you doing?" I asked him, trying to get him to take his hands off the son of Hades, who happened to be looking very worried, by the way. Percy turned to me. "Seriously? First, he laughs. Now, he's making friends. And he actually made that potion thing right. What's wrong with this picture?" "I thought about that point," I said, "but he's probably going through another one of his midlife crisis." Nico raised an eyebrow. "Excuse me? Another one of my midlife crisis? I wasn't even aware that I had one before." Percy rolled his eyes. "Dude, it's mentally impossible to go from a happy, energetic, annoyingly hyper 10-year-old to what you've been for the past couple of years in a week. It's just not possible. And that's what you think a midlife crisis is? Have you met my dad?" Percy and I shared a look. Yeah, we said at the same time. Behind Nico, his friends were tense. Behind Percy, Annabeth appeared, eyes stormy. Guys, an argument right now would not be a good idea," she said. "So how about you all go sit down before something bad happens," she suggested. Percy turned around to face his girlfriend. "Maybe you don't understand. Somebody has taken over Nico. He's laughed, made friends, and actually did something right in class," Percy explained, counting off the things on his fingers. "And according to Talia, I'm going through another midlife crisis when I wasn't even aware that I had one in the first place," Nico added. Annabeth's cheeks got pink, and I got the feeling that she was trying really hard not to laugh. "Yeah. You should go sit down before anything happens," she repeated. She grabbed Percy's arm. "Come on, seaweed brain," she said and dragged him back to the Gryffindor table. I looked at Nico one last time, shook my head, and followed them. Nico's friends dragged him over to the Slytherin table. After lunch, we checked our schedules, then followed Ron up to the divination tower. Percy and I were both curious about the divination teacher. How could she read the future if there was only one oracle, and she was back in America wearing a dress and learning how to eat a salad? No offense to Rachel or anything. I got a bad feeling when we reached the trapdoor. It got worse when we discovered that the divination room was an attic, thrift shop hybrid. It seemed like a good home for a monster. Particularly one that was disguised as an old lady. "Welcome, class." Professor Trelawney appeared from behind an overstuffed chair. She looked like an oversized doll that had been terrorized by a demonic child. Sorry, my imagination gets a little wild at times. Harry POVI was kind of happy to see that 2 of the Americans were in divination with me. Maybe Trelawney would lay off her predictions of my death and focus more on them. She welcomed the two Americans, then gasped. She pointed at Jackson. You should have died long ago. Her voice trembled. Jackson raised an eyebrow. My dog could have figured that out, he replied. Talia looked at him incredulously. You have a dog? No, he replied. I was just trying to make a point. Talia nodded, and they turned their attention back to Trelawney. What else have you got? Trelawney turned to Talia. She gasped. My dear, she started, but Talia cut her off. Yeah, I know. I thought you were supposed to tell the future, not the past. Trelawney tried to look dignified in her shawl. She stared right into Talia's startling blue eyes. Talia stared back. Trelawney took a step back. Her eyes got even more glassy than they already were. Free of power and descent, shall venture to the land unprecedented, the angel, the myth, and the fear, as one shall shed the tear, they will choose revenge or family, and hold the fate of the society, only if they work as one, will they retrieve their own, from the land of the father, and the power of the pariah, she said in a raspy voice. Everybody looked scared. The Americans looked especially worried. Trelawney shook her head as if to clear it. This semester, we will be studying dreams. Please take out your copy of Dream Oracle and read the introduction. Then continue in partners to study your dreams. The introduction of the book was extremely boring and long. I could barely keep my eyes open. Instead, I listened to the Americans. You know, I thought this year was supposed to be easy, Talia was saying. Otherwise I wouldn't have listened to Diana. Yeah. That prophecy worries me. I've had too many prophecies in my life. How do they expect three powerful people to work together? Jackson added. You know, it almost sounds like they're talking about the big three. Ah, well, let's not dwell on it. It'll begin at its own good time. Did you just say something? Like, smart? Talia sounded incredulous. Annabeth's smartness tends to rub off on me. Apparently. Okay, what did you dream about last night? There was a silence. I take that back. I don't want to know what you were dreaming about last night, Talia decided. Jackson laughed. After what seemed like eternity, the bell rang. We headed out of the stuffy room on our way to defense against the dark arts. Alec Pav Logan scowled as we ate our lunch. I thought I told you not to talk to those people, he said. Nico smirked slightly. You can't really expect me to not talk to my cousins, can you? He asked. Logan, Patrick, and I exchanged glances. Those are your cousins? Patrick asked incredulously, voicing our thoughts. Nico nodded, then reconsidered his statement. Well, Percy and Talia are. You may have noticed that we have the same dark hair. Annabeth is more of a second niece or something crazy like that. He noticed our faces. You know what, let's just say they're my cousins. It's less confusing that way. He pushed his food around on his plate. So why do you guys hate the Gryffindors so much? Patrick and I looked at Logan for him to explain. They're extremely full of themselves, he answered briefly. But what were you talking about? And why did Chase say an argument really wasn't a good idea? He pressed. Nico shrugged. Percy, Talia, and I. We don't get along very much. Our arguments can get very dangerous. We've put each other at risk of death too many times. And if we got into a fight here, well, let's just say the hospital wing would be really busy. Logan looked thoughtful. We finished our lunch and headed off to History of Magic with the Ravenclaws. When we got there, most of the good seats in the back had been taken. The four of us ended up sitting right in the middle of the classroom. Nico sat in front of the Chase girl. They talked quietly. The bell rang, signaling class had begun, and of course Professor Binns was nowhere in sight. Instead, he floating through the chalkboard like he always does, 5 minutes late. I guess the dead don't really keep track of time. But when he did come, there was a chain reaction. Nico caught sight of the old ghost and his head snapped around to stare at him. Professor Binns, surprised, back up quickly, resulting in tripping over his desk which he should have been able to go through. This caused several people to snicker. Hello, Nico said mildly. Binns scrambled to stand up. Good afternoon, Mr. D'Angelo. I was not informed that you would be in this class, he managed. Well, here I am, Nico replied. Asterisk. Of course, of course. Binns trailed off. He brought out his stack of note cards and began lecturing from them. Out of the corner of my eye, I noticed Nico scribbling something furiously onto a scrap of parchment. He passed it to Chase, who read it and scribbled something back. When Nico read it, he smirked and wrote a reply and gave it back to Chase. This time he received a kick to his chair, courtesy of a certain girl sitting behind him. Class passed slowly, like always. I realized that Nico didn't like to be idle for more than about 30 seconds or so. Chase showed a bit more control, but it was obvious that she didn't like sitting for a long time either. Ooh, look. What's this? Methinks it's a page break. Read it and weep, people. Percy Pav, the four of us demigods, sat in the farthest corner from the desk covered with frilly pink lace. It made us all cringe. Everybody else had their wands out, looking hopeful. We took ours out just for the sake of trying to fit in. I wonder what this class will be about, Annabeth said conversationally. Talia got an evil look. Maybe we'll learn how to defeat Nico. Like where his ticklish spot is. Asterisk. Nico looked at her like she was crazy. I'm not ticklish, he protested. I decided to play along. That's what you think, Nico. But Grover already told me where you were ticklish. I tried not to burst into laughter. Now Nico looked downright confused. Wait, what? I'm not. I don't. When did he tell you that? So you admit it. You are ticklish, Talia proclaimed. Nico shook his head furiously. Who? What? Gah, I'm so confused. At this point, I exploded into laughter. Talia right behind me. Even Annabeth, who had been watching us with mild amusement, laughed. Nico realized we were playing with him and he chuckled. But anyway, Nico regained his composure. If this class really is what it sounds like, then I'm doomed. Talia shook her head sadly. Hate to break it to you, kid, but you were doomed the day you were born. Hey, watch who you're calling kid, Nico warned. I am, Talia replied seriously, and right now, the view's not so great. I stuffed my fist into my mouth to mask my laughter. The next thing I knew, I was on the floor, barely able to breathe from laughter. Annabeth peered over her desk. You okay, seaweed brain? She asked through bouts of laughter. She gave me her hand and pulled me back into my seat. I looked behind me. Talia was slumped over her desk, howling. Nico was repeatedly banging his head against the desk. I walked into that one, didn't I? He asked Annabeth. Annabeth nodded, unable to talk because she was biting her tongue so hard, trying to keep her composure. Hem, a high-pitched voice said. We turned around to see a pink-clad toad. The Aphrodite girls would have a heart attack if they saw her. Good afternoon, class, she said. A couple of people mumbled, good afternoon, back, but apparently that wasn't good enough for Umbridge. Now, when I say, good afternoon, I expect to hear everyone to reply, good afternoon, Professor Umbridge. Now let's try it again. Good afternoon, class, she said in her falsetto voice. Good afternoon, Professor Umbridge, we chanted back. Teachers like these reminded me of everything I hated about school. Wands away, everyone. You won't be needing them in this class, she continued. Please take out a defensive magical theory. Has everybody got a copy? A few people mumbled yes. Tut. That won't do. When I ask you a question, I expect you to reply, yes, Professor Umbridge, or, no, Professor Umbridge. Now, has everyone got a copy? Yes, Professor Umbridge, we said dully. Umbridge grinned widely. That's much better. Now, please turn to Chapter 1, Basics for Beginners. There will be no need to talk. I had already given up in this class. I didn't even bother opening up the book. I glanced at my friends. Annabeth was scowling at page 5. Talia was leaning on her elbow, pretending to be reading the book. 5 minutes passed. Nico had an evil grin forming on his lips. I shuddered. It was common knowledge that when Nico grinned like that, something bad was about to happen. He kicked Annabeth's chair. His hands were cupped around something. Annabeth turned around, annoyed. What? Her eyes seemed to hiss. Don't freak, Nico mouthed. He slowly opened his hands, displaying a skeletal form of a spider. I grabbed Annabeth's hand to keep her from screaming. Nico brought the spider up to his mouth and muttered something to it. Then he set it on the ground. The spider scuttled off. It hesitated when it was near Annabeth, like it really wanted to attack her, but I guess Nico had given it orders because the dead spider continued up to the front classroom, catching the attention of the people it passed. There was silence. Then, "Ah!" Umbridge screeched, so high-pitched that everybody cringed. She swatted at the spider that was crawling up her leg. I glanced back at Nico. His eyes were narrowed in concentration and his finger was flicking in the same directions that the spider was going. "Nico, you're a genius." "Terrifying, but a genius," I told him, who grinned, but kept concentrating on the spider. "Are you trying to kill me?" Annabeth hissed. Nico rolled his eyes. "Relax. I've got it under my control." "But it doesn't have bones," Annabeth reminded him. That was new to me. Since when do spiders not have bones? "It has an extos. Exascal." Nico searched for the word. "Exoskeleton," Annabeth supplied. "Honestly, I would have thought you would know that." Says the girl who didn't know how to spell Cyclops. I put in my 2 cents. Annabeth spun around. "Whose side are you on? And I'm pretty sure you still can't spell Cyclops." I raised my hands in defense. "I'm just sayin', and I know I can't spell it. I'm not the one who acts all smart with exotelkinetic or whatever it is." "Exoskeleton," Nico and Annabeth said together. "Crap," Nico added when Umbridge succeeded in blasting the spider to bits with a funky spell. "But the point is, it's dead, and I can control it. So deal with it." Umbridge sat back down. "Everybody go back to reading," she said. "There is still no need to talk." About 5 minutes later, everybody's eyes were focused on Hermione, who hadn't even opened her book, like me, and had her hand raised. Umbridge ignored her. After a minute or so, Umbridge decided that she couldn't ignore Hermione any longer. "Yes, my dear?" she asked, falsely sweet. "Do you have a question?" Hermione put her hand down. "Yes, I do. I noticed that in your list of goals that there was no mention of using spells." "Using spells?" Umbridge laughed. "I can't imagine any situation that would occur in this classroom in which you would need to use a defensive spell. Are you expecting to be attacked in class?" "We won't be using magic," Ron asked loudly. "In this class, I expect students to raise their hands when they have a question, Mr. Weasley," Ron replied as he thrust his hand into Zeus' domain. "Well, not really, but you get my point." Umbridge smiled and turned her back on him. "Well, that's rude," Talia noted mildly. "Is there something you would like to say, Miss?" Umbridge narrowed her eyes at Talia. Talia replied. "And no, there isn't anything I would like to say." "I wasn't aware that you and Professor Umbridge were already on a first-name basis," Logan snickered. Umbridge somehow didn't hear him. Umbridge turned away. Harry and Hermione both raised their hands. "Yes, Ms. Granger? Would you like to ask something else?" "Yes." Hermione put her hand down. "Isn't the whole point of defense against the dark arts to practice defensive spells?" "Well, Miss Granger, this year you will be learning about defensive spells in a secure, risk-free way." "What's the point in that?" Harry exclaimed. "It's not like we're going to get attacked in a secure, risk-free way." "Hand. Mr. Potter." Umbridge reprimanded him. Harry shoved his hand into the air. Other people had their hands in the air, too. Umbridge looked at Dean. "And your name is?" "Dean Thomas," Dean replied. "Well, Mr. Thomas? It's like what Harry said. If we're going to be attacked, it won't be risk-free." "Are you expecting to be attacked in my class?" Umbridge asked sweetly. "No, but it's always a possibility," Nico commented. Umbridge's eyes snapped towards him. "What was that, Mr. D'Angelo?" Nico shrugged. "I'm just keeping an open mind over here, don't mind me." "Nico the pessimist," Talia muttered. "Actually, no, that's our wonderful cousin Percy," Nico said. "Mr. D'Angelo, I am aware that you are new here, but I assure you that all the same rules apply to you as well. Please raise your hand." Nico raised his hand. Umbridge ignored him. "I do not wish to criticize the way things have been in this school," she said. An unconvincing smile stretched across her face, "but you have been exposed to some very irresponsible wizards in this class, not to mention," she gave a little laugh, "extremely dangerous half-breeds." Annabeth stood up. She considered Chiron her adoptive father. "Not to mention we were all dangerous half-breeds." Emphasis on dangerous. "I beg your pardon, Sit down, and when you have a question, raise your hand, Umbridge exclaimed. Annabeth's hand shot up. As I was saying, you have been frightened into thinking that you are likely to meet dark attacks every other day. No, we haven't, Hermione began. Hand, Miss Granger. Hermione put her hand up yet again. Talia leaned in to whisper in my ear. I feel like this is that game where you flip over a cards and two other cards flip over. But in this case it's with hands. This is ridiculous. I'm sure that if you study the theory hard enough, you will be prepared enough for the practical part of the owl exam. There is no reason why you should not be able to perform the spells under a carefully controlled environment. And what good will the theory be in the real world? Harry exclaimed, fist in the air. Mr. Potter, this is school. This is not the real world. And I assure you there is nothing out there waiting for you, Umbridge said softly. Don't be too sure. Talia, Nico, Annabeth, and I said as one. Umbridge glared at us. I'm not sure about what your old school taught you. Our old school taught us how to be able to defend ourselves for when we go out into the real world, Annabeth countered. Who could possibly want to attack children like yourselves? Oh, I don't know. Maybe Lord Voldemort, Harry said in a mock thoughtful voice. The reaction was instantaneous. Several people screamed. One person fell off his seat. Umbridge smiled at Harry. 10 points from Gryffindor, Mr. Potter. Now class, you have been told that a certain wizard has returned from the dead. He wasn't dead, but yeah, he's returned, Harry said angrily. As I was saying, Umbridge continued without sparing Harry a glance, this is a lie. It is not a lie, Harry shouted. I saw him, I fought him. Detention, Mr. Potter, Umbridge said triumphantly. Tomorrow evening, 5 o'clock, my office. I stood up angrily. This is ridiculous. I don't know about over here, but in America, we have the freedom of speech. Perhaps so, but I am sure that you also have to respect your teachers. Mr. Potter clearly hasn't respected me with that oh-so-rude outburst of lies. Umbridge gave me a teeny smile. They're not lies. Harry stood up again. Umbridge turned to him. Mr. Potter, come up here. Harry complied, albeit reluctantly. Umbridge found a piece of pink paper and wrote something down. She gave him the letter. Take this to Professor McGonagall. Harry stormed out of the room. Annabeth yanked me back into my seat. Don't even think about arguing with her. You don't want to be kicked out of here before we complete our quest, do you? There was complete silence for the rest of the class. When the bell rang, everyone rushed out of the class. Well, that was interesting, Talia noted. Percy Pov. Do you guys want to go outside to do our homework? I asked my demigodly friends. They exchanged a glance and shrugged. Sure, why not? Annabeth said. We walked out the front doors. The sun shone fiercely on us. It was pleasantly warm. We made our way down to the lake, passing several other students on the way. We sat down on the grass below a large tree. Annabeth cracked open the books immediately. I decided to wait a bit and soak up a little sun first. So how was you guys' electives? Talia asked, trying to make conversation. Annabeth glanced up from her charms book. She shrugged. Muggle studies is all right, I guess. A little boring. Why would you take Muggle studies? I asked her. You live like a Muggle. Shut up, she growled. I smirked, knowing I had won. What about you, Nico? Nico's dark eyes flicked over to her. Ancient runes is a joke. Now that makes sense, I said. You are technically learning something while not having to work hard. And it sounds way more interesting than Muggle studies. Annabeth didn't say anything. Percy and I had divination, Talia said. Annabeth looked up, interested. Really? What was it like? Talia leaned back on her elbows and stared at the bright blue sky. Well, the teacher's a fraud. She focused on the past, saying that Percy should have died long ago, and she noticed that I already had died. Not very good at predicting stuff. She frowned. But when I asked her to tell us something about the future, she spoke a prophecy. That caught the attention of Nico and Annabeth. They both sat up straight. What? Annabeth asked. How could she? There's only one oracle. And only one augur. How could she speak a prophecy? I shrugged. Beats me. All I know is that it sounded pretty real to me. Not something that Mars would come up with. And when she spoke it, She went into this trance sort of thing. She had no recollection of it at all. What was it? Nico inquired, eyebrows scrunched up. 3 of power and descent, shall venture to the land unprecedented, the angel, the myth, and the fear, as one shall shed the tear. They will choose revenge or family, and hold the fate of the society. Only if they work as one, will they retrieve their own, from the land of the father, and the power of the pariah, Talia recited. Well, someone has been thinking about it a lot. Well, that sounds dark, Nico commented. When does a prophecy not sound dark? Talia rolled her eyes. Nico was about to retort, when he noticed something behind me. He paled a little. Oh, sticks, he muttered. If anyone asks, I wasn't here, he said. Then he dissolved into a shadow, leaving the 3 of us very confused. I turned around and noticed, lo and behold, Nico's friends walking towards us. I recognized Logan and the boy who Nico had worked with during potions, but I still didn't know his name. The third kid, the tall one, I had seen once or twice. As far as I knew, they weren't friends with Draco Malfoy. All the better for us. Maybe we could make some allies in the Slytherin department. Hey, Logan said, but he didn't seem very happy about it. Have you seen, Nico at all? His words seemed forced, like it was killing him to talk to us. I remembered what Nico had told us. If anyone asks, I wasn't here. Obviously, Nico's friends weren't happy about Nico being friendly with the big, bad Gryffindors. Not since Defense Against the Dark Arts, I told him, hoping my eyes didn't lie. I've been told, cough Annabeth cough, that I'm terrible at lying. Hey, blame my mother for raising me to be an honest person. Why? I asked, turning the spotlight onto him. Logan narrowed his eyes. We can't seem to find him. I shrugged. He's probably in your room or something. He prefers quietness. The tall kid kicked at the ground. That means we should probably leave Alec behind, he joked. The other kid put his hands on his hips and made one of those girly, sounds. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw Talia turn away to face Annabeth. Judging by Annabeth's facial expression, Talia must have looked hilarious. Okay, thank you, Logan replied stiffly. Let's go, guys. The trio walked off, heading back towards the castle. I noticed a very angry-looking Harry Potter storm out the front doors and make his way over to us. I glanced up to him. Hey, I said mildly. Hello, Harry said angrily. His hands were in fists and his jaw was clenched. Something was bothering him. What put a twist in your toga? I asked him. He glared at the sparkling waters of the lake as he sat down next to us. McGonagall did nothing. Absolutely nothing. I have to go to detention with Umbridge for the rest of the week. He groaned. Who knows what she'll make me do? Probably something old school, Talia offered, helpfully. Something excruciatingly tedious and difficult. You're not helping, Talia, Annabeth chided. Talia looked at her like she was crazy. I wasn't trying to help. Harry cleared his throat. Right. I should go find Ron and Hermione. We told him bye and watched him stalk off. La 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 la. That night, the 4 of us met outside the Gryffindor common room. We had made arrangements to explore the room Dumbledore had explained to us. He had called it the Room of Requirement. Apparently it could change to suit whatever your needs were, hence the requirement part of the name. We had permission to use it for training purposes throughout the year. We just had to get in. Annabeth arrived quietly, freaking me out by covering my eyes with her hands. Nico ghosted up to us, using the shadows as coverage from the roaming teachers. His sword was belted around his waist, and he looked much more comfortable than when he wasn't wearing it. Annabeth had her knife strapped to her thigh. Ready? Annabeth whispered. We nodded and headed for the 7th floor. I hate these stairs, Talia grumbled quietly when they began to change on us. She received some odd looks from Annabeth and Nico because they didn't know of her fear of heights. She still hadn't told them. I actually suspected that they had figured it out, but pretended they hadn't. We made it to the 3rd corridor, and studied the directions Nico had been given with a few extra weapons. Walk past the wall 3 times, thinking about what you need, Annabeth mumbled. She looked up at us. Well, let's walk. We followed my girlfriend's orders, feeling like idiots. Talia's eyes were scrunched up. Nico kept glancing at the wall. and Annabeth kept mumbling what she needed. We all stopped at the same time and spun to face the bare wall. Well, it wasn't bare anymore. There was a plain wooden door in the stone, looking very nonchalant. We glanced at each other, shrugged, and surged towards the door. Talia wrenched the door open, and we flew in. Let me put this simply. The room of requirement should be called the room of awesomeness. I felt like I had just walked into the training center in Hunger Games. Everything was shiny and new. A large assortment of weapons lined the far wall, along with 4 sets of armor, 2 of which were made of black leather. The floor was slightly squishy so crash landing wouldn't hurt so much. A spherical rock wall took center stage. And if you looked up, the air was interrupted by pieces of metal crisscrossing, creating an obstacle course in the air. There were even fitness machines in a corner. Dummies were constructed in various parts of the room. The room itself was incredibly large. I had no idea how this would fit into a wall, but I wasn't asking questions. This is sick, Talia breathed. I nodded, too impressed to speak. Well? Annabeth demanded. What are you guys waiting for? Let's begin. We naturally split off into 2 groups, Annabeth and me, Talia and Nico. Talia and Nico went off to do something, while Annabeth drew her knife. I uncapped Riptide. Ready? She asked, crouching in a defensive position. Go, I said. We circled each other a few times, waiting for the other person to go first. Finally, Annabeth darted in to stab at me. There was a clang and a swish while I deflected her knife with Riptide. I went in for a side stroke, but she jumped back, out of harm's way. Continuing my momentum, I witched my sword's direction and chopped at her feet, but Annabeth jumped over my sword gracefully, landing close enough to potentially stab me right in the heart. Our sparring continued for a while, both of us trying to get the upper hand, but neither of us being able to achieve it. It ended with my sword pointed at her throat and her knife lightly touched my heart. Both of us were breathing heavily, and Annabeth's face was shiny from sweat. We looked at each other and broke into laughter. We lowered our weapons. I lightly keyed Annabeth's forehead, but quickly recoiled. Blah! I exclaimed. Sweat tastes disgusting. Annabeth arched an eyebrow at me. You know, a majority of girls would take offense to that, she told me. I smiled. You aren't like most girls though, I replied. She rolled her eyes. Come on, let's go find the other 2. We looked around the room for a minute or so before finding Talia and Nico in an area full of blocks. It looked like some giant baby had been playing with building blocks and they had tumbled into random positions. As we watched, Talia leapt from one block to another, ran up the side of a wall and flipped, then swung around a set of bars like a monkey. Nico watched in fascination. Hey, I called to Talia, who paused, sitting on a giant block. Whatcha doing? Demonstrating to Nico free running, she replied. Ever tried it? No, beeps for you. We watched her a bit longer, then decided to call it a night. Nico discovered a door, which led to a bathroom with showers. We quickly cleaned up before grabbing our lethal accessories and heading out the door. We went back the way we came, keeping our eyes peeled for teachers. The occasional ghost stared at us, but quickly flew off when Nico glared at them. We were on the 3rd floor when Annabeth, who had been in the lead, froze. Well, what do we have here, EH? A voice sneered. Students out of bed. A man stepped into the light of a burning torch, and lo and behold, Filch the caretaker stood right in front of us, staring at Annabeth's knife gleaming in the torch's light. Annabeth Pav, I swallowed nervously as Filch glanced at my knife. Crap. Filch grinned evilly. Well, what have we got here? I felt everyone else's glances. Why do they always rely on me to get them out of sticky, stupid situations? Oh right, because I'm the only one with a head on her shoulders. Okay. Think. Oh. I snapped my fingers in front of me. You don't see us. You never saw us. You are going to walk away now, I ordered, hoping to Athena that the mist would kick in. Filch laughed. I could practically hear Percy swallow. Wise one? Something tells me the mist doesn't affect him, Nico said carefully. Oh, you figured that out all by yourself, did you? I replied sarcastically. Filch cackled. Oh, Dolores will be happy that I found you. Students out of bed, come with me. We'll figure out a proper punishment for you. He turned, and I quickly hid my knife before following him, with my friends trailing behind me. We walked down several corridors and stairwells, down a dark and dank hallway, into a room full, and when I say full I mean full of file cabinets. Now stay here while I go get teacher. I'm locking you in. Don't try any funny business, I've got Mrs. Norris on the case, Filch told us. We waited until we heard the audible click of the door locking, and the footsteps fading away before chaos broke out. I rounded onto the others. Way to help me back there. I'm not the only person who can sort stuff out, you know. My boyfriend cocked an eyebrow. Excuse me, but I'm pretty sure you're the smart one here. I glared at him. Oh, so now it's my fault? Was he not looking at your knife? How do you know he wasn't looking at Nico's sword? It's not exactly inconspicuous. Nico turned to me. Why is it suddenly my fault? I rolled my eyes. Oh, maybe it's because you're the one with the big, black sword. Well, he could have just as easily noticed Talia's glowing silver aura. Sparks flew off Talia's fingertips. Don't bring me into this, D'Angelo, she threatened. Maybe I will, Sparkles, Nico retorted. Guys, we are not getting into the name game, Percy tried to intervene. Well, whose idea was it to go to the room of requirement in the first place? Talia asked. Nico, I replied. Nico raised his hands in self-defense. I only told you where it was. We didn't have to go at all. Or maybe if Talia hadn't been showing off so much, we would have gotten out of there earlier and then we wouldn't have been caught. Or maybe we could have rescued Zeus's bolt before it got stolen, I said. What's that supposed to mean? I think you know what it's supposed to mean. And maybe I do. But is it that hard to say it out loud? Is Annabeth scared? Nico, you're making no sense. Neither are you. How are you supposed to retrieve something before it goes missing? It's a metaphor. I know what it is. It's a crappy one, at that. Are you insulting my intelligence? Talia mock gasped. Intelligence? What intelligence? I rounded on her. Oh, you're asking for it. That's when all Hades broke loose. I'm not really sure what happened, but I remember a major shouting fest. I also distinctly remember Talia setting fire to some papers on Filch's desk. None of us noticed the two adults standing in the doorway. Enough. Umbridge's voice resounded through the room, obviously magnified to be audible above us. We froze, Talia aiming one last kick at Percy's shins before turning to the professor. Umbridge smiled sweetly at us. Mr. Filch has informed me of the situation. Students out of bed, causing havoc in the hallways. Tut, tut. I opened my mouth to protest that we hadn't been causing a single disturbance, but I didn't get a chance before Umbridge continued on. I'm sure that must result in a punishment. I also believe that punishment would require the assent of the heads of the houses in which the students belong, another voice said. We glanced at the doorway. Professor McGonagall, Professor Snape, and Professor Flitwick stood there, looking very angry. Umbridge sniffed. This does not concern you. Snape intervened. Actually, seeing as they're our students, it does concern us. Something indiscernible crossed Umbridge's face. All right, then. What do you propose as a good punishment for these students breaking the rules? On their first day, might I add. Well, seeing as it's their first offense, and they were only out past curfew, I don't think anything harsh will be necessary, Flitwick squeaked. Filch growled. Maybe you are not aware, but these students were carrying weapons. Knives and swords. I bit my lip as I felt the glares of the three teachers burn into me. We were dead. Even if Umbridge and Filch didn't kill us, McGonagall and Snape would. McGonagall came to the rescue. I don't see any weapons on them right now. Filch turned to stare at us. They probably hid them somewhere. Search the room. Search them, he cried. Nico cleared his throat. Excuse me, but even if we did have weapons, why would we hide them in here? Then we'd have to come back and get them, or you might find them and confiscate them in this filing cabinet. What was it called? Highly dangerous objects. Talia shook her head. Weak, she muttered, referring to Nico's argument. Nico turned to her. Excuse me? He spat, eyes on fire. I said your argument is weak. I could have done better. Oh, could you have? Well, why don't you try? Maybe I will. Guys, I intervened with a weary voice. I turned back to the teachers. Look, if you want to search us, by all means. You are not going to find any weapons on us. The members of Dumbledore's army exchanged glances. Meanwhile, Umbridge pulled out her wand. Accio weapons! She cried, swishing her wand at us. In the background, Percy snickered. Without looking at him, I stomped on his foot. That shut him up. Nothing happened. I tried to suppress a smirk. All of the adults looked dumbfounded. Umbridge's smirk had been wiped right off her face. She tried the spell again. Again nothing happened. I have to say, you gotta love magic. Especially when it works against other magic. So now that we have proved that the students are not carrying weapons, I suppose we should return to the real matter at hand. Professor McGonagall recovered from her slight shock. But I saw them. They had weapons, I tell you, Filch protested. Well, they clearly don't now. So unless they disposed of them on their trip to your office, they never had them in the first place. Well, they should still be punished for breaking the rules, Umbridge said. I agree, Filch added. Perhaps detention with me. Harry Potter is already busy for the rest of the week. I'm sure he'd love some company. I don't think putting all of them together is a very good idea, Snape interposed. Who knows what they would get up to? Perhaps we should have them do something productive, Flitwick suggested. What do you propose? McGonagall asked. We could have them clean the trophy room. I think they should experience the traditional punishment, Umbridge said in a falsely sweet voice. McGonagall glared at Umbridge. I hope you don't mean what I'm thinking of. That punishment was outlawed years ago. Percy and I exchanged glances. Umbridge gave a high-pitched laugh. What harm has writing lines ever done for anyone? If anything, it should teach them obedience. McGonagall relaxed slightly. All right then, they will do lines. Are we all in agreement? The other teachers nodded, albeit reluctantly. When should they serve their punishment? I'm available on Saturday, Snape offered. McGonagall sent him a glance. All right, she said. You four will report to Professor Snape's office on Saturday at 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Do not be late. Percy Pav, we were escorted back to our respective houses, but not after being thoroughly reprimanded by Professor McGonagall. She went on about how we nearly blew our cover, and how we had to try harder if we wanted to remain unnoticed. Her fierce voice gave me the beginning of a massive headache. When we reached our dorm rooms, Talia made her way up to the girls' rooms, while I climbed the spiral staircase that led to the boys' rooms. I crept into my bed, trying to avoid waking up my fellow dorm mates. I closed my eyes. Almost immediately, sleep caught up with me. However, it was followed by the ever-present demigod dreams. I stood on a small hill. The air was cool with a bite of a sharp bite to it. The only source of light was the moon, which was nearly a non-existent crescent hanging low in the sky. A few stars sparkled, but they were dimmed, like someone covered them with paper. The sky itself was a pretty inky blue, signifying it was late at night. Gusts of wind blew my hair out of my face. I tried to see, but the darkness was as thick as paint. Hello? I shouted. I took a step to the left and smacked my shin against something hard. I bent down, trying to distinguish what it was. It had the shape and feel of a gravestone. A pinprick of yellow light appeared in the distance. I watched it as it slowly grew larger. The light threw a dark figure into a shadowy relief. The said person threw its hood of the cloak off, revealing a young woman with olive skin and dark hair. She looked familiar, for some reason. Her eyebrows rose in cold arches, giving her the appearance of believing she was superior to others. The woman's face was oval-shaped, with full lips and rather large eyes. She carried a lantern, hence the light source, in one hand, and held a wand in the other. The wind blew, throwing her hair into disarray. Leah! She cried out, turning in the wind. Her voice was lost quickly, ripped away from her and carried away into the distance. Leah, where are you? A moment or so later, the air around us thickened before spitting out another cloaked figure. I knew that type of travel for wizards was called apparating. I assumed this new character was Leah. My suspicions were confirmed when the first witch let loose a Leah. Leah pulled down her hood, revealing similar features to the other one, making me wonder if they were sisters. Leah was younger looking, but sadder. Her clothes didn't fit her properly, as if she had lost weight and hadn't bought new clothes. Leah's mouth was turned down and her hair was pulled back in a fancy bun. Leah turned to the other girl. She smiled sadly. "Good evening, Elizabeth," she said formally. There was a pause, then the two women gave in and embraced each other. "I've missed you so much," Elizabeth murmured quietly, but I could hear her from where I was standing. They separated and Leah asked a question. "Why did you call for me?" she inquired. Elizabeth looked at the ground. "I wanted to see you before you left for America," she admitted. "And I couldn't talk to you at home, so I chose here. Do you remember this place?" Leah looked around. Despite the darkness, she seemed to recognize its features. "This is the Potter's Field, next to the cemetery. We used to play here as children." Elizabeth nodded. "We played hide and seek behind the gravestones, and when we got older, Daddy put up the swing in the cherry tree for us." Leah smiled, remembering the memories. "And we would collect wildflowers and put them on the graves. And then you started bringing William here." Her voice suddenly became cold, and I wondered who William was. She turned away from her sister. "Leah," Elizabeth protested. "I'm sorry. I wanted to invite you to the wedding, but Daddy wouldn't let me." Leah shook her head. "Beth, I don't care about the wedding. I'm happy that you got him. You're happy now. I'll find someone when I go to America. Besides, I hear there are many new inventions over there. Did you hear about the Wright brothers?" Elizabeth grabbed her sister's arm. "Don't make me the bad person here." "What can I say? You won. Father won. Mother won. I made a bad choice. This place is no longer home. Not where my family ridicules me for falling for him. Not where he stole my heart and left me as the laughing stock of the town. I can't stay here. Father made it clear he never wants to see me again, either." Elizabeth had tears streaming down her face. "Please. Just say that you were wrong. Say that those things you said weren't true. We can be a family again." Leah shook her head. "I can't lie. It is true, and you know that. And I was a fool to think that I could win over the heart of a god." Elizabeth sobbed. "No, please, just say it's not true." Leah's breath caught. "I'm sorry. I can't." She looked around. Then she reached to her neck and took off a locket. My dream self zoomed in on it, and I saw a symbol that I didn't recognize carved into the front. Leah placed it into Elizabeth's hand and closed the hand over it. "Goodbye, Elizabeth. Don't forget me." Leah began to disappear, and the scene faded away with her. I then found myself in a small apartment. It was mostly empty, save for a couple of tables and a chair. I walked through a doorway into another room. I stepped on something and looked down. The wooden floor was covered in expensive jewels. Rubies, emeralds, diamonds, gold nuggets, sapphires. A broken vase laid on the ground in the corner of the room. Suddenly I knew where I was. It was like somebody had whispered it into my ear. This was Hazel's old apartment in New Orleans after she moved to Alaska. I walked into a different room. I noticed a picture frame lying face down on the ground. I picked it up. The picture looked old, like it had been taken years ago. The edges were worn and yellowed. The photo was no bigger than wallet size. It was a wedding photo. I recognized the woman as an older, more worn replica of Leah. She seemed happier in the picture, but her eyes looked into the distance like she was thinking about someone else. The man gazed at Leah with adoration. He was African American. I slipped the picture out of the frame to see if I could find the name of the man on the back. I flipped it over. There was writing, but it was in fancy cursive, so it took me a while to decipher it. Emmerich Levesque and Liliana Ashe, happily wed on June 14, 1906. "Percy," a voice called out. I looked around, slipping the photo into my pocket. Hazel stood in the doorway. "Percy," she said again. "Hazel?" I asked, confused. "Percy?" she said more insistently. "What?" Suddenly her voice changed. "Perseus Jackson, if you don't wake up right this minute, I will personally make sure you never wake up again." I opened my eyes to see an angry Talia glaring down at me. She noticed my opened eyes. "Good. You're awake." "Yes, I'm awake," I grumbled. "It's Wednesday morning, and you slept in. Classes start in 15 minutes, so get up." She left. I groaned as I stood up. As I was getting change, there was a crinkling sound from my pants pocket. I frowned and reached into it, pulling out a piece of paper. It was the photograph from my dream. Freaked out, I got changed as fast as I could and made my way to my first class of the day. Nico Pa of the morning went by fairly quickly, and before I knew it, it was lunch. I passed by the Gryffindor table. Percy looked at me and opened his mouth as if he were about to proclaim Armageddon, but then he shut it and I continued on my way. Lunch was delicious, as usual. We talked about random things. I'm really making my life seem so interesting, aren't I? Sorry about that. Anyway, our last class was Dada, again. I grinned as I thought about what I had planned for the class. I walked through the mass of students leaving the Great Hall for their classes. Patrick was off trying to impress some girl he'd apparently had a crush on since second year. Alec looped an arm around me as we walked and Logan sent us a slightly concerned look. Hey, where were you last night? Alec said, like the thought had just occurred to him. Sticks. My brain went on fast forward as I tried to come up with a suitable excuse. Logan raised an eyebrow at me. I went for a walk, I replied hastily. After curfew, Logan pointed out. I nodded convincingly. Yeah. Sometimes I can't sleep so I take a walk. I was saved from trying to convince Logan where I'd been by Percy interrupting us. Nico, we need to talk. He pulled me the rest of the way to the classroom, leaving behind the Slytherins. He pulled me into a seat and opened his mouth. Okay, so last night I had this dream. There were these two women, and... Hem. That voice was really starting to annoy me. Good afternoon, class. Good afternoon, Professor Umbridge, the class replied dully. Umbridge grinned. See? That wasn't too hard today, was it? Nobody answered her. Now, class, must I remind you? When I ask you a question, either you reply yes, Professor Umbridge, or no, Professor Umbridge. Now, that wasn't very hard, was it? No, Professor Umbridge, we all answered. I glanced at Talia, who had said it with so much sarcasm it was practically gushing red. She grinned back at me. Now, Umbridge continued, today you will take out your books and read chapter 2. There will be no need to talk. She sat down at her desk as the students sighed and reluctantly took out their books. About 10 minutes into class, I decided it was time to have a bit amusement. I used my Son of Hades powers to summon a mouse skeleton. I attracted the attention of Talia, Percy, and Annabeth and displayed it to them. Percy grinned. I bent over and let the mouse loose. It turned around a couple of times, getting its bearings. I directed it in the direction of Umbridge's desk. It scampered through the classroom, circling around chairs and desk legs. It wasn't long before the entire class was watching the dead mouse make its way to the front of the class. I made it squeak when it reached Umbridge's feet. Umbridge looked down and let out a little scream. The class roared with laughter. I directed the mouse to annoy Umbridge, clawing at the hem of her robes, darting around, and altogether causing much frustration from the authoritarian woman. Annabeth nudged me. Are you planning on doing this every class? She hissed. I nodded. Yup. Annabeth rolled her eyes and sat back in her seat. The rest of the class was spent basically goofing around. Umbridge thought she had restored order after making my mouse disintegrate, but while she wasn't looking, people were causing mayhem. Paper airplanes were being magically flown across the room. Quiet conversations took place with the person next to you. The bell finally rang, and everyone nearly leapt out of their seats. Annabeth and I joined Percy, Talia, Harry, Hermione, and Ron as we headed outside. Hermione was scolding Harry about procrastinating with homework even though it was only the first week of school. Ron was happily munching on an apple. Somehow, Ron and Harry got into a discussion about Quidditch tryouts. Harry turned to Percy. Hey, Percy, are you going to try out for the team? He asked. One look between the 4 demigods was all it took for us to burst into laughter. Really, Percy flying around on a broomstick a couple hundred feet in the air. You want Percy Jackson to fly? Don't make me laugh, Talia gasped, doubled over. Ron was frowning. I don't get it, he said. Annabeth snorted. Let's just say he'd probably spend the next 10 years of his life in a hospital bed. Harry nodded knowingly. I tend to spend a lot of time in the hospital wing too. He obviously didn't understand why Percy wouldn't see the light of the next day. What about you, Talia? That made Percy collapse into more laughter. I threw an arm around Talia. Actually, I think you'd be perfect for the team. Since your dad was all, into air sports and stuff. Talia threw my arm off. What did you just say? She spat. Percy straightened up. Yes, I think I'd like to see that too, giving Talia a sly look. Talia glared spectacularly at Percy. Right now, I really want to gut you with my knife, slowly and painfully so I can laugh at your screams and then feed your entrails to my wolves, she said slowly and menacingly. Percy backed up. Hey, I didn't say anything. I frowned at him. Anything about what? Percy's eyes darted from a very angry Talia, to 3 very confused wizards, to a very thoughtful Annabeth, to me. Anything about? Nothing, was Percy's reply to my question. I threw my hands up in the air. Well, that's helpful. It's not supposed to be, genius, Talia snapped at me. Whoa, breathe there, pinecone face, Percy tried to intervene. You know what I want to see? I want to see Nico trying out for the team. Talia got a strange glint in her eye. I backed up. No way. Nah. You're crazy. Wow. Because every girl wants to be called crazy. That makes me feel so good. Why would you care? You're not like most girls, I pointed out. You're not helping the cause, Nico, Annabeth said wearily. Talia crossed her arms. Tell you what. I'll make you a deal. I won't kill you either of you for insulting me if Nico tries out for the team. Sadly, I didn't really have a choice. When Talia makes a threat, she follows through with it. All right, I agreed. As long as you swear on the sticks. Talia rolled her eyes. I swear on the sticks. I nodded. You've got a deal. We glared at each other for a little bit longer. There was a silence that Ron broke with, so, who wants to go to dinner? Percy Pav. I had been dreading this day since Nico made that deal with Talia after classes. At least I wasn't trying out, but it was almost just as bad thinking about how I would have to watch Nico fail miserably and probably spend the next month in the hospital wing. Not exactly how I want to spend my Friday. But nonetheless, Talia, Annabeth, and I made our way down to the Quidditch field to watch the Slytherin tryouts. Nico had gone ahead to get some flying tips from his BFFL, Logan. We climbed into the stands, staying at the lowest row, in case we had to give Nico medical help. Which was altogether too possible. Nico is going to kill you after this, I muttered to Talia. Talia grinned evilly. I know. We fell silent as the original Slytherin team flew out on their broomsticks. They were soon followed by hopeful-looking students. And in the back, gripping onto his broomstick very tightly, was a very green-looking son of Hades. Talia grinned and propped her legs up on the railing. Even from here, the 3 of us could see Nico flip her off. A whistle blew, and the students closed in on Malfoy. They conversed for a minute, then parted ways. They separated into groups, depending on positions on the team. Nico was with the chasers. One of the captains opened the crate and released the balls, save for the snitch. Everyone sprang into action. There was a movement next to me. I turned to see Logan and his 2 friends sitting down in a nearby row. There were some other students scattered throughout the stands. Logan himself looked rather worried. No doubt as was the fact that Nico had never flown on a broomstick in his life, and he was up against people like Crabbe and Goyle. I turned back to the tryouts. Needless to say, Nico wasn't doing too well. Suddenly, the sky crackled with lightning. We looked up. The once blue sky was now covered in dark, ominous clouds. I think Nico should get out of the sky, Annabeth said worriedly. Nah, he's fine, Talia replied. Not long after, Nico passed in front of us. He stopped for a moment. I'm going to kill you if I survive this, he directed to Talia. Talia appeared unperturbed. Lightning crackled again and the skies opened up to reveal torrential rain. The wind began to pick up. With a small cry, Nico's broomstick carried him away. Lightning struck a nearby post. I turned away. I can't watch, I said, deciding to look at Talia instead. That's when I noticed Talia gripping her mace canister. Her face was tight, not with worry, but with concentration. Suddenly I understood. Are you crazy? I shouted at her. Do you have a death wish? Depends on if he survives. Then I'll worry about the consequences. Annabeth turned to her best friend. Excuse me? She raised an eyebrow. Hey Annabeth, can you go yell at Nico to get out of the sky before Talia electrocutes him? What? Just go. As soon as Annabeth had left, I pounced on Talia, knocking her disguised weapon out of her hands. Talia glared at me. "Oh, you did not." "Oh, yes I did. It is on. Bring it." Thunder boomed and Talia sent a punch towards my face. I blocked it and sent one her way. She dodged and put a hand on the metal railing. I understood right before it happened. I jumped over the rail and free fell. Behind me, lightning struck the railing, making the entire stadium electrically charged. I prayed that the ground was muddy. Concentrating on the water in the mud, I focused on bringing it together, creating an elastic surface. I used the water like a trampoline, and landed back on the stadium flooring. Talia was waiting for me, glaring at me through water-soaked hair. I realized that I had to let myself get wet, otherwise the wizards would get suspicious. "You always have to ruin everything, Jackson," she said, sending me her death glare. "Ruin everything? You were trying to kill him." Talia rolled her eyes. "No, I wasn't. I promised I wouldn't, remember? I was just fooling around with him. By terrifying him out of his mind." "Oh, yeah, great tactics." "Oh, please. Like we don't fight all the time." "But that was unprovoked," I protested. "Oh, yeah? Well, you attacking me was unprovoked. What, you expect me to ask you to just hand over your most lethal weapon?" "No," I groaned. "This is getting nowhere." The rain started to fall even harder, mixed in with some hail. Why is life against me? Talia made a thoughtful face. "Probably because you were supposed to die years ago." "Ah, thanks. That thought just makes me feel warm and fuzzy inside," I replied sarcastically. "It wasn't supposed to," she deadpanned. "Well, good. 'Cause it's not working." "Gah." Talia exploded. "You're just so." I mock bowed. "Well, thank you very much. I love it when people describe me with non-existent words." "Yo. Talia and Percy Jackson. Shut up and get your asses down here," Annabeth shouted over our argument. We looked down. She was standing next to Nico, who was lying on the ground. We shared a glance, then got our asses down there. If there was one thing more terrifying than an angry Annabeth, it was an impatient, angry Annabeth. When we got down to the ground, Annabeth was waiting, tapping her foot on the wet ground. Nico was holding his arm close to his chest. "What happened?" I asked. "Nico has some difficulty landing," she replied tartly. Nico closed his eyes. "I'm wet, tired, in pain, and half of the Slytherin house is looking at us like we're aliens. I hate you so much, Talia." We looked around. Several sopping wet students were staring at us in horror. "Annabeth, can you hand me my broomstick?" Nico groaned. Talia and I turned back to him. "Why?" A loud smack, followed by a second smack, and severe pain in my head answered my question. Nico was holding his broomstick in his hands like a baseball hat. I finally found a good use for this god's damned torture device from hell. Nico Pov. After taking a very long shower, I met up with Percy in the library. Yes. The library, of all places. I wonder about that child sometimes. Percy was sitting at a small study table next to the restricted section. I slid into the seat across from him. "What's up?" I glared at him. I still wasn't ready to forgive him for the whole tryout thing. Although he did try to save my life. I guess that deserves some credit. "Okay. So, I had this dream a couple of nights ago, then I forgot to ask you about it, then I remembered." I raised an eyebrow. "So, it starts in this cemetery, and there are these two women. I'm pretty positive they were witches. Anyway, they were arguing. One was named Leah, I think, and she said something about winning over the heart of a god. Then the scene changed and I was in Hazel's apartment back in New Orleans. And I found this picture." He pulled out a worn photograph and handed it to me. I looked at it. It was a wedding photo. On the back, it listed the names of the couple. Emmerich Levesque and Liliana Ashe. These were probably Hazel's grandparents. Percy nodded. "I figured it was something like that. But I don't understand why I had that dream, or why I found the photo in my pocket when I woke up." I frowned thoughtfully. "I would assume that a god wanted to tell you something. Was there anything else from the dream?" "They mentioned a man named William. I think the sister, Elizabeth, married him. Maybe they wanted you to trace the genealogy, or something." Are there any books on genealogy here? Probably, I replied, looking around. But you said Liliana moved to America? Percy nodded. Usually when people moved to America back then, they changed their names. So unless we know her original surname, I doubt any searching will have answers. Could you ask any of your soulmates? Percy smirked a little. I gave him a look. You know, Logan and his buddies. I rolled my eyes. I can ask them, yes. Great, Percy exclaimed, standing up. Now let's get out of here. Libraries make me claustrophobic. Then why'd you pick a library to have a top-secret discussion? 'Cause it's top secret, duh. We exited the library and took a right. It wasn't long before we were lost. Damn these ancient castles. Perce. Do you have any idea where we're going? Not really. Great. We took another right, and nearly crashed into Harry. A couple of, excuse me, S later, we sorted ourselves out and continued on our respective ways. It wasn't until we reached a dead end when I realized we could have asked Harry for directions. Percy, we're stupid, I told him. I never thought I'd hear you call yourself stupid. Okay. I take that back. You are stupid, and I was just momentarily pulled into your trap of stupidity. Well, that makes me feel so much better. Percy sent me a sidelong look. Well, it makes me feel better. I don't care about you. Percy was about to reply, when we heard a hoot from behind us. Slowly, we turned around. And came face to face with a large gray owl. Sticks, Percy said mildly. Then we noticed that there was more than one owl. There were hundreds, sitting in window sills, perches around the large room, and floors. And they looked ready to kill us. Hades' underpants. I shot him a look. I'm going to pretend that you did not just use my father's undergarments in vain and suggest we run. I think that's a good idea. So we ran. It wasn't long before we met up with Harry again. Percy. He called. Percy glanced back. What are you doing? Just going for a light jog, Percy managed. Yeah, this is light, I muttered. When we reached the Gryffindor Tower, we finally stopped running. I left Percy and caught my breath as I walked back to the Slytherin dormitories. I slumped onto my bed and closed my eyes. Being around family was really exhausting. I'm not sure how long I lay there, but after a while, I heard the door open. I cracked an eye open. Logan had entered the room. Hey, he said. Hi, I replied. He sent me a slightly suspicious look. I figured he was going to ask me about the Quidditch tryouts and what happened, but instead he just sat down on his bed and opened a book. I watched him for a while, pretending to have my eyes closed. I was slightly worried that he was onto something about us. We hadn't exactly been completely innocent in the week we'd been at the school. And Logan wasn't exactly stupid, either. Hey, I've got a question for you that you may know the answer to. Logan looked up, wordlessly inviting me to ask my question. Do you know anything about the genealogy of some older wizarding families? Depends on the family, I guess. Who did you have in mind? I'm not sure of the real surname, but I think it's probably along the lines of Ash, if that helps at all. Logan frowned. Are you sure it's an old family? It dates back at least to the late 1800s. Well, the only pureblood I can think of would be Ashwood. Why? I searched my mind for a good excuse. I know someone who I think is a descendant of the Ash family. But it may have been the Ashwood family. I'm not sure. You could ask Kiana, Logan said. She would probably know. I agreed, and we found Kiana sitting in the common room with Vivian, doing their astronomy homework. Hey, Kiana, Nico had a question about the Ashwood family, Logan said after catching her attention. She studied me with her dark eyes. I may have an answer, she replied carefully. Did the Ashwood family have two sisters, named Liliana and Elizabeth? I asked, watching her reaction. She rolled her hands in a go-on gesture. Elizabeth may have married a man named William and Liliana married a man named Emmerich? Kiana cocked an eyebrow. My great-great-grandparents were Elizabeth and William Ashwood. However, I have no recollection of a man named Emmerich, she replied. But did Elizabeth have a sister named Liliana? I probed. Kiana sighed. Let me get a piece of parchment, she said. Vivian handed her a piece, watching with interest. Kiana dipped her quill in her ink bottle and started drawing a family tree. My great-great-great-grandparents were Thomas and Vera Ashwood. They had 2 daughters, Elizabeth and Liliana. Elizabeth married William, and had 3 children, Matthew, Sylvia, and Philip. Philip married a woman named Sarah and had 2 children, Cassie and Devon. Devon got married and had my cousin, Jonathan. Matthew never married. Sylvia married Augustus Tristing. They had a son named Brian, my grandfather. He got married to Caroline, and my father, Robert Tristing, came into being. He married my mother, Corintha. And then there's my brother, Michael, and me. She finished the family tree. What happened to Liliana? I asked, my mind swimming with names. Kiana scowled. She was disowned from the family and moved to America, I think. That may be where your Emmerich comes in. Last I heard, there was a girl named Hazel, but that was back in the 1940s, like I said before. I felt like my head was about to explode. Hazel was related to this pureblood girl. Her grandmother had been disowned by her family, which meant Hazel had magical blood in her. But then again, that would make sense. Her mother had been a fortune teller, traces of divination in her blood. Maybe. But as far as Kiana knew, Hazel was dead. Well, she technically wasn't wrong. Okay, I said. Thank you. I think that just made me more confused, but it cleared a little up a bit. Kiana cocked her head. No problem. I walked away, Logan following me. I had a lot of thinking to do. Percy Pav, the night after the escape of the owlery, I had trouble getting to sleep. Every time I tried, I kept having nightmares from the Titan War. In the nightmares, I didn't get to Annabeth quickly enough, and she died from the knife wound. And then, I was up on Olympus, and instead of Ethan falling down to the sleeping streets of New York, it was me. I was falling. Every time, I woke up, sweating profusely. After trying to sleep 3 times, I decided to go down to the common room to think. It was after midnight. I doubted anybody would be in there. As I was leaving the dormitory room, I noticed both Harry's and Ron's beds were empty. Maybe they couldn't sleep, either. I quietly made my way down the spiral staircase, not wanting to wake anybody. I entered the common room to find 3 bodies crouched in front of the fireplace. It wasn't that cold, I thought. I coughed a little, alerting the people that I was there. They swiveled around, conveniently blocking the fire. Percy? A girl's voice asked incredulously. What are you doing here? I frowned a little. I think I could ask you the same thing. Harry, Ron, Hermione. Hermione let out a little squeak. Oh, we just. Couldn't sleep, Harry said hastily. So we came down here and decided to. You know? Ron waved his hand uselessly. I said. Look, I may be a little slow on the uptake, but I'm not stupid. What are you guys doing? Is that Jackson? A voice sounded from behind them. Harry turned back to face the fire again. Sirius. He hissed. Are you saying that Sirius Black is talking to you in the fire? I asked incredulously. Hermione looked caught. Perhaps, she said evasively. I think that beats me on the stupidity level. You do realize you could get caught very easily, right? I directed to Sirius's face in the fire, walking over to where they crouched. What's up? Hey, Jackson, Sirius greeted. I was just trying to explain to them why we think Umbridge is at Hogwarts. I cocked an eyebrow. And why would that be? Fudge doesn't want you learning combat spells. He thinks that Dumbledore wants to take over his position and he could use students against Fudge. I thought about it for a minute. That would make sense, I replied. It would be incredibly effective if Dumbledore wanted to take over the ministry in 7 years, I added. But it would be worthless now. The students are still under the influence of their parents. You would have to brainwash them for years to get them to think that Fudge was bad. It's sad to think that you have to brainwash people with the truth. I noticed Harry, Hermione, and Ron staring at me like I was from another planet. However, Sirius was smiling. I knew you'd understand, he said. I shrugged. You learn these things over time, I said lightly. Especially when you see it happen to your own friends, I added under my breath in ancient Greek. So, anyway, I was thinking about visiting you guys at the next Hogsmeade trip, as Padfoot of course, Sirius added hastily. Are you crazy? Hermione snapped. They think they have a new lead on where you are. Come on, Hermione. They always have new leads. They don't have any idea where I am. Sirius tried to console the girl. Sirius, we heard Malfoy on the train. We think they do have a real lead on you. Don't risk it, Harry said. Sirius gave Harry a sad gaze. You're less like your father than I thought, he said. I think I hear Creature calling. I have to go. And like that, Sirius's head was gone. Percy Pov. Time passed quickly between the time Sirius visited Harry in the fire and the first Hogsmeade trip of the year. Classes proved to be more difficult than I'd expected, and the teachers were a bit homework happy. However, we all looked forward to Dada classes, due to the fact that Nico always made them interesting. There seemed to be no end to the number of dead things the little devil could summon. Last class, it had been a snake. Umbridge still wasn't able to figure out who was doing it, but we're pretty sure she has a sneaking suspicion it's one of the transfers. Nico also informed me about what he'd found out about that dream I'd had with Hazel's family tree in it. After explaining the family tree, or attempting to, I was even more confused than before. So Hazel had magical blood in her? Even if she was only a quarter blood? Oh, yeah, I'm just that awesome I did not have to consult Annabeth on that fraction. And her cousin to the umpteenth exponent was in the Slytherin house? I'd prefer not to think about it. But now, it was the first trip to Hogsmeade, and there were mixed reactions in the Gryffindor common room. First and second years were looking very wistful, third years looked like Christmas had come early, and all of the older kids just looked plain happy. Talia and I met up with Annabeth in the front hall. Harry, Ron, and Hermione were near us, talking heatedly. I assumed it was about the plan Hermione had come up with training other students to defend themselves. I looked around for Nico, and caught sight of him with his Slytherin friends, which I'd finally remembered the names of Logan, Patrick, Alec, Vivian, and Hazel's distant relative, Kiana. We followed Harry and his friends down the long road into the town named after a hog. Seriously. I wonder about the sanity of these wizards. Hermione led us down a long street of rickety old houses, into a bar that looked like it was made from the labyrinth, and yes, I speak from experience. Are you sure we're allowed to be here? Ron asked dubiously. Of course. I even asked Professor Flitwick if students were allowed here, and he said yes, but he recommended I bring my own glass, Hermione replied tartly. Inside was dark and dank and practically empty. There were a couple of shady characters that made me slightly nervous. We all ordered butterbeers and waited for others to arrive. And boy did they arrive. They all came in a large mass, causing even more stares from the other people in the bar. Most were from Gryffindor, but some were from Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff. Hermione looked unusually nervous as she stood in front of the expectant crowd. I sort of tuned out as she talked, but caught a few things as everybody began recounting the feats that Harry had accomplished. Harry looked very bashful about it, protesting that he'd had help solving most of the problems. I realized that we were a lot alike, and not in the ways that Talia and Nico had been teasing me. It seemed that he was brave and loyal, but he wasn't above it to ask for help when he needed it. Most of the things I've done I wouldn't have been able to do without help. Even in the beginning, when Chiron had disguised himself as Mr. Brunner and tossed me riptide for the first time, up until when Talia brought the Hunters of Artemis in for the Titan War and when Annabeth figured out what the Cursed Blade actually was. In Harry's case, he'd gotten most of his help from Hermione and Ron, with the occasional help from his other friends. I tuned back in when Harry finally accepted to teach the others what he knew about defense. In a spur-of-the-moment action, I stood up. We'll help, too, I said. Harry shot me a glance. We're all trained in hand-to-hand combat. Next to me, Annabeth rolled her eyes. Hermione looked doubtful. I don't think. Talia stood up on my other side. He's right. What's gonna happen if you get your wand knocked out of your hand? The bad guys aren't gonna wait for you to go get it. They're gonna try and kill you. But they can't if you know how to take them out in an unorthodox way. Annabeth stood too, nodding. It's all about the element of surprise. They'll never expect you to be trained in both magical and practical ways. The three of us looked at Harry and Hermione, waiting for their response. They shared a glance, then Hermione answered. Fine, she said. I suppose it could help. Now, I was thinking that we could all sign a sheet of paper, to make sure nobody decides to rat us out to Umbridge. There were a couple of people who resisted at first, but in the end they complied. What should we call ourselves? Was the next question. After some debate, it was decided on Dumbledore's army. Sounded formidable enough, with just enough sass. Well, Hermione clapped her hands together. I think that concludes our meeting. We'll see you guys on Thursday. There was a loud rustling as everybody got up and pushed towards the door. Harry, Hermione, and Ron held back until everybody had gone, then left, leaving us demigods to ourselves. Well, save for the creepy people still hanging around. Where do you want to go now? Talia asked. I shrugged. We could just walk around, Annabeth suggested. After a few moments of silence, that was what we decided on. Hogsmeade was actually pretty nice. The town kind of reminded me of Christmastown in Nightmare Before Christmas. Everything was bright and cheery and full of students. We stopped at the candy shop, then left quickly when we realized that it was all magical candy and half of the things were lethal and probably illegal in the real world. We decided to head back to Hogwarts in mid-afternoon. We'd walked throughout the entire town, and there really wasn't very much to do besides walk around. Instead we found Nico in the library and hung out by the lake, getting into arguments, nearly killing each other, and just being good teenagers in general. Harry POV. After we got back from Hogsmeade, I was still in a sort of trance due to the fact that Hermione had told me that Cho liked me. Next to me, Ron was still fuming about Ginny's new boyfriend, and Hermione was knitting away, still making unidentifiable articles of clothing for the house elves. We were supposed to be thinking of a place where we could hold DA classes, but nothing was coming to mind. Instead I found myself thinking along the lines of this. Where can we hold our meetings? Cho likes me. Stop, I have to think seriously. Speaking of which, it was kind of odd how Percy reacted today. Did you hear me? Cho likes me. Shut up, little part of my brain. Where was I? Oh, yeah, Percy. CHOLIKKKKKESSSSME. Taking a deep breath, I rubbed my forehead. Having mental conversations could really wear you down. Guys, I said. When I had their attention, I continued. Have Jackson and the others been acting kind of strangely lately? Hermione's knitting needles stopped clacking in the air as she paused to think. I suppose, when you think about it, yes. I've noticed how they all seem to be more powerful in one area of magic versus another. Like Nico and those skeletons during Dada. Ron agreed enthusiastically. I remember, back when we were cleaning the house for the Order of the Phoenix, that Nico said he was a necromancer. You know, like those people who raise the dead. And they're trained in combat. And they never seem to have to use their wands when they do magic, I pointed out. Doesn't this seem a little strange to you? Hermione pursed her lips. I don't think we should get involved. They probably are just really powerful wizards. But what if they are Death Eaters or something? Harry could be in danger, Ron protested. Look, I'm sure Dumbledore would have not allowed them in here if they were Death Eaters. Hogwarts is the safest place on Earth, Hermione replied. I shook my head. I don't think they're Death Eaters. Remember on the train, when they had no idea what a Death Eater was, and laughed hysterically? And when Nico punched Malfoy in the face? They could just be really good actors, Ron pointed out. No, I'm positive they're not Death Eaters. But I don't think they're normal, either. I think this might require some explanations. Ron and I looked at Hermione. We are not spying on them, she said adamantly. After a minute or two of silence, in which Ron and I pulled our best puppy dog looks. Finally, she caved in. All right. But only a little bit, and if they catch wind of it, we stop. Deal. Deal, we replied in unison. Annabeth Pov, you're an idiot. Those were the first words that left my mouth as I met up with Percy and Talia. We were heading to the first Dumbledore's army class and decided to meet outside the Great Hall. Well, that makes me feel so good, Percy retorted. What did I do now? I rolled my eyes. This. The whole, let's teach weak little wizards how to do hand-to-hand idea. This would compromise us even more, if nobody has figured us out yet. I'm pretty sure you agreed to do it with us. I only agreed to because I didn't want to accidentally kill you when there were other people around. And then we went our separate ways when we got back to the castle and I forgot to bring it up again until tonight. Percy closed his eyes. Well, what do you want me to do now? Go to Harry and be like, oh, sorry, Harry, but we're not going to help you out anymore because we don't feel like it. Chiron told us we were being sent here to help them out, so they need to be somewhat prepared. I was honestly going to punch this kid. But we don't have to do it like this. We're practically screaming we aren't really wizards. Look, if you don't want to do this, you don't have to. Nobody's forcing you. I threw my hands up in the air in frustration. Oh, let's just get this over with. We made our way up to where the room of requirement was located. After passing in front of the door 3 times, we entered. I was slightly curious to see what it would look like this time. We'd been in the room several times since the initial visit, and every time it had some sort of improvement to it. Needless to say, the room looked nothing like what we were used to. It was a large, open space filled with cushions and bookcases, and strange little objects that we had yet to learn about. People milled about, mostly divided into 3 groups. Ravenclaws, Hufflepuffs, and the majority being Gryffindors. Harry noticed us and made his way over. Hey. Glad you could make it, he grinned. Talia observed the room. This is chaotic, she decided. Harry nodded and turned around. All right guys. He clapped his hands, getting the attention of the other teens. So, we're going to start off simple, with disarming your opponent. I know some of you may know the Expelliarmus charm, but it's a highly useful skill. Like that's going to stop you know who, somebody muttered in the background. Harry turned to glare at said person. Actually, it saved my life last summer, he said quietly. Any noise made by whispers before suddenly disappeared. He had everyone's rapt attention. All right, so, everyone pair up, and take turns disarming each other. Percy and Talia paired up with each other, so I paired up with Alia, who was in Ravenclaw too. We were friendly, but not friends, if that makes any sense. She had her life and I had mine. Most people in the Ravenclaw house understood that and weren't too nosy. Alia wasn't bad, I realized, as she succeeded in disarming me for the 4th time in a row. She was actually a lot better than me when it came to magic. It had been over 2 months since we had first found out about the wizarding world, but I was still getting the feel for using magic like I was a daughter of Hecate. Those kids could be a real pain in the when they felt like it. About 15 minutes into the class, I glanced over at the other 2 to see how they were doing. I saw their reactions, and if they had been cartoon characters, Talia would have golden lines surrounding her, and Percy would be red in the face and have steam coming out of his ears. I almost laughed, then remembered no one else could see what I saw, and refrained myself. Then I concentrated in making Alia's wand fly out of her hand. Harry stopped by at one point, checking the progress of everyone in the room. He nodded approvingly as Miranda and I successfully disarmed each other. Then he progressed to Talia and Percy, and I could distinctly hear. Maybe you should try pointing your wand at her, Percy. Alia and I shared a look, and she suppressed a smile. Sometime later, Harry blew a whistle to get everyone's attention. A few shouts of, Expelliarmus. Later, everyone converged around Harry. All right. Great job tonight, guys. Some of you were doing really well, and some could use a little practice. He shot a look at Percy. Now, I think we're going to cover a little combat, right? He directed to Percy. Percy nodded and stepped up next to Harry. Okay, so do we have any punching bags? He looked to the far wall, where about 30 punching bags hung from hooks in the ceiling. Conveniently. Great, so, before everybody goes rushing over there, let me show you what you'll be covering tonight. We're going to start off simple, so left and right jabs, and maybe a couple of crosses. He demonstrated them in midair. And don't forget to wrap your hands first. The last thing you want is bloody knuckles. Annabeth, Talia, and I will be circulating to give you guys pointers. Okay. Let's go. Everybody surged to the punching bags. Under each bag sat strips of cloth for each person to wrap their hands with. They were all either very hesitant, or very weak, because the bags barely moved when the teens punched them. Us demigods shared a glance. This was going to take a lot of work. I start my rounds with several girls from Ravenclaw. First was Cho Chong. You need to put your entire body into it, I told her, demonstrating for her, using all my force into the punch. Here, try it on me, I said. Right jab, then left jab, then right jab. She said, clearly worried that she was going to hurt me. I rolled my eyes. You won't hurt me, I reassured her. She raised a skeptical eyebrow, but proceeded to punch me. I blocked each punch with my forearms. Now do it like you mean it. She tried again, this time with more force behind each punch. I had to try harder to keep her from breaking through my defense. Good, I said encouragingly. Now do that about 100 times. I moved on to Alia, whom I immediately stopped. Don't tuck your thumb into your fist. You'll break it that way. Trust me. I speak from experience. I rolled my thumb, remembering that particular incident. The rest of the night went pretty much the same way, correcting people's stances and distribution of weight. By the end, everyone looked exhausted. Percy called everyone over to a mat in the middle of the room. It must have appeared there while we were working at the punching bags. All right, he began. So, good job, guys. It'll take a while and a lot of practice to get used to it, but it was a good start. We'll try something new next time, but for the time being, practice punching into your mattress, or something. Good job. Everybody began dispersing, leaving the room through the magical door of Narnia. Harry, Hermione, and Ron hung back to make sure that everybody got back to their common rooms safely. Percy, Talia, and I exited, and after saying good night, some keying involved with some of us, went to our respective rooms. Harry POV after Talia, Percy, and Annabeth left, Hermione began talking. All right, so what's our plan? She asked. I doubt following them around everywhere is a good idea, but what else do we have as options? I folded up the Marauders map and placed it in my bag. Nothing, really. Besides, we do have the invisibility cloak, and they don't, I pointed out. True, Hermione conceded. They didn't act very strange tonight, she noted, somewhat belatedly. They don't usually act suspicious. It's the little things that you notice, Ron countered. Hermione and I stared at him like he just said divination was his favorite class. What? That was strangely smart for you, Hermione said. Are you saying I'm not smart? Ron scowled. Says the person who continuously asks me to do his homework, Hermione muttered. Hey, guys, I interrupted. Can we please not do this now? The other two shut up. Great. Now, the plan. I'll use the invisibility cloak and follow Percy around tomorrow. If I find out any information, I'll let you guys know. And if anybody asks where I am, say I don't know, think of something. Sounds like a plan. Line break the next day, I went to all my classes. After the last class, I went into the bathroom and slipped on the invisibility cloak, then set out to find Percy Jackson. It didn't take very long to find him. He was hanging out with Annabeth down at the lake, despite the chilly weather. They seemed to have found the only dry spot on the snowy ground that, or one of them used a heating charm to get rid of the snow. Probably Annabeth, since Percy seemed a little hopeless at most magical incantations. They were talking quietly, fingers intertwined. It occurred to me for the first time that they were dating. They hadn't shown any sort of public affection before this. In fact, it seemed like Annabeth was ready to kill Percy half the time. The other half, she tolerated him. But now, they seemed so peaceful, and it seemed natural for them to be like this. Except I couldn't tell what they were saying. I crept closer, being as quiet as possible as to not alert the couple of an intruder. Nice for a change, Annabeth was saying. Yeah, well, you don't have to spend 24/7 in close proximity with Talia, Percy snorted. Annabeth smiled. True. I'm surprised you two haven't killed each other yet. We've come close, Percy assured her. He gazed out across the water. Do you know what we're doing for Christmas? Annabeth punched his arm. It's only November, seaweed brain. So, I live for vacations. They're the only reason I survived most of those schools. Besides, I miss everybody at home. I miss everybody too, but I don't think we're going home. We're probably staying here. Percy, who had been leaning back on his elbows, shot straight up. What? This is outrageous. Isn't there a law against going to school during Christmas? Besides, they don't have any blue food. I never thought I'd see the day when I'd be dating a boy obsessed with blue food. It's still food. Just blue. Like on St. Patrick's Day, when you put green food coloring dye into everything. I remember my mom made my milk in my cereal green, and I refused to eat it. Percy wrinkled his nose in disgust. Annabeth snorted. So you're willing to eat anything blue, but you refuse to eat anything dyed green? Yup, Percy said cheerfully. Especially, cuss of Gabe. His tone got darker at the mention of the name. Speaking of which, Did the police find any traces of him? Annabeth sounded careful. Nope. It's like he just dropped out of the living world. Percy sounded much perkier. Annabeth massaged the bridge of her nose. You beep at wording. Don't ever become a writer. Wasn't planning on it. They stayed there for a while longer, in which I became thoroughly frozen. By the end of the conversation, I was none the wiser, save for learning the fact that Percy loved blue food. They didn't mention anything that could be used as evidence against them. It was like they were being particularly careful. That night, I reported back to Ron and Hermione. We agreed that Hermione would use the cloak next, to follow Talia around. These Americans were more confusing than the Patronus charm. Hermione we decided to observe the Americans again after the second Dumbledore's army meeting. Harry gave me his cloak so I could follow Talia around. It was a Saturday, so school wasn't a concern. We went down to breakfast as usual, me sitting with Harry and Ron, Talia sitting with Percy. Harry and Ron attempted to give me advice on my snooping. All right, so make sure that you're quiet, Ron said. And make sure you're not too close. She might sense something. I nearly got busted by Snape once, Harry added. I rolled my eyes. Oh, for heaven's sake, you too. It's not like I've never used the cloak before. We just don't want to blow it, Ron said. Actually, I'd be more concerned if you were under the cloak, I said airily. Ron paused, his mouth full of food. What's that supposed to mean? I recoiled, disgusted by the sight of chewed-up food. Oh, come on, Ronald. We all know you have about as much grace walking as Victor Crumb. Oh, right. How's your boyfriend been? Ron sneered. I rolled my eyes again. You are insufferable, I told him. Oh, yeah? Well, guys, Harry intervened. Can we please focus? It's really quite annoying when you two argue, and we have work to get done. Just then, Alicia and Katie walked by. Alicia sniffed, and Harry's face turned pink. It was like fate reminding him that he had a barely controlled temper, resulting in him getting kicked off the Quidditch team. You're right, I said, standing up. Harry looked surprised that I agreed with him. I should go. Besides, you two have got loads of homework to catch up on. Harry and Ron exchanged glances, their faces falling visibly. Procrastinators. I left the Great Hall and returned to the dormitories to grab the cloak. Slipping it on, I went down to the common room to wait for Talia and Percy to return. About 15 minutes after I began my stakeout, the two Americans returned. They were arguing about something, as per usual. Suddenly, Percy stopped and his eyes widened comically. I just realized something, he exclaimed. What is it, Kelphead? Talia asked in a resigned tone. These people don't celebrate Thanksgiving. Well, I would hope not. See if as the Pilgrims left Great Britain and landed in Massachusetts. Is food all you ever think about? Talia retorted. No, Percy said indignantly. I throw in some Annabeth too once in a while. That is such a beep thought, she muttered. Percy scowled. And, you know, if there's a monster trying to kill me, I focus on that. Talia smirked. Nice try at a save, but do you realize you just called Annabeth a monster? Percy coughed uncomfortably. What happens in the circle of technically relatedness stays in the circle of technically relatedness, right? No promises. Percy punched her arm. I hate you, but anyway, this is a catastrophe. How are we supposed to celebrate Thanksgiving if we're in a country that doesn't celebrate Thanksgiving? Or we could just not celebrate it this year. Percy looked at her suspiciously. How many Thanksgivings have you actually celebrated? Talia scratched the back of her head. Up until I first came to camp, then I kinda, Let me rephrase that. How many Thanksgivings have you celebrated that you actually enjoyed? When Talia answered, it was in a different language. Percy replied in the same language, and they quickly got into a heated discussion. I made a mental note to find out what language it was. The conversation finished with Percy clapping his hands together and switching back to English. That's it. We're celebrating Thanksgiving. I don't know how, but we'll find a way. In case you haven't noticed, but that would require food and we're not exactly allowed to leave campus. Percy bit his lip. Actually, Fred and George told me how to get to the kitchens in this place. I'm sure they'd be willing to share a little food. And where would we have it? Percy shrugged. I don't know, the room of requirement. Talia gave him a warning look, after what happened the first time we went there. Percy cocked an eyebrow. This time will be different. Umbridge won't be after us because we're up after hours, and Filch won't find any weapons on us. Talia snorted. That was actually really funny when you think about it. Not at the time, but now it is. I was more worried that Annabeth was going to murder us in our sleep. Same. The two shuddered. Okay, so when are we going to do this makeshift Thanksgiving thing? Percy assumed a thoughtful expression. Today's Saturday. Talia nodded. So, this Thursday, I guess. How's 5 o'clock? Talia shrugged. That works. Hey, I wonder if this is considered an unsanctioned activity. Talia's voice switched to a high-pitched, girly voice. Educational decree: I don't give a crap. Thou shalt not celebrate the blasphemous giving of thanks in any way, shape, or form. I will enforce this by eating any covert feasts and getting fatter than I already am. Percy massaged the bridge of his nose. You just combined the wizarding world, the 10 Commandments, and Thor speak into one. That takes skill. Talia mock bowed. Tonight's performance comes with a complimentary ass-kicking. Percy rolled his eyes. Anyway, can you tell Nico about this? I'll tell Annabeth, but first I have to IM Kai. Mr. Brunner, and give him an update. I wondered what an IM was. I knew in the Muggle world, it was an instant message, but I wasn't sure if he was talking about the same thing, since Muggle devices don't work in Hogwarts. Oh, sure, give me the tough one. I'm pretty sure he's still mad at me for making him try out for Quidditch. Percy smirked. Well, he can hold a grudge. He's the devil's spawn, after all. Well, let me go find D'Angelo. Shouldn't be too hard. He practically reeks of ode to death. Have fun. Percy could barely control his laughter. They began to separate, and I hesitated for a minute. Follow Talia, like my original plan was, or follow Percy and find out what an IM was. I made a split decision and decided to follow Talia. I could figure out what an IM was later. Talia left the common room, and I made it through the door before it closed. It would look very suspicious if the door opened and closed without anybody leaving. Unless they were invisible, of course. And that was not a good idea to put in Talia's head. I followed the girl down to the front hall and out the door. I wondered where she was heading. It was cold out, and there was snow on the ground. There weren't many places to go, save for Hagrid's cabin and the greenhouses. Talia appeared to be heading in the direction of Hagrid's cabin, which further confused me. They didn't know Hagrid, and he had just gotten back from his trip to the Giants. But then Talia continued past his cabin, and entered the edge of the Forbidden Forest. I hesitated. We never had good experiences in the Forbidden Forest. Ever. But Talia continued further into the forest, and I, not wanting to lose a potential breakthrough, followed. We walked along a game path for nearly 15 minutes. The sun, blocked out by the old trees, barely lit the way, and the wind sent chills through my body. Who dares enter amongst the forest? A voice said. I froze, and so did Talia. He hand crept to her pocket. Who are you? Show yourself, she demanded. There was so much authority in her voice, I nearly wanted to take off the cloak and show myself. Talia Grace, another voice said. We heard of your arrival. It was in the stars. There was a movement, and nearly 20 centaurs appeared in a loose ring around us. Some had bows drawn, others carried no weapons. Talia relaxed a bit, and his hand fell away from her pocket. Who are you? One stepped forward. I am called Megorian. It was written in the stars you would come here, Hunter of Artemis. Talia cringed. Yeah. I'm kinda dropping that title while I'm here, thanks. Wait, if you're centaurs. She trailed off. Megorian inclined his head. Do you guys know Chiron? Megorian nodded slowly. Indeed, he is an old friend of ours. Talia turned in a circle, taking in the other centaurs. You guys are more serious than the party ponies. Not sure if that's a good thing or a bad thing. Another centaur snorted derisively. Our American cousins are idiots. We try to not associate with them. Talia nearly smiled. I don't blame you. Those guys got drunk on a non-alcoholic beverage. Megorian looked around, and stared straight at me. I wondered nervously if he could see through the invisibility cloak. If so, I was in big trouble. But then, he shifted his attention to the sky. Mars is bright today, he said. Oh, goody, Talia muttered. Hey, listen, have you seen my cousin? About yay tall. She held up her hand in approximation of Nico's height, dressed in black, seriously depressed. Smells like death? Megorian nodded. Indeed. Great. Talia swing her arm in a mini howdy gesture. Do you wanna, maybe tell me where he is? He comes here often. Continue among this path and you will come upon him. Great. Thanks. We will be seeing you soon, Talia Grace. Mars is bright today. I seriously hope not, Talia muttered under her breath. The centaurs began to disappear back into the forest. Megorian sent one last glance at me, and followed them. Talia let out a breath in a long sigh. All right. To grandmother's house we go. She continued walking down the path, me following at a safe distance. Finally, we reached a clearing. Nico was leaning against a tree trunk. In the center of the clearing was a small pit that smelled like fried food. I hadn't had fast food since a while. My parents, being dentists, strongly opposed to anything that could rot your teeth in any possible way. It made for a very boring lifestyle. Talia gave a sharp whistle. Yo, Ghost Whisperer, she called out. You have one new message from Aquaman. She said it like an automated voice recording. Nico pushed himself off the tree and waltzed over to Talia. What does he want now? Talia rolled her eyes. Horrified by the fact that the majority of people in the world don't celebrate Thanksgiving, he formed a genius idea that we would celebrate it ourselves. Like we're a family, or something crazy like that. Nico snorted. Oh, yeah, that's a great idea. He frowned suddenly. What? He shook his head. Nothing. Continue. Well, anyway, we're meeting on Thursday in the room of requirement at 5. Be there or feel Percy's wrath. Nico shrugged noncommittally. Okay. Talia gazed around the clearing. I talked to the centaurs here. They said you come here a lot. Nico lifted a shoulder and let it drop. Yeah. I guess. Good place to think. Nobody bothers you. He frowned slightly again and looked in my general direction. Talia sighed. Look, Nico. I'm sorry about attempting to kill you. Nico froze and looked at Talia like she had been replaced with an imposter. Did you just apologize? Yeah. And you're not getting another one anytime soon, so enjoy it while you can. Talia's voice hardened. That sounds more like you. Glad you think so, Talia replied sarcastically. The centaurs also said Mars is bright. Yeah, they told me that too, slightly worrying. Yeah, just a bit. When do you think? She cut off when Nico narrowed his eyes and stared right at me. Nico. There's someone here. Did anyone follow you in here? Talia turned around to try and see what Nico saw. Not that I know of, she frowned. Are you sure? Nico rolled his eyes. You think I wouldn't notice Death's cloak 10 feet away from me? I mean, I wasn't too sure at first, 'cause of this. He waved his hand at the pit in the middle of the clearing, but now I'm positive. You've got a stalker. I quickly unfroze and the survival part of my brain kicked in. I ran out of the clearing as fast as I could without tripping over anything. Well, there goes that plan in trying to figure anything out. Percy Pav Thursday came faster than expected. Before I knew it, the last class of the day was ending and everybody was spilling out into the hallways. I met up with Annabeth in a secluded tower that had a great view of the lake. I covered her eyes with my hands. Hey, seaweed brain, Annabeth said affectionately, pushing my hands off. I flipped around so I could lean against the wall and put my hands on her hips, pulling her closer. I reached up to play with a lock of her curly hair. Guess what day it is? I murmured. Annabeth rolled her eyes. It's Thanksgiving, she said. You know what I'm thankful for? I asked. My beautiful girlfriend. Annabeth pushed me away. That is so cheesy. Couldn't the savior of Olympus have come up with something more original? All right, I grinned. If I were to pick anyone to screw my head back on, I'd pick you. Annabeth punched me on the shoulder playfully. Better, she grumbled. I dropped the silly attitude and instantly became more serious. All right, so what are we gonna do today? Annabeth shrugged. I don't know. Maybe we could just relax. Not do anything for a change. I am everyone back home. I haven't talked to my dad in a while, and I don't think you've talked to your mom, unless you secretly call her when you say you call Chiron. She raised an eyebrow and looked at me sternly. I raised my hands in an innocent gesture. I haven't done anything I'm not supposed to, honest. Uh-huh. Maybe we should ask Sally. I widened my eyes in a look of innocence. Fine. But first, let's spend a little alone time together. I'm pretty sure that's what we're doing right now. You know what I mean. I pulled her close, and she wrapped her arms around my neck. She smiled close-lipped and I bent down to key asterisk her. Line break at about 4 o'clock, after Annabeth and I had our little private time. Not like that, you beeps. I headed down to the giant painting of the fruit bowl, where Fred and George had told me was the kitchen's. I was supposed to tickle the pear. Okay. I reached up and tickled the pear, which to my surprise turned into a doorknob. A very large doorknob, but a doorknob nonetheless. I opened the painting. Or is it a door now? And stepped over the threshold. I think my jaw dropped open. The kitchens were the same size as the Great Hall, with tables in the same places as the 5 tables in the Great Hall. House elves, like Creature from Sirius Black's house, scurried around, preparing food. As soon as I made it 5 feet, though, at least half of the elf population froze and turned to me. Hi, I managed a little wave. Immediately, 5 or 6 came scampering up to me, offering me tea, crumpets, and other things that I don't normally eat. I denied all of them. What brings you here, master? One of the house elves squeaked. Do you mean how did I get here, or why am I here? I asked, only to receive blank stares from my audience. Okay, I'll just get right to the point. My acquaintances Fred and George Weasley told me that I could get food here if I needed it. And, since today is Thanksgiving in America, I was wondering if you could possibly make some food for my friends and I. Which foods would you prefer? Another elf squeaked. I pulled a face. Turkey? Cranberry sauce? Mashed potatoes, preferably with gravy. I guess we kind of need a vegetable, so green beans. Rolls. Definitely rolls. And for dessert, I think everybody likes apple pie. If possible, with ice cream. Yeah. Can you guys do that in an hour? I started mentally berating myself, because, duh, cooking turkey takes hours. I know from my mom making it, and occasionally burning it, every year. I was met with a sea of bobbing heads, accompanied by a chorus of course, master. Suddenly, everybody was scampering around, some returning to their previous jobs, others heeding my requests. I hung around for a while, fascinated by the productivity of the little creatures. It was like watching an anthill or a beehive. Everyone worked in unison, knowing who was going where or doing what, nobody complaining, no fighting, and nobody crashing into each other. If only we could apply those skills to camp, and we might actually get things done without one cabin killing another. In half an hour, miraculously, everything was done and appeared in front of me on trays. I was then tasked with the problem of getting all the food up to the room of requirement. I scratched the back of my head. You wouldn't happen to know how to get all this stuff up to the room of requirement without anybody noticing, would you? 5 seconds later, the food had disappeared from in front of me, and I assumed it had been magically sent up to the room of requirement. Thanks, you guys, I said honestly. You guys are great. I never thought I could actually get this done. Hey, how did you cook a turkey in half an hour? I received some confused looks, like, huh? Since when do turkeys take hours to cook? I attributed that to the fact that we were in a magical institution, and I figured they could probably bend the rules of physics a little bit. Or a lot. I thanked the elves again, receiving smiles and assurances that it was no problem, and left the kitchen. I worked my way up to the room, walked in front of the wall 3 times. On the 3rd time, I checked the wall and found the doorway sitting there like it had been the entire time. I pushed open the door and walked into the room. The room was true to its reputation, it really did fix itself to your needs. The room was an average dining room size, and in the center was a large table stocked with food from the kitchens. Chairs surrounded the table. But then there were a few improvisations. Several couches and chairs gathered in one corner around a coffee table with coffee. Big surprise there. M&Ms in a small glass bowl. I heard the door open and turned around to find Annabeth and Talia walk in. They viewed the room appreciatively. About 5 minutes later, Nico entered. I rubbed my hands together. All right, let's get this party started. Nico Pav. I braced myself for the moment I walked into the room of requirement. Opening the door, I walked in, to find it wasn't that bad. Food sat on the table, and everything had a certain homey feel to it. The other three were other there, so as soon as I stepped into the room, Percy clapped his hands together. Let's get this party started, he said enthusiastically. I held back a sigh, and grabbed a chair at the table. Talia sat down next to me, and Percy sat across from me, with Annabeth at my diagonal. We all looked longingly at the food. How did you get all of this stuff? I asked. Percy grinned mischievously. Magic. And some very helpful house elves that we should have in America, but we don't. I raised an eyebrow. I'm not even going to ask. Annabeth nodded. That's probably a good idea. Talia made a motion at the steaming food. Can we start, or are we waiting for something? Like a special speech or something from you? Percy shrugged. Nah. Maybe we should do a toast, or something though. Make it more realistic. All right. Annabeth lifted her glass of water, to making it this far in life. That's a very depressing toast, but I'll go with it, Talia said. To still being alive after nearly dying several times. She raised her glass. Percy and I raised our glasses as well, echoing the sentiment. I realized that all of us have nearly, or should have, died at some point. I was supposed to die years ago. Talia pretty much died when she became a tree. Annabeth came close to dying when Lucas kidnapped her, and again when she took the poisoned knife in the Titan War. And Percy, well. In Percy's case, just pick a time and place and he's come within an inch of death. Kind of a normality for him. After clinking our glasses around a couple of times, we dug in, filling our plates with traditional Thanksgiving food. Annabeth looked at it critically. I'm just glad they didn't include eel in this, she said. We all stopped and stared at her. What? She asked, giving us a look. Have none of you ever read the Magic Treehouse books? We looked at each other. Talia shrugged. I read the first one. It was a little too happy-go-lucky for me. Why would you have read them? Aren't they a little elementary for the daughter of Athena? My dad used to read them to me before I went to bed. Sort of a father-daughter bonding thing. Annabeth seemed slightly sad at the memory. She looked at Percy and me. What are your excuses? I held up my hands to show I was innocent. Don't look at me. I wasn't around when normal people were reading them. And it's not like military schools endorse happy-go-lucky stories, or anything, I said. We all looked at Percy, who shook his head. Me plus books equals bad explosion, similar to the one in my science class in 7th grade. Annabeth snorted. I remember that. Tyson had no idea what he was doing. Oh, yeah, Percy feigned comprehension. I forgot you stalked me that day. Annabeth rolled her eyes and punched his arm. Shut up, it was necessary. But still, what has Magic Treehouse got to do with eels and Thanksgiving? There was one book, Thanksgiving on Thursday, where Jack and Annie celebrate the first Thanksgiving with the Pilgrims, and they have to harvest eels. They fail epically. Percy smirked. That makes me think of the movie The Addams Family Values. The daughter, Wednesday, is a Native American in the camp pageant, and she and the other misfits attack the Pilgrims with fire. It was funny. Of course you would see a bizarre movie, but you wouldn't read a book, Annabeth muttered. But if we're talking movies, I liked the Thanksgiving in The Blind Side. I remember watching that, Talia commented. It was sad in a good way, ya know? Percy looked shocked. Did the great Talia just get emotional? A butter knife appeared in the wall behind Percy, less than 3 inches to his right. What were you saying? Talia said calmly, picking at her food. She happened to be one butter knife short. I said, did the great Talia just get? He trailed off. Leaning across the table, he whispered to me, what rhymes with emotional? I racked my brain. Potional? That's not even a real word, Annabeth said calmly, not looking up from her food. Percy looked at her. Well, do you maybe want to help me out a bit here? I'd like to live to see tomorrow. Talia waved a careless hand. Oh, you'll live to see tomorrow. Cricket. 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 It's the next day that you want to worry about. Percy looked severely disturbed by that statement. I should probably shut up right about now. Annabeth nodded, agreeing. That would probably be a really good idea. The rest of dinner was fairly quiet, and without incident, save for one point in which Talia whipped her bread roll at Percy. Percy then proceeded to fling green beans at Talia, until Annabeth intervened and threatened to send them both to a timeout. After we finished, the plates were cleared and 2 apple pies and a carton of ice cream appeared in their place. Dessert plates appeared in front of us. Annabeth looked impressed. "What illegal dealing did you do in order to get this nice treatment?" she asked. "Actually, the house elves were beyond ecstatic to help me out a bit," Percy replied airily. "Uh-huh." Annabeth clearly didn't believe him. "What?" Percy protested. "It's true." I shook my head and stole a slice of apple pie, adding a generous amount of ice cream to it. "So what are we going to do after we finish?" I asked. "I mean, if we're going to break the rules, we might as well go all the way." "If you're going through hell, you might as well keep going," I quoted. Percy and Annabeth shared a glance. "I dunno, we were thinking of IMing everyone back at camp, and my mom. And Annabeth's family. And any secret girlfriends you might have that you're not telling us about." I resisted the urge to gut the kid with my dessert fork. "Ha ha," I deadpanned. "Nice try." Percy pulled one of his infamous grins on me. "I'm never going to stop." "You might if I make you," I threatened. Percy grinned even wider. "And then I'll just come back and haunt you." "You are insufferable," I told him. "I get told that a lot." "With good reason." "Harsh. Deal. Are you capable of saying more than monosyllabic sentences?" "Is that the only big word you know?" Percy pulled a face. "Does pain in my ass count?" "Only in your world," I muttered. "You know, I think Annabeth and I would appreciate it if you two would stop flirting so we could continue on with the evening," Talia said loudly. Percy and I immediately stopped glaring at each other and went back to our apple pie. After we finished dessert, the 4 of us meandered over to where Fountain sat, which had probably appeared in the middle of our meal. A bag of drachmas sat on the floor. "Who should we call first?" Percy asked as we stared at the bag. "Let's do your mom," Annabeth suggested, after a moment of silence. Nobody said anything to that, so she took it as a yes and pulled out a handful of drachmas. She threw one into the rainbow created by the fountain. "Oh Iris, goddess of the rainbow, show me Sally Jackson, Upper East Side, Manhattan." The rainbow clouded over for a minute, before Sally appeared in the mist. She was sitting on the couch with Paul, each nursing a cup of coffee. "Hey, Mom," Percy called out. The two turned in surprise. Sally's face broke out in relief. "Percy," she cried out. Then she noticed the rest of us. "Talia, Annabeth, Nico, how are you?" There were several good-s and murmurs of assent around. Paul looked on in fascination. "This is amazing," he breathed. I assumed he could see it, since he was looking right at us like Christmas had come early. Truly amazing. "Hey, Paul," we chorused. "So what have you been doing?" Sally asked, worry etched into her face. Percy looked at Annabeth. "See, I haven't talked to her." "Huh." He stuck his tongue out at her. Annabeth rolled her eyes and shook her head. "Sally," she said, "your son is the biggest 2-year-old I've ever seen." Sally smiled. "Oh, I know. Hey, you're my mom, you're supposed to be on my side," Percy protested. You could practically hear his ego deflate a bit. Sally ignored her son, instead turning to the rest of us. "So, what have you guys been doing? Saving lives? Giving me a heart attack?" "Actually, it's been pretty quiet. We've learned the ways of the wizards, nearly blown our cover a couple of times, and now we're celebrating Thanksgiving in secret," Annabeth replied. "That sounds nice," Sally managed, looking slightly concerned. "Did you know that over here they have these little creatures called house elves and they do all the work for you? In less than half the time it would normally take you?" Percy said. He was really bent on getting the word out about these house elves. "They cooked an entire turkey in half an hour," he stressed, looking at his mom. Sally raised an eyebrow. "That could be taken in several different ways. Which one would like me to choose?" Percy hesitated. "The best one, preferably." Paul shook his head in amazement. "This is astounding. First, they tell the Greek gods are still alive. Now they tell me that witches and wizards actually do exist. What's next?" "Actually," I interposed, "there's also Roman and Egyptian gods." I got cut off by 2 very dangerous glares from 2 very dangerous women in the room. I'll pretend I didn't say anything. I can't wait to come home, Percy said truthfully, ignoring my comment. Everything's so different here. I mean, seriously, they call sweaters jumpers. Jumpers are those dresses little girls wear. And what the heck is a boot? Asterisk. The trunk of a car, I filled in. And before you ask, yes, it is general knowledge that cookies are called biscuits over here. Percy glared at me for a second before continuing. Now I don't even know what side of the road I'm supposed to drive on, he complained. And since when are trucks lorries? Probably since they were invented, Talia said, in a way that implied he was an idiot. That would make sense, I agreed. Percy looked at us. Are you two just going to gang up on me? Hey, Annabeth protested. Don't leave me out of this. Percy threw up his hands in a sign of defeat. Why'd I hang out with you guys, again? Because you love me, and those two are your cousins, and without us, you'd probably be dead by now. Percy squeezed his eyes shut. Why are you so sensible? It's a daughter of Athena thing, Annabeth said casually. The rest of the conversation went in a similar fashion. Percy gave his parents a lowdown and blow-over of what had happened so far. He was frequently interrupted by the rest of us, often getting into mini-arguments and pissing contests. After Sally and Paul, Annabeth eyed her dad and his family. Frederick Chase seemed relieved to be talking to Annabeth after such a long absence. Her stepmom seemed happy, too. Bobby and Matthew were slightly clueless, and continued to fight over who had to set the table. Bobby ended up getting drafted by Annabeth's stepmother. Finally, we talked to everyone back at camp. There weren't as many people there as the summer, since it was the middle of the school year, but the excitement of those there was enough for hundreds. Some people, no names mentioned, tried to pass it off as nothing important. Others, still no names mentioned, imitated other people, Connor and Travis . Kyron asked us how the mission was going, and seemed surprised that we hadn't completely blown our cover yet. After the conversations were finished, the four of us gathered in the little sitting area, and enjoyed decaf coffee. We were all fairly tired and didn't have the energy to insult each other. Honestly, I'm surprised you were able to pull this off, Annabeth told Percy truthfully. I'm touched, Percy said sarcastically. No, I'm serious, she said earnestly. I didn't think this would be possible. Take a compliment when it's given to you, kelphead, Talia said distantly, entranced in her coffee mug. I smiled to myself. No matter what, everything would end up as an argument of some sort between us, and to be honest, I wouldn't want it any other way. Ron Pav after Hermione's somewhat failed attempt to find out information from an unsuspecting Talia, the three of us decided to come up with a new plan. A more foolproof one. We sat down in an abandoned classroom in the Charms hallway. It was much more private than the Gryffindor common room, so we could discover things that would always legal. Hermione pulled a scroll and quill from her enlarged bag. Okay, so what do we know? Percy was no help, Harry replied in a surly tone. Hermione made a go-on motion with her hands. Yes, we know that. I meant important things. Things we learned. Percy likes blue food. Hermione rolled her eyes. Honestly, Harry, that's not very helpful. Let's see. We've followed Percy and Talia. When I was following them, they had this lengthy discussion about Thanksgiving. They were planning of having a big feast or something in the room of requirement on Thursday. Percy mentioned something about IMing someone. Mr. Brunner? He said another name at first, then switched. I followed Talia and she went into the Forbidden Forest. She ran into the centaurs and had a conversation with them. She scribbled all this down as she talked. She mentioned a guy named Kyron, which could be related to the guy Percy was talking about. Then they started going on about how Mars was bright. What has Mars got to do with anything? I asked, bewildered. As far as I knew, Mars was just a planet that Trelawney obsessed over. Hermione shrugged. I have no idea. But listen to this. We went farther into the forest, and met up with Nico. He was standing in a clearing and there was this weird pit thing. He was also worried about Mars being bright. Maybe they just excel with astronomy, Harry suggested. Hermione shook her head vehemently. Have you seen Percy and Talia's homework? They barely have any idea what they're doing. They also didn't know what a bat bogey hex was, but they excel at charms, Harry pointed out. Yes, but so they're Mars experts. What happened after that? I said, trying to get them back on track. Well, Hermione said, glaring at me. Then Nico looked at me and said he could sense Death's cloak. That's when I ran. So does he have supervision or something? Or a revealing charm? I wondered. X-ray vision. Harry allowed a small smirk. Hermione smiled slightly. I don't think Nico has X-ray vision. Besides, it wouldn't work on something magical like the cloak. What's X-ray vision? I asked, lost. Muggle thing, Harry explained briefly. It allows you to see the bones inside a body. Why would somebody want to do that? Healing purposes, Hermione replied. But anyway, it still doesn't explain why Nico was able to see the cloak. It works against all revealing and illusionment charms. And Talia didn't notice it either. I leaned back in the desk chair, trying to get comfortable. All this thinking was making my head hurt. I feel like Furlocktones, I said, making a Muggle reference. Hermione and Harry looked confused. Who? Harry asked blankly. You know, I said, searching through my mind for an explanation. That guy that solves mysteries. He a Muggle thing. Oh, Hermione said, comprehension dawning on her face. Do you mean Sherlock Holmes? Harry snickered. I felt my ears turn red. Yeah. That's what I meant. Didn't I say that? Hermione seemed to notice my discomfort. Well, she said, switching topics quickly, let's forget about that for a minute. Any ideas on the other things? I glanced at the paper, relieved that Harry let the subject drop. Something caught my eye. There was a pit in the middle of the forest? Hermione nodded. It was kind of creepy. And the whole place smelled like McDonald's, but I'm not sure if that has anything to do with it. He may have just gotten fast food out in the middle of nowhere without breaching any rules. Nothing important. I wasn't sure if she was being sarcastic or not. I remember back in the Order headquarters. Nico said he was a necromancer. Maybe he was. Doing something like that with the pit. I don't know exactly how you raise the dead, but it's possible. Harry and Hermione looked at me like I had lost my mind. I reviewed what I had just said. Nothing that was Muggle related. So I wasn't really sure what they were confused about. What's a necromancer? Harry asked. A person who raises the dead, Hermione explained. She looked back at me. Do you realize what you just said? I nodded. I know. I thought it was crazy too, but I asked Annabeth, and she said it was true, too. But, Hermione protested. That's dark magic. It was outlawed hundreds of years ago. The last wizard to raise the dead was Dodlin the Dark. He went to Azkaban and lived there for nearly 40 years. I shrugged. I dunno. Maybe they were lying, but why? Why would they do that if they knew the risks? Maybe they didn't, Harry suggested. I mean, they had no idea what the houses were, so maybe they didn't know when they said that. But those laws are known all around the world, even in America. Besides, it seems like a faulty plan. Not something Annabeth would come up with. There are too many dangers with doing something that risky. I gestured at the paper, which had writing covering it, but what does this all mean? Do you think? Harry trailed off. Hermione looked at him, silently telling him to go on. You don't think they're not wizards, do you? Hermione shook her head, quickly dismissing the idea. You can't fake magic. Besides, they've got strange areas of expertise nothing that a Muggle, or even a squib would venture into. Yes, but they don't know half the things that normal wizards do. They say they're transfers, so wouldn't they know at least the basics? Harry pressed. Hermione continued to shake her head. But it just doesn't make sense. I think they're wizards. No, I know they're wizards, but where are they from? Why are they here? Why do they know things that we don't, but don't know things that we do? And why are they all 5th years, when Nico and Talia are obviously younger? So many questions, I muttered. So what do you want to do? How are we going to find anything else out if our only cover is blown? Harry asked, desperation creeping into his voice. Actually, Hermione said hesitantly, I was thinking about borrowing some of Fred and George's inventions. I looked at her like she had announced that she had key Ed Malfoy. What? I asked, incredulous. What in Merlin's name happened to the righteous, Prefect Hermione? Desperate times call for desperate measures, Hermione said loftily. I thought we could use their invisible hats. They're not permanent or very reliable, but they might work. Nico might not notice the person wearing it. It's a big might, Harry pointed out. And who would we follow? Well, Hermione said carefully, I was thinking Ron could follow Annabeth, since he hasn't followed anyone yet. The best time to start would be after they have their Thanksgiving dinner. Wait outside the room. When they leave, just follow Annabeth and see what she does. She may not do anything except go to bed, but she'll be in school the next day. And has anybody asked Ron if this is all okay with him? Hermione ignored me. Just be careful, because you never know what Annabeth will do if she discovers you. I tried not to think about that. Annabeth was clearly the only one who could control the other three. I didn't even want to think about what she'd do. Anger was not something Annabeth took lightly. You are one crazy witch, I told her, receiving a glare in return. Harry POV. Our recent findings on the mysterious Americans were that no one should ever trust Fred and George's creations. True, they were still in prototype phase, but still. Maybe they would be less faulty after some improvements had been done on them, but for now, they were one of the worst ideas on Hermione's part. We had sent Ron out on his mission in an invisibility hat. He then proceeded to get his headless kicked by an angry, albeit slightly amused Annabeth. The invisible protection did not last as long as planned, causing Annabeth to discover Ron trailing after her. Ron had returned to the Gryffindor common room sporting some rather large bruises. We're pretty sure that Annabeth just assumed that Ron had a crush on her and that was why he was following her, because Annabeth, nor any of the others, mentioned anything about it after the incident. Ron had seemed mortified about it, but when Hermione pointed out the other option of us getting discovered, he seemed less upset by it. Needless to say, our plan on following the Americans ended right then and there. Ron hadn't even gleaned any important information in his short espionage career. We were still only left with what we had discovered before, which wasn't helping us much at all. Hermione spent hours in the library trying to connect the dots. I was thinking it was time to try a different tactic. Confront them head on. Time was running short, though, as it was the last DA meeting before Christmas break. I had come to the room of requirement early, to find that Dobby had decorated it. It looked like Christmas but with more me. I quickly tore down all the decorations before anyone else arrived. The practice went well. Everybody had really improved since the beginning. I decided to just do a review of what we had learned, instead of starting something new right before break. I walked around, listening to people shouting spells, their partners responding in various ways, from being temporarily paralyzed to getting shrunk down in size. At one point, I stopped next to Percy, who had successfully stunned Talia. She was still recovering. Good form, I approved, then switched topics. Are you coming back to headquarters for the holidays? I asked. Percy casually twirled his wand, sending blue sparks out here and there. We were planning on it. I don't exactly want to spend Christmas break in school. I mean, if that's okay with you guys. Oh, yeah, I replied. Of course you're welcome. This was good. We could ask them questions over break, instead of having to wait till after we got back. Percy grinned. Great, he said, tossing his wand up in the air, letting it spin end over end a few times, before catching it again like it was no big deal. I continued my rounds, before Percy and I decided it was time to review physical fighting. People made their way over to the sparring mats that had replaced the punching bags. We had progressed from basics to simple sparring, nothing that would cause lasting damage to the opponent, but would stun or debilitate them for a couple of minutes. Loud smacks and grunts filled the air as partners landed punches and kicks to their opponents. After Percy deemed enough damage had been done to our bodies, he called it quits. Everyone converged around me, waiting for me to say something or dismiss them. I told them how well they'd been doing, and that we might even start Patronuses, which everybody seemed to like. People wished each other Happy Christmas before dispersing, the horizon of the holidays in sight now. In just a few days we wouldn't have to worry about homework or school for several weeks. The holidays, as always, took precedence over a student's mind. Everybody had left except Cho. I pretended to be busy straightening out the cushions, but a pile of inanimate objects can only be perfected so much. Finally, I turned to face her, only to be surprised by tears running down her face. Are you okay? I asked hesitantly. She nodded. I was just wondering if he knew all of this. Who? I asked, confused. Cedric, she sniffled. Maybe if he'd known this, he wouldn't have died. I shook my head sadly. He did know this. But when Voldemort wants you dead, you are dead. The fault wasn't his on any part. But you survived, when you were only a baby, she pointed out. I swallowed. I wasn't really sure what to say. I know, I said quietly. I really like you, Harry, she said, moving closer. I didn't know what to do. I couldn't move. Cho was getting closer. I could count the freckles on her face. Line break because I'm evil like that. Tee that night, after getting interrogated by Ron and lectured by Hermione about my key asterisk with Cho, I fell into a restless sleep. My dreams first started with Cho being angry at me because I promised her something that I had no recollection of, and then it changed. Percy Pav, I had been sleeping peacefully for once in my life. The day had been satisfying with the DA members showing how much they had improved over a couple of months. I was exhausted, and not looking forward to any dreams. But, of course, when has anything ever gone my way? I was running down a corridor. All the doors were black, and everything was dimly lit. In the distance, I could hear what sounded like a Dracini slithering. I ran faster. The hallway opened up a bit as I got closer to the end. All that was there was a single black door, cutting off any possible escape. Arthur Weasley sat on the ground in front of it, falling asleep. Right in front of him was a giant snake. It wasn't a Dracini, like I'd initially thought. The echoing of the hallway had multiplied the single body moving so it sounded like two snake trunks instead of one. The snake heard my footfalls and turned its head, hissing at me. It had bright, vivid green eyes, and for a second I envisioned round glasses in front of them. Then the snake turned back to Mr. Weasley. The wizard had snapped awake when he heard the snake hissing at me, but he seemed not to notice me, which was what usually happened in my dreams. Instead, he drew his wand and pointed it at the snake. In an instant, the snake darted in and out, blood appearing. It repeated its actions twice more. Mr. Weasley fell to the ground with a cry. Blood spurted out of his body, covering the ground in the dark, sticky substance. I watched in shock. The snake began to writhe in pain. Nico Pav, I woke up, gasping for breath. I shot upright in my bed, looking around wildly. I didn't feel safe, not after what I had seen. Logan was sitting on his bed straight-backed with his legs crossed, watching me. He frowned as we made eye contact. "You okay, mate?" he asked with slight worry. I clutched my head, trying to think. I don't know. I didn't have time to wonder about why Logan was wide awake in the middle of the night, watching me. I could have sworn Harry had been the snake, but he would never attack Mr. Weasley intentionally. I had seen how Harry looked up to the older man, almost like a fatherly figure. I closed my eyes, trying to listen for a buzzing that would signal that Mr. Weasley had died. There was none, just the resident quiet buzz, almost like a slightly out-of-tune radio. So many people died every minute that the buzzing never completely stopped. But it was quiet enough that I could tune it out and focus on more important things. I then tried to focus on his life force. It was a long shot, I know. We were probably hundreds of miles away from wherever he was, and my powers weren't supposed to be used for long-distance calls. I let out a frustrated growl when I couldn't feel anything. "Nico?" Logan asked hesitantly. I ignored him. It was possible that the entire dream hadn't happened yet, or it was just a metaphor for something that was going to happen, or it was just some powerful being screwing with my head. I didn't really believe any of those three. My only other choice would be to go to Percy. I slipped off the bed and threw on a sweatshirt and some jeans. "Nico," Logan's voice became more urgent. "Where are you going?" "I have to go talk to someone," I explained briefly. "I'll be back soon." "In the middle of the night?" he hissed, right before I closed the door behind me. As soon as I was out of the Slytherin common room, I broke out into a full sprint. Of course the Gryffindor house had to be at the complete opposite end of the castle. I passed a cabal of ghosts, stopping short when I realized they might be able to help me. I skidded on my heels and turned around. "Do any of you know anything about something that might have happened about 5 minutes ago?" I asked breathlessly. They stared at me blankly, no pun intended. I figured I had to explain a bit more. I had a dream that Arthur Weasley got attacked by this giant snake. I need to know if that actually happened or not. Anybody know? The ghosts exchanged glances. As one, they shook their heads. "I'm sorry, my lord," one said, but I cut him off with an impatient wave of my hand. Whatever, I said, turning around to continue my trek up several flights of stairs. Thanks though, I threw over my shoulder before darting off again. The stairs decided to move on me as I was going up them. Come on, I growled, as the flight I was on did a complete 180. I took the route anyway, instead of waiting for them to change again. I didn't have time to stop before I crashed into another person, who stumbled backwards. Sorry, I muttered, then realized who it was. Percy. Percy looked very worried. Behind him stood Professor McGonagall, Harry, and Ron. Harry looked like he was about to be sick, and Ron looked terrified. McGonagall's lips were drawn tight. Nico, Percy asked. What are you doing? I considered asking him what he was doing, but I figured that would be a waste of time. I had a dream, I explained. Percy's eyes narrowed. So did I and Harry. Wait, I hesitated. Does it have to do with Ron's dad? The four looked at me. Is that what you dreamed about? Percy asked, fear starting to creep into his voice. We made eye contact as we both realized what this meant. When more than one person has the same dream, something big and bad was going to happen. This is not good, I said darkly. You think? Ron exploded. My dad might be dying and you two are having a little powwow over there. Right, Percy said quickly. We should go. The five of us headed in the direction of Dumbledore's office. McGonagall said the password and ushered us inside the spiral staircase. Headmaster, she said briskly, Potter had a nightmare. Dumbledore looked up as Potter said slightly indignantly, it wasn't a nightmare. It was a dream, Percy spoke up. Nico and I had it too. Dumbledore nodded. Well? He looked expectantly at Harry. Sir, Mr. Weasley is in trouble. A snake attacked him. Harry looked frustrated that we weren't moving quickly enough. How did you see this, Harry? Dumbledore asked quietly. From what point of view were you? I was the snake, Harry replied, even more upset. Ron stared at his best friend in something close to horror. Dumbledore nodded. And how did you two see it? He turned to Percy and me. I was behind the whole thing. The snake hissed at me, and that's how Mr. Weasley woke up, Percy said. Same, I said. But Percy wasn't in my dream. I was the one the snake hissed at. Dumbledore narrowed his eyes a bit. Is Mr. Weasley badly injured? He asked calmly. Yes. Harry burst out, but the headmaster looked at me for my answer. I hesitated. In the dream, yes. But I couldn't tell when I woke up. I'm too far away. I didn't really like talking about my powers in front of Harry and Ron, but Dumbledore must have deemed it necessary. Dumbledore nodded again. Very well. Professor McGonagall, if you would be kind to wake up the rest of the Weasleys, Miss Granger, Miss Talia, and Miss Chase. She nodded and left the room. Percy and I shared a glance. Something bad was going to happen soon. Percy Pav, I was unhappy. Very unhappy, so incredibly unhappy that it bordered on angry. Why? I felt like it was the week before my 16th birthday again. Everything that could go wrong was going wrong, and I felt like I wasn't in control of everything. Should I count everything that was going wrong? Okay. I didn't get to go home for the holidays, thanks a lot, Chiron. We knew that we were being followed, after Nico discovered someone in the Forbidden Forest and Annabeth found Ron stalking her. A bad demigod dream was not how I planned to start Christmas vacation, and we had to spend even more time around our stalkers because of this. My life beeps. So now I was standing here, with Nico, Harry, and Ron, in Dumbledore's office, while Dumbledore chatted with a painting and Professor McGonagall went to round up the rest of the crew. Dumbledore briefly turned to us. Misters Jackson and D'Angelo, you are both sure that you were not the snake, as Harry viewed himself? Nico and I shared a glance, and Nico seemed to elect me to answer. Thanks a lot, little cuz. Yeah, we're positive. It was just a normal. I hesitated, about to say, demigod dream. Then rethought my decision. Dream? Harry looked at us curiously, but I didn't say anything after that. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled, knowing what I was about to say. Very well, he replied. Now we will wait until Professor McGonagall returns with your fellow classmates. The wait was brief but awkward. Nobody said anything. Ron was looking terrified, But he was also edging slightly away from Harry, like he was worried Harry was going to turn into a snake and attack him, too. Nico had a distant look on his face, and I assumed he was trying to use his powers to find out the status of Mr. Weasley. Harry seemed to be in freaking out impatient mode, never staying still for more than 5 seconds at a time, and unconsciously touching the lightning scar on his forehead every now and then. After about 5 minutes of fidgeting silence, the sound of footsteps gradually grew louder as people came up outside of the office. Then the door opened and McGonagall marched in, followed by a sea of redheads, Hermione, Annabeth, and Talia. Everybody looked at Harry, as if for explanation. Dumbledore began, breaking the silence. "I believe you should all know why you have been brought to my office in the middle of the night. Perhaps Harry would like to explain?" Harry bit his lip nervously before starting the story over. "I had a dream. I was in a corridor, and there was a snake. It came up on Mr. Weasley. He had been asleep, but then he woke up and the snake attacked him. He's in critical condition right now." There were several gasps as the newcomers heard the story. I was slightly confused as to why Harry twisted the story to make it seem like he wasn't the snake. Then I remembered how Ron had acted towards him when he heard the story. Harry didn't need that repeated 6 times. "I have sent for help," Dumbledore took over again, "but we need you children to go to the headquarters now. Think of it as an early break." "How will we get there?" Harry asked. Dumbledore didn't reply. He simply started tottering around his office, and pulled out a worthless object. He placed it on the desk and pulled out his wand, muttering enchantments. The object began to glow. "Everybody touch the portkey," he advised. Harry, Hermione, and the Weasleys moved towards it without hesitation. The rest of us looked at each other first. Then I mentally shrugged and moved forward, the others following suit. The minute I touched the thing, the world around me began to spin very fast. Everything went faster and faster, until we stopped spinning. We hung in midair for a millisecond, before dropping to the ground. Most of us lost our footing. Actually, I think everybody's butts met the ground. The ground itself was hard and cold. The only ground that I knew was like that was the kitchen of number 12, Grimmauld Place. I got up and looked around. I was right. Creature, the little annoying house elf, was watching us with distaste. Sirius was shocked, but got over it quickly, rushing over to us. "Where's Mum?" Fred demanded. "Not here yet," Sirius replied quickly. "She probably hasn't heard the news yet." "When can we go to Mungo's?" George asked. "Not yet," Sirius said. "But Dad's dying," Ginny exclaimed. "Look, as much as I'd like to go see your father myself, you can't go yet. Where could you have gotten the information that your father had been attacked?" "It would put the order at risk," Sirius said firmly, not taking no for an answer. "I don't care what happens to the stupid order, I want to see my father," George retorted. "And I said not yet. Let's just have a couple of butterbeers while we wait, okay?" Sirius summoned 10 bottles of the drink, and everybody slowly sat down at the table. "Why are you guys here?" Ginny indicated the S4 Demigods with her half-empty bottle at one point. It just seemed to occur to the others when she mentioned it that we were there. "Jackson and Nico both had the same dream that I did," Harry explained sullenly, staring daggers at the poor wooden table in front of him. Fred looked confused. "But how?" George finished for his brother. "I got the feeling that they were hiding something from us." "Well, 2 can play that game." "I have no idea," I replied, my eyes widening innocently. "I just woke up at the same time Harry did." I woke up and found them running through the hallways, although it was strange to find Logan watching me sleep. Nico trailed off. "Were you talking in your sleep?" I asked him, one eyebrow raised. Nico nearly snorted. Says the person who could narrate an entire book in his sleep. "Hey," I protested. "I don't talk that much." My statement was met with a chorus of, "Yes, you do, S." I suddenly got nervous, wondering how much information I might be giving away without my knowing it. "Oh, sure, everyone gang up on me," I replied sarcastically. "That is actually easier than it sounds," Annabeth told me, smiling evilly. I stuck my tongue out at her. Nothing much else happened for several hours, until about 5 o'clock in the morning. With a burst of red, a phoenix appeared in the room, startling everybody. Some people had lulled into a half-sleep, but they woke up quickly at the arrival. Sirius ripped the note off of the bird's foot and handed it to George, who read it out loud. When he was finished, everybody let out a sigh, which sounded more like a hurricane with 11 people doing it. Mr. Weasley was alive. We all went to bed after that, trying to get some rest. I don't know about anybody else, but neither Nico nor I slept. Instead, we had that awkward moment where there's only one other person in the room, but you really don't want to talk to them, so you pretend that you didn't notice them, but you know that they're doing the same thing, too. That lasted about half an hour. Then I finally got the courage to ask Nico something that had been on my mind ever since the train ride to Hogwarts. "Hey, Nico?" I asked. He grunted in reply. "Remember on the train, when you punched Malfoy in the face?" Nico hesitated before replying. What would be the correct answer to that? Yes. Then no. I rolled my eyes and looked away for a minute. Then I turned back. "No, but seriously, do you remember?" He sighed. "Yes." "Why?" My question was simple and straightforward. Funnily enough, the simple and straightforward questions are sometimes the hardest to answer. Nico drew in a breath before answering. "Several reasons. Mudblood infers that the person saying it is better, more important than the other person. It's a form of discrimination, in a way. Back in the 30s and 40s, Americans hated Italians with a fiery passion." "Really?" I asked. I'd never heard that, or maybe I had, but I hadn't been awake in that class. Nico nodded. "Yeah. The whole Red Scare thing. They thought all Italians wanted a fascist government, or something. I'm not sure, but my family clearly wasn't an exception to that hate." I nodded. So far that made sense. And children of Hades, or Pluto, or whatever, aren't treated the same. I don't care what you say, Percy, we don't fit in. It's worse in the Roman camp, and Hazel had to deal with that for a long time, before she gained any respect. I guess I was just sick of people thinking that they were better than others. Believe me, I was wondering that myself, for a while. Fair enough, I decided. Similar to my hate for bullies. Beeps to be the idiot who I get in a fight with because things add up over time, right? Basically, yeah. I leaned my head back on the pillow. I wouldn't mind it if you find another good reason to sock him, though. He's a little blonde pain in my ass. And pretty much everyone else's, too. I thought I saw a smile crack on Nico's face. Maybe he'll intentionally push me, or something. Or we have to do a drill in Dada that involves punching your partner in self-defense. That reminded me of something. Hey, Nico, have you heard about the Dumbledore's army? Nico raised an eyebrow. Only a couple hundred times. Why? I was just kind of wondering why you weren't in it. I mean, the rest of us are in it. And we're teaching the wizards life skills that they can use if they can't use their wands. Nico gave me a look. I'm probably not in it because I'm in Slytherin and nobody in Slytherin was invited to join. That would kind of be breaking the rules, right? True, I conceded. Maybe I can convince Harry to let you guest star or something once in a while. Show us your Italian ninja skills, you know. Nico threw his pillow at me. Maybe I won't come, just because of that. I grinned. You know you love my wordplay. I've got brain skills. Percy pawed when it was sanctioned that we were allowed to visit Mr. Weasley. Everybody was excited. Tonks and Mad Eye Moody joined us, and the entire group, minus Sirius, went into London. We stood outside an old, dilapidated building which then took us to St. Mungo's. The wizard world can have some really strange ailments. We found Ron's dad in a room with several other people sporting dangerous animal wounds. The reunion was joyous, everybody talking over each other, hugs being given, everybody relaxing much more than the first night, when the news had been shared. Nico and I, however, continuously shared glances throughout the visit. Neither of us still had no idea why we dreamed about the attack when nobody else had. We also didn't know why Harry had gotten the dream when he wasn't even a demigod. And why was he the snake? So many questions. When we got back from the hospital, the four of us demigods converged in the room belonging to Nico and I. The seriousness on everybody's faces reminded me of a meeting about a week ago, involving Chiron. Flashback * the IM appeared in the mist. In the distance, you could see Camp Half-Blood, a light dusting of snow covering everything. Somehow, the strawberry fields were untouched, and the plants were still green and full of fruit. Chiron turned around when Percy called his name. "Percy!" he exclaimed. How are you, my dear boy? Good, Percy replied. He moved to the side so Chiron could see the others. Greetings went around as each person said hi to the centaur in turn. So what is the cause of this call? Chiron asked, sensing that something was wrong. His eyebrows scrunched up ever so slightly. Several things. Where should we start? Talia said, sarcasm hidden in her words. Annabeth rolled her eyes. What she means is, she began. Then continued in rapid-fire talk, Talia and Nico have met the centaurs that live in the Forbidden Forest. Somebody here has got the cloak of death. We've caught Ron stalking me, which makes us believe that Harry or Hermione was using the cloak of death, and that they're trying to figure out why we're here. There's this teacher who's a controlling bitch. We think we found a distant relative of Hazel, which would mean she's got wizard blood in her, and Percy won't shut up about going home for Christmas. Chiron simply blinked in response to her run-on statement. Then he frowned. You said you think Harry, Ron, and Hermione are onto you? Annabeth lifted her shoulders in a mini shrug. That's what we suspect. We're not positive, but after the person using the cloak ran off and Ron became not so invisible, it seemed like the only logical explanation. Chiron looked off into the distance, contemplatively. Is there any way you could get them to stop suspecting you? Percy, Nico, and Talia looked at Annabeth, for her to explain their plan. Annabeth took a deep breath. I decided to turn the tables around, and I used my invisible hat to follow Hermione one day. I got sidetracked at one point, and missed most of the conversation she had with Harry and Hermione, but I arrived in the classroom they were using, just in time to hear them devise a plan. They want to question us directly. Chiron pursed his lips. You know you'll have to come up with something believable. Annabeth nodded, like she already knew that. We can take care of that, but we have no idea on when it'll happen. Make it your choice of time and place, but don't let them know it. Make it seem like it was their idea to begin with. Preferably a place without too many witnesses, or if there are witnesses, they're on your side. Talia summed it up. So, basically, only when we're around the Order of the Phoenix. Chiron nodded. That would work. But we probably aren't going to run into the Order anymore, Percy pointed out. Chiron sent Percy a glance that was indecipherable, but there may have been a trace of pity in there. You could go to the Order for Christmas break, he suggested. No. Percy reacted vehemently. I'm not staying over here for Christmas. I already missed Thanksgiving. I want to be home, with family. And I'm sure Annabeth wants to be with her dad and family, too, right? And Talia probably wants to hang out with the hunters. And Nico. Well, Nico's welcome at my place. Percy looked imploringly at the others. Talia nodded her head to the side, in a what-can-you-do move. He's got a point. I'm getting sick of having to hang around multitudes of boys here. Chiron cracked a small smile, but it faded quickly. It would be the perfect time to do it. Besides, what if anybody asks questions about where you are going? Or they try and follow you and you lead them to camp? It's just easier to stay over there. I'm sorry, he said, and he did sound genuinely sorry. So it was completed, and they devised a plan to avoid any detection whatsoever. After that, other campers were allowed to talk to the foursome for a few minutes, catching up on news, and who keyed whom, and which cabin won the last capture the flag game, and how the new campers were complete crybabies, and so on and so forth, until Chiron decided it was time to get off, and everybody said their goodbyes. End flashback now. The four sat in a circle on the floor. For some odd reason, nobody wanted to sit on the beds. All right, Annabeth said, businesslike. Can somebody please explain what is going on? If we knew, we would tell you, but I'm just as clueless as you, Nico supplied dully, picking at the frayed rug. Annabeth looked at me for my answer. I in turn shrugged. Don't look at me, I have no idea either. Annabeth closed her eyes, trying to focus. So, you both had the exact same dream, in the exact same position, with the exact same view, but neither of you noticed each other there. Right, Nico nodded. But Harry had the same dream from a different view. Correct. He was the snake. He hissed at me, Nico, which woke up Mr. Weasley. I have no idea what that means, if it's like a metaphor, or something, I added helpfully. I highly doubt Harry is an animagus, but that wouldn't explain why he turned into a snake, Annabeth muttered, trying to process everything. A what? The other three chorused. Annabeth looked up to see three rather confused faces. I did some reading in the library, since it was getting kind of embarrassing not knowing all the wizard info that everyone else takes for granted. An animagus is a person who can transform into an animal at will. Incredibly complex magic, I think. Like Beast Boy? I asked, referencing the show Teen Titans. Annabeth sent me a cutting glare. No, she drew the word out. They can only turn into one designated animal they choose before they do the initial magic. They don't get to choose a different animal each time. Sirius is an animagus. That would explain why he was so hard to find at times, Nico said, comprehension dawning on his face, like somebody had explained complex trigonometry to him, and he was beginning to understand. Yeah, sure, Annabeth replied. My point being, I don't think he would normally have the ability to turn into a different animal, unless he used a charm or something. So maybe it wasn't by his choice, maybe somebody else had control over his body? Talia asked. Annabeth made a face. It's possible, but even that wouldn't explain why you had a dream about it. Normally demigod dreams pertain to demigod-related things. Maybe it has to do with why we're here, or something to do with Hazel's family, I suggested. Maybe, Annabeth said distantly, eyes looking off into the distance. Even from here, you could tell those little gears in her mind were whirling 100 miles an hour. Harry POV Ron and I were relaxing in our room when Hermione came rushing in all her bushy-haired glory, clutching, big surprise, a book in her hand. I figured it out, she exclaimed breathlessly. Ron and I shared a curious and cautious glance. What did you figure out? I asked. What language they're speaking? Hermione replied excitedly. She sat down on Ron's bed and opened up the book. I was doing a little bit of research, and I read this last night. I forgot about it until now. Just a little bit of research, Ron muttered sarcastically. If Hermione heard him, she didn't retaliate. It's an ancient dialect of Greek, she informed us. Why would they learn ancient Greek, let alone speak it? I questioned. That didn't make any sense. Ron shrugged. I dunno, maybe since nobody else speaks it, they can have private conversations in front of people? Hermione nodded. Like in World War II, prisoners in Japan would talk in their native language in front of the guards. The guards didn't know that they were exchanging important information. Are you implying that they're prisoners here? I asked her, jokingly. She blushed. Well, no, but it's the same general idea, I suppose. Unless we had time to translate what they were saying, it's completely effective. So what has this got to do with anything? Ron asked, leaning back to rest his elbows on the bed. I don't know, Hermione ground out, frustrated. I feel like everything we have is connected in some way, but I can't figure out how. Like there's something that we're missing. It's hanging right in front of us, but we just can't see it. Well, we could try to figure it out, I suggested. Hermione's eyes widened. You mean you're willing to ask them? I nodded. Why not? We're not getting anywhere, and what do we have left to lose? But you two might want to borrow some of Fred and George's extendable ears. Line break somehow, the three of us had managed to fit under the invisibility cloak. We had learned our lesson with Hermione that we couldn't be near Nico while using it, but right now we were standing on the landing on the staircase. It gave us a good view of the sitting room, where Nico was sitting on the couch, staring morosely into the fireplace. Percy was walking up from the kitchen, carrying 2 mugs of hot chocolate. We put the extendable ears into our ears and listened. Percy walked into the sitting room and sat down on the couch, next to Nico. He offered a mug of the hot drink to the younger boy, who took the cup but didn't drink any of it. He turned back to face the fire. Percy sighed. Do you want to talk about it? Nico shook his head. Not really. Percy turned his body to face Nico. Look, I know I'm not the best person to talk to about this, but you really shouldn't keep it bottled up. Bad things tend to happen when you don't share with the class. You know that. Nico hesitated, then sighed. It was all so sudden, and then she didn't even bother to say goodbye when she left the second time. And now I'm never going to see her again. And it's not like I can forget about it, because no matter where I go, every single F***ing person celebrates Christmas. He ground out the last 6 words. I'm pretty sure not everybody celebrates Christmas, Percy said cautiously. Nico shot him a look that said, don't even try to be smart with me. I will blow you to bits if you do. Sorry, Percy chastised quickly. Is there anything you want me to do to make you feel better? Nah, Nico replied. Thanks, though, Percy. Hermione and I shared a glance, and I nodded minutely. It was time to make my move. I slipped out from under the cloak and walked downstairs. I casually walked into the sitting room, feigning concern at the dismal looks on the two Americans. Are you okay, Nico? I asked. Nico looked up. Yeah. He hesitated, wondering if he could trust me. I decided to egg him on a little bit. Did something happen? Nico bit his lip. A couple of years ago, my sister died. It's nothing, really. He's always this depressed this time of the year. Well, I said, right now, it seems like it's the most wonderfully depressing time of the year. Ironic, isn't it? Since it's supposed to be the cheeriest time of the year. How did she die? I asked, carefully. I didn't want to pry, but it might help us out a bit. Merlin's beard. I felt like such a jerk. I was using someone's death as a way to get information on something that we probably weren't supposed to know in the first place. Nico didn't really seem to mind though, because he did answer. Percy, my sister, and some others were going on a cross-country trip, and there were some mechanical problems. Add that to a couple of telephone poles, and my sister didn't make it out alive. Oh, was all I could think of to say. It seemed like a horrible way to die. Did she die quickly? We don't know, Percy said quietly. None of us were in the car with her when it happened. We were all outside. We never got to see her body, though. Not even at the funeral? Percy shook his head. Closed casket, it was that bad. Nico shot his cousin a look. I got the feeling that they weren't being completely truthful with me. I let it slide though, because it was a tough subject. Did you all go to the same school? I directed the conversation to where I wanted it to go. Percy and Nico shared a knowing look. It's kind of complicated. It's not really a school, I guess. It's more like a summer camp. You live like muggles for the school year, so you have a full education and everything. In the summer you go to the camp, where you learn all the magic and stuff. I mean, some people stay year-round, if they don't have a place to go home to, or they live too far away, but most only come in the summer, Percy explained. Huh. Is that why you're more skilled in certain types of magic than others? Nico shrugged. Yeah, in a way. You have the normal, basic classes that everyone has to take, then you have the classes more specified to your taste, or whatever. But what about owls and stuff? Are you not prepared for them, then? Percy made a face. Things are slightly more different across the pond. I don't think anybody in our camp had to take owls. Besides, we survive. I realized that I wasn't going to get anywhere with this. They were either telling the truth, or they knew I was going to ask and spun a very good web of lies. That's interesting, I said. And you sure you don't need anything, Nico? I asked, wrapping up the conversation. Nico nodded. Positive. Nico Pav. The rest of the holidays passed without many incidents. The cover story for camp must have passed inspection, because Harry and his friends stopped, discreetly, questioning us every other hour. Instead, everyone in number 12 Grimmauld Place focused on the recovery of Mr. Weasley and protecting whatever they had been protecting before the whole Harry, Snake, Mr. Weasley incident. Percy must have talked to Harry about Dumbledore's army, because at one point Harry walked up to me and told me I was more than welcome to join them whenever I wanted. But all of Percy's problems aside, I had problems of my own. For example, why did Percy and I dream about the snake attack? Or, why was Logan watching me sleep? Because that's not creepy at all. Oh, and why did I get the feeling that Kiana's relation to Hazel was significant in some way? The Slytherin house may seem cold and stuck up on the outside, but it is made up of rings of secrets and friendships and God's damned mysteries that nobody seems to want to solve. Gryffindor is brave. Ravenclaw is smart. Hufflepuff is loyal. And what is Slytherin? The backstabbing bad guys. Only to a certain extent. After my first week or so in there, people became more open, and I became privy to many goings-on that the other houses don't know about. In some ways, it's fun to know more than Annabeth. When we got back to Hogwarts, Alec and Patrick were playing a game of wizard chess on the floor of our dorm, and Logan was sitting on his bed, reading a book. The three looked up when I walked in. Hey, mate, Patrick grinned. I mock saluted him and threw my bag onto my bed. How was your vacation? Alec asked, focusing on his next move. I shrugged. It was all right. About as normal as it can get when you spend it with your cousins. Where'd you go? Patrick asked curiously. London, I said briefly, turning back to my bag to begin unpacking. I noticed that Logan hadn't said anything, but I didn't say anything. After I threw the last pair of socks into my drawer, I announced that I was going to go for a walk. Would anyone like to join me? I threw the question out, hoping I would receive the answer I'd planned. I got 2 no's from Patrick and Alec, as I'd planned. They were too involved in their chess game. From what I could tell, Patrick was about 3 moves away from winning, and Alec was 2 moves away from throwing a tantrum. I think I will, actually, Logan spoke up, snapping his book shut. That was what I was looking for. He had understood the unspoken message I'd sent through the invite. We needed to talk. Logan followed me out of the room and the common room. We didn't speak until we reached the 4th floor. In here, I muttered, nodding at the door in front of me. It looked like a normal classroom door, but after 4 months of exploring the castle at night, I discovered it to be a secret passage in actuality. Logan obliged and calmly followed me down the corridor and into the private library. The books lining the walls were from various centuries, but the latest publication date was 1869. All right, Logan said, rounding on me after a moment of flabbergasted silence. What in Merlin's name is going on? I was going to ask you that, I replied coldly, crossing my arms. We glared at each other. Something isn't right here, Logan started, blue eyes cutting like icy fire. I snorted. You can say that again, I muttered. Logan continued as if he hadn't heard my comment. You disappear at night. You are constantly having hush-hush conversations with your cousins, if they even are your cousins. You can do dark magic that I've never even seen. I've seen you go into the forbidden forest in the middle of night without your wand. And the whole thing with Kiana in the beginning of the year. What was that about? Don't think I didn't notice how you reacted to her mention of Hazel. I raised an eyebrow. Oh, well, what about the fact that I wake up and you are just watching me? You think that's not creepy? Maybe I'm watching you because you always disappear at night. How the hell did you find this place, anyway? Logan took a minute to glance around at the books again. Because I like having private time. And I can't do that when you are staring at me like a piece of meat. Alec is trying to beat the record for most words spoken at once, and Patrick is trying to get me to play a game of wizard chess. Then the full force of Logan's accusations hit me, like a train. Wait, you think I'm lying about Percy and Talia being my cousins? Logan cocked his head. It makes for a good excuse to talk to them. Logan. I exploded. Do you even hear the conversations we have? It's not like we have a secret code to send information. Besides, what information do you think we'd be giving each other? How about that foreign language you talk in when you don't want people to hear what you're saying? You could be trading secrets about. I don't know. Something that would threaten the safety of us. I sent him a deadpan look. We're not terrorists. We are Americans. Well, for the most part. Logan motioned to me again. See? There it is again. You give these half answers. So do Jackson, Chase, and Talia. It's like you have something to hide. Maybe we do, I retorted slowly. Maybe we don't want the whole world hearing what we say. But what could you possibly discuss that other people can't hear? That you need to talk in a different language out of precaution? People are suspicious of you for. You just come out of nowhere. The headmaster tells us that you're transfer students from America, but you never, ever talk about your old school. Or anything about America in general. I barely know anything about you. I glowered at him. I knew that spinning him the same story about CHB wouldn't pass. He didn't want any stories right now. He just wanted to rant and understand what was going on. I snorted. You think we haven't noticed? We've had Weasley, Granger, and Potter stalking us everywhere. They think. I don't even know what they think. So of course we're not going to start sharing everything with the students of Hogwarts. Logan's eyes narrowed. Whenever you're angry, your eyes go all dark. It's unnerving. It's not human. What exactly are you implying? I grounded out each word. That I'm not ***ing human. He took a step back. I didn't say that. What I'm saying is that when you get angry, you act strangely. Oh, so now I can't get angry? And I'm not allowed to have a private conversation with my cousin? And I can't have any privacy? What is this, 1984? What? I shook my head and broke eye contact with him, staring at the bookshelves to my right for a long minute. When I had calmed down a bit, I turned back to Logan. What do you want to know? I asked wearily. Everything. I sighed. Do you believe that Voldemort is back? Logan's brow furrowed. What? It's a simple question. You're smart. Do you think that Cedric Diggory was killed by Harry Potter or Voldemort? I suppose you know who. It's hard to believe that he is back, though. But what has that got to do with anything? Next question, I said, ignoring Logan. Do you think that dreams can hold meaning, or be premonitions? No, not really. I took a step towards him to get the point across. A while ago, Percy Jackson, my cousin, had a dream about Kiana's ancestors. I hadn't told him about her at all. What he dreamed about actually happened over 100 years ago. Lately, whenever I try to sleep, I get dreams. Nightmares, more like. With increasing consistency, they have included Voldemort. I don't doubt my dreams, because they have never been wrong before. We're on the same side here. We can't fight about small things, like my habits. If we have any chance of getting rid of Voldemort, we can't doubt each other. We have to be able to cooperate. What makes you think I don't support you know who? Because I know you aren't stupid. I smiled a little. Besides, you and Malfoy don't get along at all. Logan smiled a bit as well. So are you in? Logan nodded. I don't question you, and the world lives happily ever after. In a nutshell. We started walking back to the 4th floor corridor. But how do you expect to defeat? What did I say about trust? Annabeth Pav. I shot up in bed, panting heavily. Sweat covered my body, making the sheets tangled around my body wet. Nobody had woken up, which I was grateful for. I stared up at the starry ceiling of my dorm as I caught my breath. It had happened again. The nightmare. I'd had it nearly every night since the beginning of December, but whenever I try to remember it, the scenes slide away like somebody tipped my head over and all the memories poured out like olive oil. A few fragments stayed, but not enough to put them together and figure out the gist of the dream. It was driving me crazy. I hadn't told any of the others about the nightmare. It's not like they could help me if I couldn't even remember what it was about. All I knew was that the events were terrifying enough to make me wake up sweating like a pig every damned night. I slipped out of my bed and quietly opened the door. Once I made it outside of the room, I silently walked to the girls' bathroom. It was the middle of the night, so all of the showers were available. I slipped into the last one and turned on the water, fully clothed. I closed my eyes and let the water wash away the sweat and terror. The fragments, even fewer than 3 minutes ago, flashed vividly against my eyelids, like an old-fashioned projector screen. Flashes of red and green. Blood pooling on the ground in front of me. Percy's face, full of concern and worry. When I felt that I had stood under the water long enough, I got out of the shower and stood in front of the sink, looking into the mirror. Suddenly, the face in the mirror changed, and I found myself staring at a long, pale face. The nose was simply 2 slits in the skin, and the eyes were red. I stared at the eyes, gripping the edge of the sink. The red of the eyes filled the mirror, then the mirror cracked. I ducked under the sink to avoid the falling shards. I closed my eyes and sent a little prayer to my mom. When I reopened my eyes and stood up, the mirror was perfectly normal, like it had never been broken. Harry POV. For perhaps the first time in my life, I was dreading school. On top of having to deal with Umbridge, I still couldn't play Quidditch, I was still being haunted by the door in my dreams, and I was going to have to spend even more time with Snape than I wanted. Ever since Snape dropped in over break to inform me of my remedial potions, the days to the first meeting seemed to come too quickly. It was the first night of my scheduled classes. My footsteps echoed off the stone walls of the dungeons. It was like second year, when Hermione, Ron and I had decided to attend nearly headless Nick's death day party. It may have just been me, but the temperature seemed to drop with every step I took. I knocked on Snape's office door. There was a cold, "Enter." I swallowed and walked in. Snape was sitting at his desk, the pensieve from Dumbledore's office sitting on the desk. As I shut the door behind me, I got the feeling that before the end of the night I would be in several jars that lined the walls. "As you know," Snape drawled, "you are here to learn occlumency because Professor Dumbledore deemed it necessary." "Right. The first step is to rid yourself of all emotion. It helps to clear your mind and make it more difficult for someone to enter the mind. Now stand up and take out your wand, Potter. I stood up and held my wand loosely. Before I was too sure about what happened, my life seemed to flash before my eyes. Random events, some of which I had forgotten about, appeared in my mind. Just as Cho Chang appeared, I realized what was happening. You let me get in too far, Snape sneered. In other words, I beeped. I wasn't sure on how I was supposed to defend myself, I replied coldly. Lack of emotion is the best defense, as I have already told you. Snape raised his wand again. Now, brace yourself. He spat the curse again, and again I was pulled into memories. This time, they took a more dark turn. I saw the dragon, my parents, and then Cedric Diggory. That was what did it. I let out a yell and pulled myself back to reality. Panting heavily, I glared at Snape, who glared back with even more venom than usual. If you do not bother to try, the Dark Lord will not hesitate to use you like a rag doll. Can't you see I'm trying? I growled. Snape's lip curled. Clearly not enough. Let's try again, shall we? Wait, I said, holding up my hands. It was fruitless. Then, in perhaps the biggest coincidence I will ever experience in my life, the door banged open. I shifted to see who had walked in, and the curse slipped past me and hit Percy Jackson square in the chest. He fell to his knees with a look of surprise, and suddenly I had memories of things that had never happened to me. I first saw a rather large man standing amidst a pile of trash in an unkempt apartment. Then I was standing in a building, looking down at the water through a hole right before I jumped. A mini Nico D'Angelo, standing in snow, glared at me. A pretty girl in strange clothes smiled in a sad way. Annabeth lay on a couch with a nasty-looking wound in her shoulder. By this point, Percy was shouting, "No!" But Snape didn't do anything. I wasn't sure if he was doing it on purpose or was in shock or something. Annabeth's body turned into a multitude of bodies on the ground, not a single one over the age of 20. Then a woman with brown hair and careworn eyes disappeared in a flash of light. Stop! I shouted at the room, not necessarily directed at anyone. The images disappeared just as quickly as they had come. Jackson was on all fours, panting. The room was completely silent. Well, that was an unexpected welcome, Jackson said. Why exactly are you down here? Snape asked cuttingly. Jackson stood up and gave Snape a calculating look. I was looking for Harry. I was told he had his occlumency lesson with you tonight. His voice didn't waver, and he managed to look straight into Snape's eyes. I knew for a fact that I was rattled from what I had just seen. It made me wonder if those memories weren't the worst ones Jackson hid from everyone else. And what could you possibly need from Potter at this very moment? Well, I guess it's not exactly urgent, Snape sighed. What is it? Jackson swallowed. Well, Ron might kinda sorta possible be in the hospital wing right now. I shot up. What? Jackson looked surprised at my outburst. Yeah. I figured you might want to know, but apparently it could have waited. I looked at Snape, who appeared to be silently seething. Go, if you must. It is clear that we will not get anything done tonight, seeing as you refuse to listen to my instructions. As homework, I expect you to work on clearing your emotions before you go to bed each night. Dismissed. I was out of the door as soon as Snape finished talking. I barely registered what he had said. What happened? I asked Jackson as soon as he had caught up to my fast pace. Well, Jackson started carefully. We were heading back to the tower, and Malfoy and his minions were coming the other way, and you know how Malfoy keeps teasing Ron about his keeper skills. Well, he started insulting Ron, and Ron kinda said something back, and then they got into a fight, and for some reason Nico got mad, and then things kinda went boom. And what happened to Ron? I could barely hear what Jackson said over the blood pounding in my ears. I hated Malfoy. I hated him almost more than I hated Snape. He got knocked unconscious. He'll be fine, but we figured you would want to know. Malfoy got hurt, too. I stopped moving. When you say Nico got angry, what exactly do you mean? Jackson hesitated. Well, let's just say people around him tend to get hurt, regardless of their affiliation with him. He may or may not have brought a rock ceiling down once. I snorted. Somebody I know did that once too. It was accidental though, I think. I thought back to my second year, when Ron's wand backfired and brought the ceiling of the Chamber of Secrets down on us. So you're used to it? Good. This time it wasn't so bad. Everyone made it out alive and relatively hurt. I started walking again, this time at a calmer pace. We got to the infirmary, and found Hermione sitting next to Ron's limp body, scowling at the floor. "Hey, Hermione," I said quietly. She looked up quickly. "Oh, Harry, thank goodness you're here," she exclaimed. "Where are Talia and Nico?" Jackson asked. "Oh, Talia took Nico outside to get him to cool off before he went back to his dormitory. Madame Pomfrey told me I could stay for a bit longer." "How is he?" I asked, stepping closer to the bedside. Ron looked pale, but he didn't seem to be in any pain. He had a black eye that looked like it was already fading, thanks to magic. Other than that, there didn't seem to be anything wrong with him. "He should be all right. This is just so horrible. First Percy leaving the family, then Mr. Weasley getting hurt, and now Ron. It's like there's something out for the Weasleys." Percy made a strangled noise, causing Hermione and I to look at him. He was looking at Ron, but his mind seemed to be somewhere else. "Percy Pov. This was accidental, I know that," I told the two. I was starting to wonder why Nico would just break down like that. I knew he didn't like Malfoy, but he wouldn't do something like that just for kicks. Thinking back to the incident, I had noticed Nico's mood had changed before the confrontation. It had seemed like the farther we walked down the 7th floor, the greater his scowl had become. "Excuse me for a minute," I said, and ran out of the wing in pursuit of Nico and Talia. I ran into them on the stairs of the entrance hall. Nico looked much calmer than he had before, but when he saw me, he stopped. "Nico," I said hurriedly, "we need to talk." I switched to Greek. "What about?" He raised an eyebrow and replied in the same language. "What's going on?" Nico closed his eyes. "Look, I'm sorry about that. It's just everything. This place is making me go crazy." "How?" I asked. Talia frowned and looked at Nico too. Nico sighed. "First, the ghosts. Being around them in the underworld is bad enough. And the dreams. And for some reason, whenever I'm around Harry Potter, I can sense something bad. It's not very noticeable, but it's there. It's almost like Harry doesn't know about it." I nodded. I knew how small things could add up over time, and I had to agree. Ghosts could be very annoying most of the time. "Is that why you don't like to be around Harry a lot?" Nico shrugged. "I guess, but that's not all," I pressed. "Other than roommate problems. Whenever we walk down the 7th floor, I get a headache. It's like when we're back at the headquarters and we were cleaning out the drawing room. Normal things don't cause that kind of headache. Not even normal magical things." "So you think there's something around here?" "Yes. I thought about that." "Well, if you figure it out, tell me. This could be important. Oh, and you might want to apologize to Ron." Nico rolled his eyes. "All right." I smiled and turned back to go to the infirmary. What I didn't know was that Nico knew more than he was letting on. "Harry POV. Harry." I looked up at the mention of my name. The Americans were walking towards me, Nico D'Angelo in tow. I put the book full of defensive spells down and stood up. "Hello," I greeted them. "Are you ready for the DA meeting tonight?" I asked, referring to the practice that would be occurring in less than 5 minutes. "Yeah," Jackson said. "We picked up a straggler," he added, nodding at Nico. "That's cool," I told them. "You know what we're doing, right?" I directed at Nico. Nico shrugged. "I've got a fairly vivid image of what happens every week. Granted, it's not like Percy talks about it at all, or anything." I couldn't tell if he was being serious or just dryly sarcastic. Hermione and Ron then walked into the room of requirement, quickly followed by the Weasley twins and Neville. There was a quick chorus of greetings. Within about 5 minutes, the entirety of DA had arrived. Some had shown surprise at Nico, a Slytherin, being there, but for some reason there was no vocal disagreement. Maybe they held him to a different standard, since he was an American transfer. "All right," I spoke up. "You guys have been making great progress so far. This week we are going to work on our Patronuses some more. We've been a bit preoccupied lately, so those need some work." There were a few excited murmurs at the prospect of working with Patronuses. People broke up into small groups, but spaced themselves out enough that they could get maximum wand-waving potential. The air was quickly filled with spells being cast. I spent some time with Hermione and Ron, who were getting along splendidly with their spells. With each other, not so much. I figured that I should get away from the premises before anything bad happened. I moved on through the group, stopping here and there to correct someone on their spell or help them with their concentration. The last group I visited was the Americans. Annabeth had really progressed quickly. According to Hermione, she was a control freak, so the actual spell casting was why Annabeth was so good. On the other hand, Jackson seemed to have more powerful memories. They both seemed to be comparable. Talia was getting there. She was having trouble concentrating on a good memory. She usually ended up trying to distract the others. Since it was Nico's first time, I didn't expect much going in, and I was not disappointed. Although, when I thought about it, it wasn't really surprising. The kid's demeanor practically screamed unhappy. Besides, he seemed to handle Dementors pretty well back during the holidays. "Good job, guys," I said enthusiastically. "You seem to really be getting the hang of it." We practiced for another 15 minutes before switching to physical combat. Jackson started out by introducing Nico to the others. "So, guys, this is Nico D'Angelo, if you didn't know already. He's going to be helping us out too. Listen to him. He's pretty good." There was a low hum of discussion as friends conversed with friends about this new plot twist. Jackson seemed to remember something. "And by the way," he spoke up, effectively cutting off all talking, "Harry and I are fully aware that Nico is in the Slytherin house. We also know that he won't tell anybody about the DA, and he most certainly won't inform Umbridge about it. Clear?" Talia cocked an eyebrow. "I know this is strange, but I think you just said something smart." "Thanks," Jackson replied, sarcasm dripping from the monosyllabic response. There was a murmur of laughter before everybody dispersed. They had progressed to more complicated maneuvers and sparred against each other. To be honest, this whole collaboration idea was actually a really good one. I was starting to see where knowing how to fight would come in handy. On a more personal basis, I would be able to use my newfound skills to protect myself in case Dudley ever got bored. Heavyweight boxing champion or not, he was not very good. I was sparring with Ron when it happened. I had knocked him down, and while I was waiting for him to get back up, I scanned around the room. On the far side of the room, Nico was trying to correct a Ravenclaw's form. The Ravenclaw, whose name I had never bothered to learn, rolled hhe eyes and said something. Instinctively, I started walking over to them. Harry?" I heard Ron call after me. I ignored him. The closer I got, the better I could hear the argument. "I've been doing it like this for ages and Percy's never told me I was doing it wrong," the girl said stubbornly. "He probably never saw you do it wrong because you were too busy ogling at him whenever he walked past," Nico said calmly. "Damn," muttered a kid who was listening in to the conversation too. The girl's face got red. "I do not ogle at him. You're denying it." "Yes, I'm denying it. So you do like him." If the girl's cheeks could have gotten pinker, they did. "What?" She nearly exploded. "I do not." "Denial," Nico said in almost a sing-songy voice. I could have sworn he was enjoying this encounter. "What's the problem?" Jackson almost sighed as he sidled into the small ring that had formed. "Unrequited love," Nico said lightly. Jackson looked completely confused. "Huh? She's already showing the stages of loss. Denial. She denies that she doesn't know how to fight, denies that she finds you attractive, denies that she likes you. Duh. I never said that. I said I don't ogle," the girl fumed. "See? There was a hint of a smile on Nico's face. "She's denying everything about you." Jackson seemed to be at a loss for words. He peered at Nico. "Are you feeling okay?" "I mean, I've got a headache, but that's not new." "Oh, please. Now you're asking about his mental health. Why is he even here?" The girl scowled. "We were fine before he came." It seemed the girl had struck a chord. There was a murmur of assent among the rest of my classmates. Jackson, sensing impending problems, decided to choke the weed before it grew. Jackson turned around to face the crowd. "Nico is here because he can provide valuable help. Most of you have never seen him fight, but I have, and believe me, you never want to fight against him." He started walking around. "All of you are here because you believe that Voldemort is back and that the Ministry is suppressing your opportunity to protect yourselves. Now I don't know if you are just doing this for yourselves, or if you plan on helping out in the battle. Because there will be a battle. But I do know that we will need all the help that we can get. So I don't know where the hostility is coming from. Is it because he's a Slytherin? In which case you shouldn't judge a book by its cover. I'll have you know that this kid punched Draco Malfoy in the jaw on the way to Hogwarts. Okay. So I advise that you lay off it. The ear else was left hanging, but the threat was clear. Everyone was silent. Well, let's get back to work, Percy Pov. Since it was February, the whole love month and stuff, I decided to take Annabeth on a date. Okay. Maybe I should be more honest. The date was my mom's idea. It's not like I pay attention to the theme of the month, or anything. Secondly, it was just a picnic down at the lake. Yeah, it was still cold out, but the cold was what made it peaceful. Nobody else wanted to brave the cold for the view. So we enjoyed a lunch alone, simply joking around, and Annabeth making fun of me. For the first time in a while, I wasn't worried about anything. After everything that had happened this year, this was just so relaxing. We didn't have to worry about Harry discovering our identities, Nico doing sketchy things, our upcoming war, nothing, nada. It was fabulous while it lasted. I don't know how long we were out there, probably a couple of hours, before the conversation turned to our mission. So have you figured out why Nico keeps getting those headaches? I leaned back onto the grass. Not yet, I sighed. Things just aren't adding up. Well, what do we know? Annabeth prompted. He gets a headache when he's around Harry. He also thinks that there's a Horcrux attached to Harry, or Harry's soul, or something. In other words, he can tell if there's a Horcrux nearby. Yeah, has this ever happened before? I mean, after he put Ron in the hospital wing, he told me that he gets headaches when he's on the 7th floor. Annabeth frowned. Is there one on the 7th floor? I don't know, I told her. I mean, it would have to be some place that isn't easy to find. Voldemort wouldn't be as stupid as to just leave part of his soul lying around for anyone to find. Hey, Annabeth said suddenly. I sat up. Do you remember when Nico got that migraine in the headquarters? Yeah, I said slowly. Do you think there was a Horcrux in the house? Like, where the anti-Voldemort force is housed? Annabeth's eyes got more stormy as she thought. Remember how Sirius was talking about how the rest of his family supported Voldemort? Maybe they offered to protect it for Voldemort. It's almost impossible to get into that place. Maybe, she said thoughtfully. Do you think it's still there? I don't think so. Nico didn't get any headaches over Christmas. But that doesn't explain the whole 7th floor thing. Annabeth clapped a hand to her head. We are so stupid. I never thought you'd say that about yourself, I grinned. She ignored me. The room of requirement, she exclaimed. That would make sense, I admitted. Yes, it does. The room will take the shape of anything you need it to. You could, theoretically, come up with a room that no one else would think of, and bingo, your soul is protected for the rest of eternity. Pretty smart. Yeah, now let's go tell Nico. Harry Pov. A couple of weeks after the semi-disastrous DA meeting with Nico, we had a normal meeting. Things had been going pretty well for a while, but then the door to the room opened and Dobby the house elf scampered in. There were screams and shouts, accompanied by a flurry of movement as everyone in the room tried to escape before Umbridge arrived to punish them all. I tried to get the heck out of Dodge, but Malfoy managed to lunge and grab my ankle, tripping me. The next thing I knew, I was being taken to Dumbledore's office, Umbridge occasionally leering at me with that creepy toad-like smile. The discussion that occurred between Umbridge, the minister, and Dumbledore seemed to pass by in a blur. I had to admit, though, that Hermione's charm on the Ravenclaw snitch was rather humorous. If the situation wasn't so dire, I would have said that she deserved it. Nevertheless, I was dimly aware that Dumbledore had turned the problem around and was taking the blame for an organization that he was no part of. When he disappeared with Fawkes, though, I was about 3 seconds away from a breakdown. I returned to the Gryffindor common room in a numb state. Those who were part of the DA, who had not been caught, and who were not too terrified to show their faces, waited in the room, apprehension on their faces. Ron and Hermione hurried over to me, Jackson and Talia in tow. What happened? Dumbledore's gone, I muttered. What? Hermione nearly shrieked. The Ministry arrested him. I smiled hollowly. remembering the encounter between the minister and Dumbledore. They tried to, but Dumbledore kind of disappeared with Fawkes before they could actually arrest him. So what do we do now? Talia asked. I shrugged. I don't know. Dumbledore is gone, the DA is virtually disbanded for good, and Umbridge now has full run of the school. I really don't know. Jackson and Talia shared a look. If it were any other day, I would have been intrigued, but right now, it just mildly annoyed me. After everything that had occurred in the past hour, trying to discover secrets that might not even exist seemed petty and juvenile. I think we might be able to help you out, Jackson said. Hermione, Ron, and I looked at the two Americans. We need to tell you something. Come with us. Jackson and Talia headed for the door that would lead to the rest of the castle. Wait, where are you going? Ron asked incredulously. In case you forgot, we almost just got busted for being out after hours. Relax, Talia told him. We're good at this. You won't get caught. Hesitantly, we followed the two into the hallway. First we made our way to the Ravenclaw Tower, to pick up Annabeth, Jackson said. At every noise, Ron and Hermione jumped. I wished that I had brought my invisibility cloak. Then Talia slipped down to the Slytherin house entrance, near the dungeons. She returned soon after with Nico in tow. Okay, we need a place where we can talk in private, Jackson said. The room of requirement is off limits. Anyone got any ideas? I know a place, Nico said quietly. Come with me. If you want to live, Jackson muttered under his breath. Hermione smiled a little. Nico led us through some hallways, up and down some stairs, and into a hidden chamber. Every step that we took sounded like thunder, and I could have sworn that the teachers heard us. Luckily, no one stopped us, which was a miracle in its own. Okay. Jackson turned around to face us. Now, I'm not stupid. I know that you three have been following us around since the beginning of the year. There was a slight hesitation among the three of us, as if we all couldn't decide whether or not to deny the fact. I surely don't, Hermione started. Oh, please. The day one of you followed me into the forest. The interrogation session at the house over break. The strange books you've been checking out from the library, Hermione. You can't deny it, Talia said forcefully. Well, we were just, I stopped, having no idea where I was going with this. You guys weren't acting exactly innocent, either, Ron put in, defending us. Yeah, well, guys, Annabeth interrupted, we're not here to confront each other. We're on the same side, and we're facing a major problem with Dumbledore gone. We are here to unify, as cheesy as it sounds. She's right, Nico said. Jackson nodded. So as I'm sure you know, we're not exactly normal. Long story short, we are a long way away from normal. You're looking at 3 wizards and witches, I said dully. How much more abnormal can you get? My mentor is a centaur, Annabeth stated plainly. I think that's a bit more strange. And if that's not enough, he also happens to be 3,000 years old. So beat that. There was a silence as we processed that little tidbit of information. Look, to put it simply, we are only half human, Jackson said. The other half is God, Nico added. Demigods, Talia explained. Greek demigods. Ron mouthed the words Greek demigods, as if trying to wrap his brain around it. That would explain why you have strengths in certain types of magic, Hermione said rapidly. And why you can speak certain Greek dialects. Annabeth nodded. Ancient Greek, to be precise. You've lost me, Ron deadpanned. Annabeth rolled her eyes. Ever since the Greek gods came to be, they've been mating with mortals. The result of their work is demigods like us. Depending on the godly parent, the demigod will possess certain powers or strengths. For example, my mother is Athena. She is the goddess of wisdom and battle strategy, so I'm fairly smart. Such an understatement, Talia muttered. Talia, she eyed the blue-eyed girl, is the daughter of Zeus, Lord of the Skies or whatever. She's got some funky storm power stuff. Her brother can actually fly. Wait, I said, remembering something from a few months ago. Back at the Quidditch tryouts, was that? Talia nodded. I was a bit pissed off that day. Moving on, Annabeth interceded, not wanting to remember that day, Percy is the son of Poseidon, king of the seas. He's got water powers. That must be cool, Ron whistled. Hey, Harry, too bad you didn't have powers like that last year in the Triwizard Tournament. I got a little green remembering my trip to the lake. And Nico? Hermione asked, but I got the feeling that she already knew the answer. I was starting to get a sneaking suspicion, too. Son of Hades, the person in question answered briefly. I've got powers over the dead and all that. There was a short silence as we digested all of that. Why didn't you just tell us in the first place? I asked them. Then you wouldn't have had to lie. We weren't supposed to, Jackson said. You know how wizards have to stay secret. If people knew that there were half-gods running around all over the world, blowing stuff up, there would be a riot. Wait, Ron said slowly. Are you guys wizards or not? Talia shook her head. I mean, I guess we've got some magic in us, since we are children of gods. But the only reason we've been able to survive Hogwarts is that Hecate, goddess of magic, has been helping us out. Why are you here, then? Hermione asked suspiciously. She had a good point, I realized. Why were they here, if they weren't wizards from America? It's our quest. Dumbledore contacted our camp director. The summer camp we talked about is for demigods, not wizards, and requested that he send some reinforcements. He knew that there was going to be a battle soon, and was afraid that 30 full-grown wizards and some underage wizards wouldn't be enough against the greatest Dark Lord of all time and his followers. So we were sent in undercover to pose as students and act when the time came, Annabeth explained. Were you supposed to teach us how to fight, too? No, that was just a golden opportunity, Jackson said. I got quite a bit of grief about blowing our cover by doing that. Well, you certainly had us fooled, Ron mumbled. I don't understand, Hermione stated. What's not to understand? There are Greek gods running around, and 4 teenagers are here undercover under orders of Dumbledore. It's simple, Ron told her sarcastically. That's what I don't understand. If Dumbledore wanted reinforcements, why would your leader or whatever send 4 teenagers? Surely there are others who are older and more qualified. There was a communal solemn shaking of heads. You were looking at the best. Demigods don't live very long. It's just too dangerous for us. Percy just led us through 2 wars that we had no hope of winning. He's the most qualified person I've met. We're no strangers to war, death, pain, or fighting, Nico explained. There are some older than us, some college kids, some have gone on to become great, but at that point they've done their job and they don't want to risk their lives again, Annabeth added. Besides, magic can be a great thing. Talia should be in her 20s, but she was kind of frozen in time for a few years. Now she's a hunter of Artemis, so she won't age or die, granted she doesn't fall in battle. And Nico was actually born in the 1940s, but was stuck in a time-warping place, so he didn't age for about 60 years. Ron peered at Nico as if he were going to see an old man underneath the 14-year-old skin. Oh, Hermione said in a small voice. So what do we do now? I asked. Now that you've explained everything. I wasn't sure if that was supposed to accusatory or not. For now, we wait. I know that you probably want to do something, but for now the best thing to do is wait for directions or something incredibly dire to happen. It's not worth rushing a war. Believe me, I tried that, Jackson advised. So, that's it. We just wait while Umbridge virtually destroys the school? Ron asked indignantly. It's the best option as of now. Besides, it's not like we haven't been doing anything. You just taught some 30-odd students how to defend themselves, and I've been making some allies in the Slytherin house. Percy glanced at Nico. Why do I feel like that was your plan all along for getting into the Slytherin house? Nico gave the older boy a sly smile. Hermione paused. It was probably mid-May. I was up in the common room, alone, studying. It was late at night, but I wanted to make sure I was prepared for the owls coming soon. Harry and Ron had simply brushed off my attempts to get them to study for the past week and gone to bed early, I suspect to get away from me. So it was just me, sitting in front of the fireplace in my favorite chair. Crookshanks was asleep at my feet. There was no fire in the fireplace, it being May and all, but every so often I would stare into the empty pit. Around 1 or 2, when I was getting ready to clean up and go to bed, I heard a noise outside the common room. It sounded like someone was arguing with the fat lady. Instinctively, I moved closer to the door to try to hear the conversation. For all I knew, maybe it was Neville trying to get in after forgetting the password again. I couldn't hear anything clearly, so I decided to pull my prefect card. I planned to step outside and demand to know why someone was up in the middle of the night, disturbing the peace and quiet. I pushed open the door and came face to face with the one and only Annabeth. Sort of. The normal Annabeth is always composed and in control. This Annabeth looked slightly mad. Her hair was a mess and there was a wild, terrified look in her eyes. "Annabeth," I asked, a tad surprised. "What's wrong?" "I need to talk to Percy," she said frantically, "but the fat lady won't let me in." "You need to have the password to get past me," the fat lady said pompously. "And you clearly don't know what the password is. Can you just go get Percy for me?" she pleaded. "Please." Yeah, sure," I told her. I turned around and hurried up the stairs of the boys' dormitory. I quickly found Percy's bed. "Percy," I hissed, not wanting to touch him. I'd heard from Ron and Harry that if you touch Percy while he was sleeping, he will attack you. I doubted that was true, but still. "Percy, wake up." Percy shifted in his sleep. "No," he murmured. I made a face in the dark. "Percy, Annabeth is downstairs and she needs you right now." I rolled my eyes and reached out. I poked him tentatively in the arm, then quickly retracted my hand. Percy rolled over to look at me through barely open eyes. "What?" he asked crankily. "Shish," I scolded him. "Annabeth is waiting for you downstairs. She seems desperate." Percy sat up. "Lead the way," he said immediately. He acted like he was awake, but I was pretty sure he was still half asleep. My analysis turned out to be correct when he tripped over a chest and cursed. "Careful," I told him. "I'm not the one who can see in the dark," he grumbled. By the time we got down to the common room, Percy was far more awake. We hurried over to the portrait of the fat lady. We pushed it open to find Annabeth out cold on the floor of the hallway. "Annabeth," Percy exclaimed, rushing over and falling to his knees next to her body. "Oh gods," he muttered. He looked at me. "Why didn't you tell me it was this bad?" "It wasn't when I went to get you," I protested. "This probably happened when I was trying to wake you up." Percy checked her pulse, then listened for breathing. "Go wake up Talia. Tell her to get Nico," he instructed me. "Right," I said and hurried back into the common room. Talia was much easier to wake up. I told her about the problem and that Percy wanted her to go get Nico from the Slytherin house. "Why me?" she muttered, but she got up anyway and got dressed. The two of us hurried back downstairs and out the door. Talia kept going without even asking any questions. It made me wonder how many times they had done this sort of thing before. Percy was sitting back on his heels. "So what's wrong?" I asked. Percy shrugged. "I have no idea. There's nothing we really can do. I'm hoping Nico might be able to tell us what happened." "Why don't we ask the fat lady? She was here the entire time." I turned to face the giant portrait, but all I saw was an expanse of background. Was all Percy said. "Where is she?" I asked. Percy snorted. "I dunno. Don't people in portraits move around a lot here?" "That's true," I admitted. "But she wouldn't just leave when there was a non-Gryffindor waiting outside. Besides, the only time I've ever known her to completely desert her post was back in our third year, when Sirius Black was a known fugitive and had broken into the tower. You know, come to think of it, where are all the teachers that are supposed to be patrolling the hallways? You would think Umbridge would post more around here, since Harry is in this tower." "Your guess is as good as mine," I told Percy. We were silent until Talia came back with Nico. They came jogging up the stairs. "That was fast," I observed. "I didn't even have to do anything. Nico was already up and on his way up here," Talia informed us. "Wait, how did you know? Does that mean Annabeth is dying?" Percy's voice increased with urgency. "Chill, Perce. I don't know what it means," Nico said, slightly irritably. He kneeled next to Annabeth and put a hand on her forehead, frowning. "Well, I'm not a son of Apollo, Percy," Nico chided. "I can't diagnose anything." But do you know what's wrong with her? It's not. The best way I can describe it is that she's in a type of coma, I guess. There was silence. There are different types of comas. Talia asked. Nico shrugged. Well, it's not really a coma. It's more like her body is here, fully functioning and all that, but her soul is down under, if you catch my drift. So why isn't she dead? Percy asked. So there is an afterlife. I asked, but I didn't receive a reply. 'Cause she's not supposed to be dead. You are so unhelpful, Talia muttered. Okay. Nico sighed. Let me explain it like this. Something happens, and boom, she's unconscious, or almost dead or whatever. That's probably what woke me up, by the way. But the fates decide that she's not allowed to die just yet. So while she's in this sort of limbo state, Hades sees this as an opportunity and says, hey, this is a great way to piss off Percy Jackson. So she's not dead, but she's not really alive, either. She won't die, because the fates won't allow it, but she won't wake up unless Hades relinquishes his hold on her. So this is all because Hades still has some stupid grudge with me. After everything that has happened. Oh my gods, he is such an annoying. Careful, Talia warned. The last time you really insulted a god with anger management issues, it cost an immortal her life. Alright, I said out loud. You guys were beyond me ages ago. What's going on? Just go with Annabeth is in a coma, Nico told me. The next question is, are there spells that can knock a person out or send them into limbo? There are lots to knock a person out, but to almost kill them. The only one I can think of is the killing curse. But who in the school would want to kill Annabeth? Why would the fat lady leave her post? Percy added. And why are there no teachers? Those are all viable questions in which we know none of the answers, Talia said. Have you guys tried looking for the fat lady? She might know something. She turned to the portrait. Yo, fat lady, you can come out now. There's no one evil here, unless you count Nico. There was a silence, particularly from Nico, who took the time to glare at an oblivious Talia. Then, the fat lady poked her head into the picture. Is it safe? She asked timidly. Yeah, Talia replied sassily. The fat lady entered the frame fully. She appeared to be trembling. Oh, the poor girl, she exclaimed when she saw Annabeth. Oh, it was terrible. Just struck down. No one in sight. So you didn't see who did it? Nico asked. The fat lady shook her head. Oh, no. The four of us shared a look. Well, we should get Annabeth to the hospital wing and hope Umbridge doesn't shoot us down, Percy decided. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.